And here we are, back at the end of day 2, E3 2012, Giant Bombs, after hours live. We've hit hump day here. We've got a fresh panel of guests, which is good because apparently I'm not feeling fresh, could barely get through that intro. But we're going to have some fun here tonight because we've got none other than Jeff Keighley here on the couch. First chair. Jeff, how you doing, sir?
I'm great. After all the Reddit requests, I had to come over to the Bombcast.
I'm so glad that you could make it here to our weird space. We were discussing earlier, this is probably the dingiest place that you've been in a while.
Very similar to our studio today, live on Spike.
Well, happy to have you. You are perhaps the busiest man I know during E3, so I'm very pleased that you can make
it's fun to hang out with you guys. I love this.
A little bit of time for us here. We've also got right next to you Iron Galaxy's own David Lang. You may remember him from not the Microsoft press conference where he didn't demo his game. That's part of the Summer of Arcade, Recketeer.
Yay!
We had Recketeer live on Spike. Alex came by.
Yeah, I saw she did a good job.
She did a great job.
And that's why she does those things.
Alex is good. I mean, I know Alex. She's fun. Not a bad person to have demo your game.
Why we wanted you
We just wanted to see Dave Lang sweating it up on the Microsoft stage.
Jeff went and got in line like absurdly early. He was like, it's like 7:15. I'm already in line for the Microsoft press conference. Like, what? Why? It's not like they were a judge's line. I was like, pretty sure he wanted to get as close as possible.
No, Drake, I saw him at the Harmonix party, and he's telling me basically, like, we were taking bets on what you would wear. We were like,
oh, yeah.
Hat or no hat?
Well, we did a sealed envelope podcast where we made predictions specifically about what you were going to wear, whether it was going to be hat, no hat.
So there was a brief, 10-second window where I was being considered for that. And in that time, I figured out what I was going to wear. It was going to be fancy European jeans.
Uh-huh. Like raw denim.
Yeah, like just raw, just skin tight.
Really super,
sexy.
yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Super, super baggy polo. And then I would have went with crazy affectatious hat. Because I can't rock the comb over.
What sort of, because, I got to tell you, E3.
Probably backwards Kangol. Probably.
Day 2 of E3, the show floor rotten with bad hats. They're doing giveaway stuff at the Disney booth with the Oswald ears.
Make your own ears or something.
I guess so. They're the Oswald ears instead of the Mickey ears, and
you can signing up for something.
You can stitch your hat, you stitch your name into the hat like you would at Disneyland. But like if you're at E3, if you're at a trade show, this is not PAX. Like having your goofy hat that was given away somewhere, don't. Whenever I see people with that at E3, it's like, I know that you shouldn't be here.
Yeah, you snuck in.
Same with the bag. Same with the branded bag.
You have the giant bag that's got the huge strap on it.
Swag, and I remember, it used to be years ago. I remember first E3, you'd go in '95, and you'd have get your photo with this person, and it was
they still do weird stuff like that. I'm just like, what are you doing here? Literally, that you're spending your time doing that. But we won't dwell on that too much, and we won't dwell on Dave Lang's headless hair too much longer either. Patrick Klebeck at the end of the couch here. You've already heard him talk. And we have from Drinkbox Studios, we've got Graham Smith and Chris Harvey.
Hey, Ryan.
Graham, how's it going, sir? Graham, we met at PAX East. You guys were showing off Guacamelee for the first time there.
That's right, yeah.
And since then, I think was it either day one or just before the show, you guys, it was announced that you've got a publishing deal with Sony.
Yeah, that's right. It's not a publishing deal. It's a pub fund.
Okay.
So last week we announced that Sony's doing the pub fund for us on PS3 and Vita. So we're going to be exclusive with them.
That's fantastic.
And pub fund means that, you were saying, the IP rights, they're you get a little more flexibility with the pub fund.
So we self-publish the game. We pay for the development, but after the game's released, we get a guaranteed royalty. So it's.
And you guys already have a long relationship with Sony. Having already brought a couple of games to their platforms.
Yeah, the first game we released as a studio was actually a pub fund game as well. It was about a blob for PS3.
Yeah.
And then we worked with them pretty closely for Mutant Blob's Attack on the Vita, which was a launch title.
I loved the PS3 game. That was just a lot of personality, a lot of charm. Great, super strong visual style. Is really one of the things that I've definitely taken away from the Drinkbox games, and Guacamelee is no slouch in that regard. So. Well, thank you, Jeff.
You're welcome.
Some nice icy cold ones coming in. Rounding it out is Summer Camp Studios' own Rich Gallup.
That is fun to hear.
You like that?
Can I call breaking news?
Founder.
Breaking news.
Founder. I got a. He doesn't do anything yet, but I got a business card that said founder on it.
I founded something.
That was all he could do was print a business card.
I founded it. I produced that business card.
Is it an actual functioning company?
Yeah, we have 8
registered.
People. Yeah, thank you. So for those of you who haven't heard in the news, my past employer for the last 4.5 years, 38 Studios, where I was lead producer, kind of dramatically and tragically came to an end.
I'd say it imploded.
Kind of imploded is probably the accurate word for it.
Okay.
It's fun to smile and laugh about, but there's still a lot of people in some pretty tough spots. But
Yeah, there's a lot of people who seem to be coming out and trying to help those that have been affected. A lot of people trying to get them jobs.
it's been awesome. It's been amazing. I got to meet Alex Rubens on the floor today of E3, the creator of the hashtag 38jobs Twitter marker, whatever you call those things, and. I said hashtag first, so I couldn't say the hashtag 38 Studios hashtag.
Yeah.
That would have just been weird. But anyways, so that outpouring support's been great. I think it speaks to not only how awesome the gaming community is, but how awesome the team was at 38. Like, there's basically 2 solid weeks of, hey, that bar we always hang out, this awesome game company is here to hire you all away. And if you don't like them, then here's another one tomorrow. And that's been great. And
I mean, I know there have been crazy job fairs from a lot of like Northeastern companies and
Yeah.
Mid-Atlantic companies that are out there trying to find jobs for people, you know.
it's definitely helped ebb the rawness of how quickly this massive game that we've been working on for so long just kind of vanished.
So I don't want to dwell on the past too much. I think the future is much more exciting.
Good, I don't either.
But you say it happened quickly. Like it seemed like as from your perspective, from talking to you, that things were trucking along and things were happening, and then it kind of just devolved super quickly.
There was a Monday. Rumors are going around on Monday that some of the local press was outside saying, "Hey, do you guys know you're not getting paid?" And we're like, "Yeah, whatever, press. You guys, what do you know?" And then we went home that night and checked our bank accounts and saw that we didn't get our direct deposits. And we came in that Tuesday, and for the rest of the week, it was just company meetings of, "Hey, we're working on this. We're working with the government. The government's being kind of tough. We're in a tough spot." And there was just day after day after that. And so it was basically a week of hope. And then that Friday, we had another meeting at the end of the day. We're like, yeah, we're going to work on it through the weekend, the business types were. And that's basically when we, as a studio, all decided that there was no more hope. Like, it was, hugs and crying. And then we still came in on Monday. We were asked to come in on the next Monday. And they said, we still don't have checks for you. And the rest of the week was just basically like people kind of trickling in and wandering around and packing their stuff up and
Stealing the copper out of the walls.
Exactly. It's not important. Stock isn't important anymore. It's how much copper wire you can get out of the walls before you leave the building. To quote The Simpsons.
Yes.
A
Golden era which will never end.
Exactly. So when that email went out at Thursday, which the part that's circulated is not actually the whole email, but it's the important part. There were maybe only 10 people in the studio at the time when that email went out, and we were all just waiting for that that axe to fall so we could move on. And really, really weird, tragic stuff. Like, there were no less than 3 babies due that week.
Right.
And when our health insurance disappeared, and yeah, really raw stuff. And it's going to be an interesting book
Someday.
for someone. But the people I know, the people I'm talking to, they're working through it. There's a lot of talented people that are now going to other game studios, and they're going to benefit from that.
I mean, I know
including,
like CCP, Harmonix, Irrational are all picking people up. As
Yeah,
I say,
other-
Turbine.
Yep, Turbine was there.
I know BioWare is out there trying to hunt some folks.
Riot was there.
Right. Epic.
Yeah.
Epic is
Epic basically said, "Oh, we'll just take all of Baltimore."
Yeah.
Wouldn't have minded if they'd asked to do that like a couple weeks earlier, so maybe we could have got some money out of that. But it's really awesome that the big, huge team will get to stay together. That's a very talented, fun, tight-knit group that's been through a lot.
Yeah, obviously.
And they shipped a great game in Reckoning. So they're going to make something cool. I'm guessing that Epic won't say, "Hey, that really awesome open-world RPG engine you just worked on for 5 years, you get to keep using that." They're not going to say that. They'll be working in Unreal, which is kind of tragic because that's some really cool, interesting, fun code that they made. But we're getting through it. And as a result of that, I'll transition into we created Summer Camp Studios.
And that's a small group of guys from 38.
It's myself, our general manager, Gavin Wishaw, our CTO, John Laff, our lead server engineer, Brian Gibson-Wing, who was also lead server engineer on a little game called World of Warcraft, our lead client engineer, Ian Polipsky, our 2 main gameplay guys, or 2 of our main gameplay guys, Dave Cham and Mike Hamburger, an amazing artist, Travis Doggett, and myself. And so we have some real raw firepower, and we kind of joined as a way of saying, we don't want to go anywhere where we like working with each other. Let's make something, and that's the phase that we're in right now.
Of like, let's not sit around.
Yeah.
Let's get something going here.
We want to keep working. Like,
Yeah.
I want to produce a business card. Give me something to do. let me make something.
Well, you've got a little announcement for a little bit later here,
Yeah, I'll talk about that later.
but we're going to tease that for now.
I like that.
We'll save that if you want to hear more exclusive
Exclusive
information.
about
Here
our
on-
Business
Summer Camp
cards?
Studios.
Here on Summer Camp
You can have my
Studios.
phone number, but yeah.
Rich
No,
will
we
make
can't.
you a business card.
We can't do that. That's right. Rich is starting a business card business.
Wait,
As long as you
whatever
want to
makes
say
money.
Summer Camp Studios on it.
I'm shooting for Vistaprint. Or whatever, Vista Point. Who are at Vistaprint?
And the awesome thing is everyone always remembers their first studio closure. Like that's you're gonna stick with you forever. After your second and third one closes on you,
Dave Lang, what was your first studio closure?
Just a blur.
outright closure was Kodiak. It
Okay.
was exactly like this one.
Yeah.
You go to work one day, every project canceled.
Your boss
We-
had won 3 World Series.
Yeah, you know, not quite. We you know,
In MLB.
actually, yeah, a little different. So we were a little smaller. Boss still had millions and millions and millions in the bank. Owed everyone in the company 2 weeks payroll. Just closed the company overnight. You know, basically same scenario.
I'd say ours is a little different because Kurt is, as it's my understanding, Kurt's pretty dry.
Well, I'm not
Yeah.
trying to disparage, but
Okay.
I'm saying it's worse in that way.
Well, he's saying pretty much of just like it happened super quick of like
Yeah,
everything's
that
going
part.
good and then
Everything
suddenly
should
you're
be
not
fine.
getting
We
paid.
got all
and-
this money, and then guess what? Actually, I'm decided to shut it down. And
So what was your second?
second was gonna be this is what the first one happens, and you get wise.
Yeah.
Right. So the second one was gonna be it was Microsoft Salt Lake, and it was when they were transitioning over to. It was weird. They were Microsoft, then they were indie built.
Right.
Then they went to 2K.
Yeah.
And they basically let everyone know that, okay, we're going from a 3-project studio to 1-project studio. When all these projects are done, we're working on 3 at once. We're laying off 2 teams of people, and we're not going to tell you who. Well, I'm smart enough to know, if you've been through this once, you know that's bullshit. You know it's going to be like, oh, no, we're going to tell the people we want to keep, because otherwise they're going to go find a job. So if you haven't heard, that means you're gone.
Right.
So then I went to Midway. Ta-da!
There we go. That's number 3.
And, yeah, so it's good times.
And then number 4 coming up soon. Look for
Hopefully-
it.
Really, what I'm pushing for is let's just make it like 6 more months.
Yeah.
Let's get 1 more game out, and then just I'm in the Bahamas and everyone else is sucking hind tit.
Does this mean you worked on AMP 3?
I did very, very little for
That's
AMP3.
the greatest Xbox 360 game yet
Yeah,
ever
was it
made.
AMP3 or 2? No, I didn't do 3. I was worked on 2.
All right.
3 was when they became indie built. That was when they were under
Yeah.
2K.
Lens
Yeah.
flare.
Yeah, it was
It was the we were doing an undisclosed game, the links for Xbox, which was awesome, and I did more.
Right.
And we worked on MLB Inside Pitch, and then they threw us on those to help out, and then it's okay, we're Dead Men Walking, and yeah, that was a bad scene.
Well, I want to talk now to Jeff Keighley, since I think we have him for a fairly limited time before he has to go off and do more important E3
More
judges
judging,
business.
right? Call of Duty judging, yes.
Some Call of Duty stuff that's going on there. So I actually had the pleasure of watching the the Spike TV presentation you guys did for the Microsoft press conference for the for part of the EA press conference and then for the Nintendo press conference. And for one thing, I celebrate and am impressed by your raw energy first thing in the morning like that. That's good stuff. I don't care how fake it is, one way or the other. It's
Genuine excitement for E3.
It's
right?
convincing stuff. I know it's got to be so crazy because you also are very hands-on with booking a lot of the guests and getting a lot of the people in there. I mean, having Peter Molyneux in there as one of your commentators, one of your analysts.
cool, right?
That's very cool. Like
Yeah.
having him. Talk to someone else about Fable, the Journey was perhaps one of the most surreal things of, all right, yeah, asks this other dude from Lionhead, like, yeah, what's up with this game?
I totally
Yeah, 'cause
like.
you don't know.
Well, the funny thing was I didn't know how. We. I mean, Peter's a friend of mine. Known him for a long time, and he left Lionhead, and I was like, this is a unique opportunity for a big game developer
Yeah.
who's going to potentially be at E3 doing nothing. And he goes, normally, all the big guys have games at E3, and
Right.
they're stuck in a room. So I emailed him, are you coming to E3? He's like, I'm not even going to E3. And I'm like, well, hey, I have an idea for you. What if you came on,
Yeah.
and we're a commentator talking about all the press conferences? He's like, he emailed me back 5 minutes later. He's like, I love it. I'm there.
So what did
So
you
he flew
think?
himself in, and he's like, let's do it.
What did you think of the? So I want to say one of the most interesting things of watching your broadcasts during the press conference time is there's a couple hour gaps in
Yep.
between most of the press conferences on Monday. You've got Microsoft, and you've got a bit of a gap before EA, and then another before Ubisoft.
Yeah.
And at Microsoft, they show like just quick trailers for Gears and for Forza.
Yep.
And I remember being baffled by that of like, why, like, these are big first-party games. Why aren't we getting proper gameplay demos?
Yeah.
And then you have Dan Greenawalt actually showing off and, like, laying it out on Forza Horizon. So, like, what's up? Like, what? Like, why did that? Why did that kind of roll out that way?
No, you know, it's they have like 90 minutes and they sort of stick to it. And I think there are lots of cooks in the kitchen for these press conferences, right? And I think sometimes, exactly. Forza Horizon. They had announced it. They hadn't really said much, and then you see a trailer that doesn't.
I mean, there was interest because it's like we're like, this isn't the next Forza. It doesn't seem like.
No, you're right. It's a different team. It's more arcadey. I mean, you're right. You get some of the first details when Dan comes on our stage and talks about it.
Yeah.
I don't really know like what goes into it. And we usually say to the companies what we don't want to do, because we are the press conferences. Like have people come by and do the same demo. Like nothing annoys me more than it's like the Halo demo was great.
Yeah.
But all these live stage shows, and it's like they're going to come back and show the same demo again.
Yeah, if you don't have anything else,
it's like the same thing. I mean, you might be able to interview them and get some interesting information. But even like Halo, when they showed that demo in the press conference, like they're these new aliens, but the fact that they're named the Prometheans, it's like they didn't say that. You had to like ask them in an interview or find that out. So you really have to have like more context around these press conferences. And that's why it's great to have people come by. Even like when Alex came by and did Racketeer, it's like, that game had been seen before and announced. It's like, it was a fun little segment in the press conference, but what was it, 2 minutes or something? And we got to go a little bit more in depth and see the games. That's what, there's some people, though, that I guess just want to see, the TV commercial for Forza Horizon, which is sort of what you see in the press conference.
Sure.
And there's more core audience that wants to see the demo, wants to hear from Dan about what it really is.
And for Microsoft specifically, speaking to that press conference, the thing that was kind of frustrating to me is they those things go by in an instant, and we spend a ton of time talking about the Kinect voice stuff in the international space. It's like this is pretty much the same functionality we saw last year. It didn't seem like it was really advancing it. It wasn't like, man, we have taken this Kinect voice stuff to a whole other level. Check out what we can do now. It's like, well, we can do it in other languages now, which that's important to the international audience. But at the same time, that's an odd thing because I realize that they're showing this on television, and I think that has a pretty significant impact on the way these companies want to present what they're what they've got coming up.
Yeah, I think what's happening is there's this balance that's happening now, and there's the core audience that wants to see game demos. I mean the guys watching this would love to see 50 minutes of Halo 4 in the press conference, and then a couple other games, and that's what they want to see. But then you have these companies saying, hey, we're an entertainment company. We want to talk about all the smart glass and all these innovations. When you actually look at like the mainstream press coverage of E3, smart glass is what they're talking about.
Yeah.
They're
What
not
did you
talking
think of
about
the
Halo.
What did you think of the smart glass stuff?
I think it's interesting. I mean, I heard about it a few months ago, kind of under NDA. Developers were starting to kind of work with it. I went through a demo today. Mark Whitten took me through it. It's cool tech. I mean, I think the question, and we talked about this on our show with Molyneux, is how are you going to use that as you play a game?
Right.
And it's like, am I going to have my controller, and then I'm going to be interacting with my Kinect for voice, and then I'm going to have my tablet balanced on my knee or something, trying to select weapons, and like I don't understand how it's all sort of going to work together.
I mean, when we had Pachter on, he felt like this is going to be entertainment application. This is not going to be game application.
The Game
ultimately.
of Thrones thing was the made a ton of sense. Like, I've never read the books. I watched that show. I have no idea where anything is taking place. Like, there's not a lot of context because the show is moving so fast. So that actually made kind of sense. Like, if you're watching an episode, oh, okay, here's where this place is in relation to that. But in terms of an actual video games, like maybe if there are applications that are asynchronous that like you can manipulate it like on the bus.
That's what I think the opportunity is, right? It's like you can do something for a game on the road, like build up your mana in a game, or build up your health by playing some other game that then links in. So when you're on the road on an airplane, you can play on your iPad, and then that will affect your ability to play the game when you get back to the Xbox. And having that link makes sense. Or even you think about like strategy guides. I'm sure now you'll be playing a game, and the Prima guide or whatever, the GameSpot or IGN guide.
I guess, but like I already have my iPad out, and I go to GameFAQs, or I just Google it. Like that functionality is kind of inherent.
That might track to where you are in the game, right?
Sure.
So it's on level 3, and it'll be like But I agree with you. That's the challenge. I think
that's a minor novelty ultimately.
Well, and the thing I think happens a lot with entertainment right now is I don't know about you guys, but when I'm often watching something on TV, it's like I'm probably on my iPad on the web looking at other stuff and kind of multitasking.
Sure.
And if I'm, Game of Thrones, it's like, do I really want to see a map for an hour?
Right.
As you're going
You
through
want
it,
to
it's
reference
like, no,
it,
I'd
but you're not
probably
actually
rather
going to be
checking
staring
my
at
email
it.
or doing other things. So it's like it's a little gimmicky when it's like, oh, it's the Game of Thrones map. It's like, here's where they are right now.
Yeah.
So, I mean, it'll be up to companies to figure out how they're going to use it and do innovative things, and I think there absolutely are some cool interactive ideas. But yeah, I mean, I think smart glasses was one of the cooler things talked about here at E3. Just because it's really up to the developers to do stuff with it. And I will say I was kind of disappointed in the demos that they had. And I mean, the Game of Thrones thing was interesting, but it felt very primitive. And I know, a lot of game developers have had those APIs and that technology for a few months. They talked about the Madden playbook. It wasn't like EA was showing that running.
No, they definitely made sure to put in the corner. Yeah, this isn't.
Yeah, it was all
It's a
fake
prototype,
and
so yeah,
simulated
it's
stuff. So
I mean, it's a more restrained version of when they first revealed Kinect stuff. Of like, here's the stuff we're thinking about for this. Wouldn't this be cool if it did this? And it seems like they're being maybe a little bit more realistic
I
about
think
it.
it's one of those things where, like Kinect, if Microsoft is willing to shoulder the load and make the investment to make lots of cool apps in lots of cool ways and lots of diverse ways, shows, movies, games, whatever it is, right? And to make it so people come to expect it, so then it makes sense for developers to do it on their own, then it could be cool. But you got to get to that point first, and that's gonna take a long time,
You think Nintendo's sweating this at all? It's sort of this second screen idea that
I think
Microsoft's
Nintendo's got
hopping
other
on?
problems to sort of deal with coming out of E3 versus the smart glass.
Well,
that's
especially
gonna all of a
after-
sudden foiled their plans to dominate the holiday sales.
I feel like especially after tonight with the 3DS thing that happened, I was sort of holding out hope of, okay, they're not going to show a ton of the 3DS stuff at the press conference because they're going to be all about the Wii U, and then I feel like just big swing and a miss on selling the Wii U to people this year. Like last year, it was like we reveal it and like, okay, you've got some tech demos. That's fine. You just started
willing
talking
to
about this.
suspend your disbelief.
Like,
Saying, look, it's
we're gonna
early,
give everyone
demos.
a year to
We're
going to
be
circle
quiet
around.
for a year, not say a thing. Because
Exactly.
We're gunning.
We got Nintendo's going to do
Display
stuff. They're going to give it to third parties. They're
Yeah.
going to develop stuff for it, and we'll come back at E3 this year, and we're going to see just a ton of crazy Wii U stuff. And that really wasn't the case. Not even at the Nintendo press conference.
No, I was. It was interesting. Like last year, they had John Riccitiello, the CEO of EA, on stage with Satoru Iwata saying, we're going to be a big supporter of Wii U. It was like this big announcement this year.
Not a thing.
EA wasn't there. They showed a Mass Effect thing and a sizzle reel, which certainly to me looked like the Xbox version or something, not even a Wii U version.
And same thing with Assassin's Creed for Wii U.
Although
Same-
I think that is on the floor, someone said.
Oh, is that actually
It
up
is.
there?
It is. I mean, like
Yeah.
last year when they showed like Darksiders and stuff like that, like that was all footage
Yeah,
created
and there
from
definitely
other
were
trailers.
games like Tekken and some others in there that I think felt like.
But Batman, like Arkham City, as your big third party that you're hanging your shingle on.
I'm sure people saw it. When I interviewed Reggie about that.
Which, hey,
and
bravo also for not letting Reggie off on that. Like just saying like for as you pretty much said as well as you could on Spike TV. Like what the fuck, man? Like really?
Well, the
like
thing is, to me,
come
it's
on.
just like if Batman was it was a spice of what they were doing and not the meal, I would get it. And it's like I understand games get ported.
Yeah.
And, you can do it, but I mean, for them to sort of sell it as this was like a new Batman game.
Yeah.
It was the longest. It was on one of the longest demos in their entire press conference.
No, and that was it was just it's what it showed me was that there wasn't a lot else. I mean, when you look at the third-party games that are out there for Wii U, I mean, there's not a lot of stuff. I mean, but there were strange choices. Like Zombie U, I think looks much more impressive, at least from a kind of new content perspective than Batman.
Right.
Yet Zombie U got this little video. It didn't even get like a full on-stage
I
demo.
know. I wouldn't play that
press
at the
conference.
Ubisoft
or even
booth,
the Platinum Games title P100.
That's
was
crazy
massive.
to me. If they have Platinum making a game for the Wii U and they do not even mention it during
and it's
the press
Kamiya.
conference.
Yeah, it's not even like
Oh, it was crazy.
a
'cause-
producer who you couldn't remember. Like it's like Kamiya is working. Like the guy who created
and,
Bayonetta.
like they called me up right after the press conference, like, oh, we have something to, we're going to bring by a demo for you. We had all these demos on stage, and all of a sudden, like, Anaba walks in. And
So was
like,
that a last minute thing for you guys?
Yeah, well, I mean, we knew they were doing a demo with us, but we didn't know what the demo was going
okay.
to be. So it was going to be a first-party game, and could have been Miyamoto with Pikmin. It could have been anything. And then Anaba comes in, and I'm like, what's going on here? And they're like, oh yeah, this is a new Platinum Games title. I'm like, what?
Wait, hold on. Nintendo's publishing that?
Yeah, it's
Nintendo's
it's a
publishing
published
that,
game.
and they
Yeah.
did not even mention it during the press.
That was strange. So I didn't know what was going on. People were like, it was happening in real time, and like, oh, there's something on the E3.Nintendo.com site. There's this trailer for this game, and then we're going to show it off. And yeah, it was very strange because I was like, why did you not mention it in the press conference?
Yeah.
And it was so, there are always tons of cooks in the kitchen
Sure.
for these press conferences, but that was a strange omission. As Patrick said, it was strange they spent so much time on Batman, and I'm just, where are the big even, third-party games for the fall or in the future coming out on Wii U? It's like, where is BioShock Infinite for Wii U?
Yeah.
Right.
Where is Medal of Honor?
even
Where
even
is-
Aliens, which has been touted as this like it's going to be best on Wii U isn't confirmed to come out in February. It's coming at a later date. So even a game that is coming out, after the Wii U launch can't even be confirmed and locked down for its original release date. Like, that's troubling. That's not showing a lot of actual third parties wanting to commit till they are sure that it's actually going to be a success.
Yeah, and I mean, I talked to some third parties, and they're like, until they give us a date and a price, we're not really going to, go out there and say what we want to do for it. But yeah, it's, not a ton of third-party content. And then, the bigger problem, I think, for a lot of the fans was the first-party content. At the end, to me, was just a flat end to that press conference. Where
you kept thinking that, maybe it's like Retro's logo's going to come up.
We have one more, that's Nintendo Land, but we're working on some other great stuff. Here's another look.
Even just the promise.
Right, and it's like, here's a Smash Brothers teaser, or here's, something that teases, what Retro's working on, or other things. And I was a little surprised that wasn't there either. So I think, as everyone was saying, it's like a year later.
Yeah.
They were very careful not to say anything, and then that's what you come out with.
Yeah.
I think, Nintendo, I've been saying for weeks, has, had the most to gain or lose at E3. I mean, the other guys just, they have their systems. They have lots of great games. Nothing surprising. But I think for them to come into the show with a lot of expectations, and then to, really walk out of the show without, anything that really is like that blockbuster thing that's going to excite the core.
Yeah.
But, I go to the booth and, sing. I mean, there's a huge line of people, and they love it.
Yeah.
And, that's a different audience.
I guess,
but they
it's
said,
done. Yeah.
last year you heard about their strategy. They said it's Wii U. It's, it's for everyone. It's ubiquitous. It's utopian. It's like, this is a Wii for the core gamer, and that was a lot of their message, right? And I don't know if they're now saying it's like, well, actually, we don't care about the core as much as we said last year. We're going to sell Wii Fit U, and we're going to sell Sing, and that's sort of our audience in Nintendo Land. But if they're really going after the core gamer in a meaningful way, you can't expect those core gamers to rebuy Batman Arkham City for $60,
right?
Because Batman has a new suit of armor, and you can, move the controller to move the Batarang.
I mean, I liked Arkham City, but nothing about that made me think I need to play Arkham City again with this experience.
And anyone that wanted Arkham City bought it for Xbox or PlayStation 3 last year. Like, there's not this mythical gamer who doesn't have an Xbox 360 or PS3
that wants
who's been
that.
Waiting. And, there's probably, a couple, 10 or 20,000 people who maybe had a Wii and might experience the game. I'm sure it will sell okay, but that can't be what you're leading your platform with.
No.
And that's what I just don't know what's going on with third parties and developers with that system. But it's, it happened last week where I was talking about Unreal Engine 4, and probably everyone saw the story where I said, at GDC, Mike Capps told me that UE4 was, not targeted for Wii U. And the internet went into rage. It's like, what do you mean? It's like, this is, Wii U's supposed to be next gen. And it's, I don't know if people, see a game like Star Wars 1313 and think, oh, that's a Wii U game. But I think, people have seen now that the system is basically comparable in power to a PS3 or Xbox 360.
Sure, which they had kind of said last year. Like, they didn't.
Right, but I think there was a hope, right?
Sure,
because they've been quiet for so long, and now that hope has been doused, and I think everyone's now saying, like, the big games for this holiday season, like, where is Black Ops 2 for Wii U?
Yeah.
Where are these other big games for Wii U? And have you seen Assassin's Wii U yet?
Yeah, and it's it looks like Assassins. It actually looked like it was running a little bit slower, but I mean, that's just how long they've been working on the port. But
the same game, so they've got that naval stuff, they've got all that.
Yeah, but it's not. But the thing is, where I talked to one of the developers, and they're like, yeah, it's faster in some areas, but not enough for us to actually be able to do anything with it. Right. So it's like, it's not going to be 60 frames a second. It's not going to be 1080p. Like, it's either it's not advanced enough for them to want to do it, or they just don't care.
Yeah, it's somewhat it's somewhat inferior, and then the question is, do you want to play it with that touchscreen? And then Nintendo made the announcement on Sunday about, we got this Pro controller for Wii U, which is saying, like, almost
so we have
like,
three controllers for the system.
Yeah, and so the core is going to use this Pro controller, so then this touchscreen stuff that sort of is the innovation around a lot of these third-party games, well, you might not want that, so then you can play it with the Pro controller. And I just don't understand sort of like what the positioning is to a core gamer about why I want to buy it this holiday season. I think they, in order to do that, they needed to show some incredible first-party content.
Yeah.
That was going to compel you to buy it, or some really special third-party content. And I think what Nintendo's learning is they can't convince any of these third parties to do original games for the Wii U exclusively, or even get original content. And it's like, where was the announcement about BioShock's going to have a whole other area that's exclusive to Wii U? Or
Nintendo just hasn't had good third-party relations since the Super Nintendo, basically. and
Yeah.
that has if I was a third party, I would not want to sign up that exclusive deal with Nintendo either, based on
Well,
the
their
track
hope
record.
was, I think, that they wanted to make a machine that was going to be comparable to Xbox and PS3, because Reggie even said this last year at E3, that they wanted to create an opportunity for third parties to easily move their games across all 3 systems. So where are the announcements about the games that are coming across all 3 systems this holiday season?
They aren't there,
Or even next spring. I mean, next
Right.
spring there's tons of games coming out between January and March or April, but we haven't seen announcements about those games coming out. Like, is Splinter Cell coming out for Wii U?
And
I mean, there's all these, tons of games, and we're not hearing any news about where is Dead Space 3 coming to Wii U? Not announced. Is Need for, it's Need
because
for
the,
Speed Most Wanted
the-
coming.
because
Not
the people
announced.
that care about those games have Xbox 360s and
Right.
PlayStation 3s and are like ready to play those games on those systems.
Right. So, but that thing is like, so then if I'm a core gamer, what am I buying it for? Because I'm still going to get those games on Xbox or PS3.
Right.
So there need to be new games, new and I think Nintendo is in a difficult situation here, because when the next gen machines come out, they're about to be lapped technologically.
Yeah.
And that's if it's next year or the year after or who knows when it happens, but they have a small window here. And I think the challenge now is like, what are those games going to be for the core? And E3 was the place to at least hint at some of those partnerships. And I haven't heard about any of that. I mean, the Platinum thing is cool, but then they need to double down on first party. But as I said last year, I think the challenge for them with first party is that these teams in Japan, I mean, they're not used to making $50 million Uncharted level blockbusters. And that's the thing, is like, people would have gone crazy if it was like a Zelda meets Lord of the Rings quality game coming out of Nintendo. But I don't think they have the artists and the folks able to really do a game of that fidelity.
What do you think
So
of
who they work with?
What do you think of the state of the 3DS?
I mean, 3DS, I think it's a challenge for them, right? And they've, relied on the handheld market for so long to keep them afloat. And I think now it's, 3DS, it's tough for me. And there's the Castlevania game for 3DS I think is really cool.
Yeah.
And there's some interesting games coming out. But
And I was thrilled about the
sure.
Paper Mario and the
Yeah.
Luigi's Mansion stuff that they showed. I wish they had showed more, and I was kind of hanging my hopes on, okay, they're going to do this other 3DS presentation later on in the week, and that's going to be where
More big announcements.
we're going to see
Yeah.
some more dazzling stuff, because, at that point I had learned that, okay, everyone is not showing necessarily their biggest, best stuff right out of the gate during their press conferences. There's a lot of stuff that's getting, kind of put into other
Right.
presentations. So I was kind of hoping for that, and it seems like it was just another big swing and a miss.
Yeah, I mean, I think Nintendo is challenging. I thought it was interesting that Satoru Iwata, the president, wasn't even on stage during the press conference.
Yeah.
And that was sort of I don't know what's going on there. And I'm sure they're grappling with a lot of issues across the entire company. But when you're going to ask people to spend hundreds of dollars on a Wii U this holiday season,
Yeah.
you need to have stuff that's really going to compel them. And I don't know about you guys. I mean, after this year, are you guys going to be buying Wii U's?
Rich Gallup.
I would like to play Rayman Legends.
That looks cool.
Oh yeah,
that
but I would
was fun.
also like to play that on literally any system that I already own.
Yep.
I enjoyed Rayman Origins, so I know kind of how that the style of the game that they are making there.
I would like to play Rayman Legends on one of these systems I already own, and an app on my iPad
Right.
or iPhone doing the exact same thing that the Wii U controller seems to be doing.
What about you guys?
For me, I'm a big fan of Pikmin, so I think I'll probably pick it up just for that. But
No.
Good
Clapback?
answer.
I don't have a choice.
That's always the good fallback. If press, gotta have one.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's curious. I think that perhaps Nintendo finds himself in a spot similar to Sega during the Dreamcast, where they're getting boxed out hardware-wise, but they're a company that has a really strong software library that, even though if we're not seeing a lot of it, I think it's really clearly they have tons of stuff in development. There's, traditional, the Mario Galaxy team is working on something. Like there's just stuff we don't know about, and it was really strange they didn't announce it.
Sure.
There'll be plenty of really strong
Even
Nintendo games for the Wii U. But I wonder, I can't foresee how Nintendo releases like another dedicated box or another dedicated handheld, and what Nintendo is as a company 4 years from now, when when this machine's run its course as pretty much just a dedicated first-party machine. What Nintendo pivots to, that's really, really unclear.
Yeah, like I'm sure I'll get a Wii U. I just don't want one now.
yeah,
I'll end up with one, but
they haven't sold you one. They haven't justified. They have
And the
not
thing is
justified
that,
that controller.
I've always said this, game systems are often launched, and bought based on the future potential of the system too.
Sure.
So it's like, you think back to even like, PS2 when you were looking at like MGS and stuff like that, and it's like people are like, oh my god, that's amazing! I can't wait to see where they're going to go with this system. And I think the thing with Nintendo is they were very focused on this holiday season, right? I mean, they didn't really show anything that was like, here's something we're doing in 2013, right? I mean, things were either launch window or sort of the holiday window or whatever they called it.
Right.
And I think, they would have been well advised to say, hey, like, let's give a preview of like what next year looks like on Wii U.
Man,
and
even
sell
just
people on the
some
potential.
logos.
Yeah,
Even just like
well, even Smash
something.
Brothers. Like, I think Reggie said that they've sort of announced that they're going to do a Smash Brothers.
Sure.
But what's that look like? And exactly, tease people out. And I think it's part of it is the marketing of the system, right? And it's you need to tease out the games and the type of content you're going to get in the future. And look at last year. I mean, in many ways, they had more content last year with like that Zelda demo and other things that got people excited than the actual products that they showed this year.
Yeah. No, absolutely. Dave Lang. So I mean, we've got Iron Galaxy, we've got Drinkbox here, we've got studios that are kind of in line with Sony and Microsoft in one way or the other. Is there anything about the Wii U that interests you as developers?
Not specifically. No. I mean, I think when we make games, what we're into is when we think we have something cool, we just want reach.
Yeah.
Right. And if the Wii U can give us reach, that's what I'm into. Like, I don't look at that screen and have like a billion ideas for stuff we want to do. I mean, I'm sure we come up with something, but like nothing springs to mind. So from that perspective, I'm not super hyped about it as a dev. I heard the dev kits are pretty cool and they're good to work with, and it's like cool tools and stuff. But outside of that, part of the other problem you guys are saying, like, there's no, like, where are the games? Like, there's Batman, but where else is there? Part of that, the reason why, I think anyway, is just because like there's so much reliance on middleware and engines like UE3 that it's if UE3 already exists for Wii U, it's here today now. That's a much different like financial proposition for like Ubi or whomever to port their game over. It's already where it's like an order of magnitude cost difference to have to port Unreal or just port your game. And I bet like once this middleware starts to shake out and once all these things start to happen, that problem probably gets fixed. And then like all these games that you're wondering where they are, it's too bad they can't talk about them today, because I'm sure it's just bad timing. But like, I'm sure that's why it exists. It's because like, oh sure, Warner can pay that to get Batman over, and it makes sense for them, because.
You're right. I'm sure eventually, like a lot of these games will, you'll start seeing stuff shipping on PS3, Xbox 360, and Wii U.
But how much longer does that work? How much longer can you keep doing that? And then you get to the point of, okay, well, we're not making PS3 and 360 games anymore. We're making whatever these next systems are. Like, will it be feasible? Would it make sense to try and roll those back?
Yeah, and I think, we'll see what happens, in the transition. I mean, I'm sure there will be a period of time where some games will ship on, the current Xbox and the next Xbox.
It's not like the Call of Duty that comes out next Christmas is just only going to be on next-gen platforms.
You think so?
I assume it'll be on everything. Like
right.
it would shock me if it was only for the for Orbis and Durango. So there will be a situation, but at that point, do you really want to buy that version? Even if like the Call of Duty whatever next Christmas.
I think it's kind of like Jeff was saying. It's like this mythical consumer, right? Who's the person that doesn't have this other stuff, wants those games, and is like holding out for this.
Yeah, it's like, oh, I really, I saw Batman last year. It looks so amazing, but I don't have a PS3 or Xbox 360. I wish I could buy it. So this year I'm going to spend, $300 to buy the Wii U so I can then go buy, play this Batman. It's just like, it's not, and there's not enough new compelling stuff there. Like they did the Harley's Revenge DLC, which I haven't played yet, but I think is cool. And it's like something like that. If that was exclusive to Wii U, it's like then maybe you start to get to a point where the fans are like, maybe I'll check it out again. But the problem is like, Rocksteady and all these studios, they're probably not going to spend the time and effort to do, 2 or 3 hours of new story content just for a Wii U game. But when you think about it, if you're asking for $60, someone should be doing that, right? I mean, they should be creating new content for these gamers, because a lot of the people that, that I think they want to buy it are people that have already played the game. And if you're looking for people that haven't played that game, I'm not sure they're out there if they, especially at $60.
Yeah. Were you surprised? Were you expecting price stuff to come out of the show?
For Wii,
they already said up front that they weren't.
They were pretty clear that I would guess the price is probably partially going to be influenced by the reaction coming out of E3, right? So
yeah, they didn't want to get bit in the ass like with the 3DS where they got real arrogant about the price, and so they want to probably get it. It'll probably end up being lower than they might have wanted to.
Like coming out of E3, I'm sure they're thinking about price and date. They're saying holiday, so I assume that means November. And, you know, I think a lot of things, I've talked to a lot of third parties, and like, well, we don't really want to talk about what we're doing because it depends on the dates. And you even think of, like, Peter Moore said on the show yesterday, a game like Madden, it's like when, you know, Madden ships in August. Well, this thing ships at, you know, the end of November or, you know, Thanksgiving. It may not be worthwhile to do it.
Football cycle, like the season doesn't matter anymore.
You can't afford to market a specific Wii U version of Madden, so they might wait until next year. So, yeah, I wasn't, as Patrick said, they pre-announced we're not going to talk about the date, and we're not going to talk about the you know, price. So those were off the table, but I think what people were hoping that they were going to talk about was some, you know, really compelling content. I mean, you guys know, you know, we're all fanboys to some degree, and it's like just give the fans something to grasp onto.
Yeah.
And it's like it was a Smash Brothers teaser with, you know, 4 characters. All the, you know, it's, you don't need to give us a lot, right? And that's the thing is I think it's not like people were looking for 15 game announcements. But, you know, it's like in some ways Pikmin had been sort of pre-announced that it was going to be there. A new Mario game was pre-announced that it would be there. So when you look at the conference in terms of surprises.
Yeah, there has to be something to rally around.
Yeah.
You know, yeah.
And get people excited, especially when you want people to pay, you know, hundreds of dollars to buy a new system. You need to make them believers in where this is going to go. So
Do we know that it's hundreds of dollars? Is that confirmed or?
No, it's thousands.
But I mean,
it's the new Neo Geo.
Well, look, I mean, you know, look at the teardown though of what it is, right?
Right.
I mean, it's a console, HD console. It's got a touch screen. You know,
the screen is what's going to cost. Like
Exactly.
it's like they could probably afford to sell if they were selling the box for something ridiculously cheap, but it's that screen. Even though it's a DS screen, those touch screens aren't cheap. Even though it's not multi-touch, those touch screens are pretty expensive. So you have to
and it's Nintendo, which is a company that doesn't really, you know,
they profit on all their machines. They don't lead by loss. And
no, I mean they're not technologists. That's not where they, you know, they're kind of the anti-Sony when it comes to that stuff.
Yeah, so I don't think it's going to be extremely expensive, but I also don't think it's going to be cheap. And you know, you got to look at the, you know, the market now, and you can get, you know, a $99 Xbox. You know, it's Microsoft stores, and they're expanding that pilot program, I think, to Best Buy and GameStop or something later this year. And it's like, it's hard to figure out sort of how Nintendo positions itself. I mean, you think about, like, if you were in Reggie's shoes or Iwata's shoes, it's like, what would you do?
Yeah.
And that's the tough thing is I think about that. Like, after the press conference, you say, wow, it's like, you know, that wasn't what I think everyone was hoping it for but I mean, what do they do? Right? I mean, it's not like there's a clear path. It's like, yeah, they could have, you know, we're talking about easy fixes. They could have done a teaser for this game, or they could have got people excited about that game.
I think structurally they're in a tough spot as a company. Right. And I think they're probably looking at that crossroads, maybe not knowing what to pivot to, but this was an idea they had, an idea they could follow through on. But in some sense, it doesn't feel like their whole heart's into it.
And strategically, those guys, I remember writing a story.
And Reggie just seems pissed right now. Also, I don't know what's up with like contentious back and forth in all press conferences this year either. Between Ubisoft and Nintendo. I don't know if that was meant to be playful or what.
No, I talked to Yves Guillemot about that today. I think it's just, you know, it's tough when you're on stage. Like, it's just, you know, the patter of like something very scripted, and it's supposed to be very natural, but it's like, hello, Ryan, it's great to see you tonight. How are you?
It's great, Jeff.
Ryan, why are you so pissed?
Exactly. And that's what I think, you know, they had a couple third parties on stage, and that was fine. But yeah, I really, you know, I wonder where they go. You know, sort of strategically with the company.
Enough Nintendo talk. What have you seen during the show that you really like? What has caught Jeff Keighley's eye?
Yeah, I mean, I think I'm just going around the floor today since we stopped being live as of last night.
Sure.
So
well, whatever. You also got to have, you know, nice little personal demos of a bunch of some of the.
Me.
Yeah, exactly. You get to sit in a nice air conditioned studio and they parade in front of you and.
Please. But yeah, it's. I mean, I think, you know, I was impressed by the ambition of Assassins, sort of what they brought to the table. You know, scope. I think they talked about multiplayer or something too. I haven't read about that yet, but
I think they were showing some very simple multiplayer stuff there. I'm not sure if that's.
Yeah, I'm not a big Assassins multiplayer guy, but I feel like the naval stuff was really cool. The Boston demo, the Frontier demo. It seems like there's a lot going on in that game, and you know they haven't even talked about modern day or Desmond or how it's all going to link together. So I was impressed by the scope of what those guys did. So Assassins definitely is tracking. You know, Last of Us. I was excited. I saw an extended demo of that today. Got to check that out. You know, very excited about what Naughty Dog is doing with that title, especially End of Cycle. You know, beyond that. I checked out Beyond from David Cage, which is, you know,
wait, it's Beyond second
Two Souls.
Two Souls. Like is that right? Yeah.
which I think is interesting. I
Two
think
Souls confirmed. Alex
Two
Navarro.
Souls, yes. Play either soul. So I think that's interesting. There's some interesting stuff out there, but there's like Star Wars 1313, which we did on our show, which I think technically is phenomenal.
Yeah.
I'm waiting to sort of see where they push the gameplay with it.
Certainly.
But is really beautiful stuff. And Watch Dogs, everyone's talking about that, which I think is.
But do you think that's kind of what folks like on your first run through here with when you start talking about new systems, better hardware? I feel like it's a lot of people just expect show me something that just dazzles. Give me something that we've people here have seen the demo. We talked about this some last night for Star Wars 1313. And it's been described as it's like Uncharted but in Star Wars, and that's fine. Cover-based shooting, some climbing mechanics and stuff like that. That's traversal stuff. That's fine. But still, everyone says, "But man, the way it looked, I had never seen anything."
Actually, you want to be a believer, right? And just sort of like where games can go, and technically, it's phenomenal. And the gameplay.
And you want to feel like you're gonna
there.
when you're sinking your $400 or whatever into that system, next holiday or whenever this actually finally drops, that you're like, okay, I know that's going into technology. I know that's what I'm buying. Is I'm buying something that requires this engineering and takes all of this intelligence to create, and thus justifies that price.
Yeah.
And it seems like both Watch Dogs gives that sense, and I think Star Wars 1313
and
really gives that sense.
And both, it's kind of unfair to compare those to other games that are coming out this year, right? And that's the game people play, where it's like, of course, they're high-end PC games, and they, even if they end up being Xbox and PS3 games. I mean, Yves Guillemot said Watch Dogs will come out for Xbox and PS3.
I feel like I'm seeing a lot of games that are coming out for 360 and PS3 this holiday that publishers are still choosing to show a super high-end PC version of, just to give you the crispest, sharpest version. And that's that's always that tipping point in a console generation,
but look at,
right?
Medal of Honor. I mean, I'm sure it'd be the same situation as Battlefield, where it's like they're showing this beautiful 60 frames per second footage, and that's a PC version. I mean, the console version will be at 30, so it's
it won't be at that resolution,
right? Exactly, but it's like
it won't have that sharpness of the textures,
right? But you're not going to see the console version, here at E3. I don't think it is, at least, or maybe it is. But what are they showing Medal of Honor on? Do you know?
I didn't get a chance to see it.
But so stuff like that. But yeah, it's an interesting time. But I think you're right. I mean, Watch Dogs, it was sort of similar to like when Assassin's Creed was first introduced by Ubisoft. They just kind of captured your imagination about, where a game, where games can go.
Sure.
And the end of Watch Dogs with like, you pull out and realize it's, online players. It's like, is that even worked out, or it's just a cool idea?
Right. Well,
They capture your imagination.
And that's enough. It's the implication, of like, okay, they're not saying explicitly, this is what this is going to be, this is how it's going to work. It's like, we have some crazy ideas as far as some sort of connectivity, some sort of online something. Yeah. And, and
that's enough to just get us jazzed
apparently
about where it's going to go.
Apparently that's where we're at. We're so goddamn hungry. You say, it might be on the internet. Fuck yeah, let's do it. Ubisoft, you magnificent French bastards.
Yeah, and that was, it was a surprise, right? And that's part of the thing, is there weren't a lot of surprises this week. It's like, lots of good stuff. A lot of big games coming out. I mean, it's going to be very busy this fall, next spring. It's like, I feel like next spring, every week, there's something massive coming.
I feel like there's more games coming out in February next year than we have, slated for holiday this year.
Oh, yeah, no, I mean, next year's, God of War just got announced.
Yeah.
I'm sure,
Isn't really February just code for we're not going to be ready for this holiday, so we'll see you maybe in February or perhaps June.
February, March dates are a convenient way to move past the quarter.
Exactly.
Well, aren't February and March, aren't those still technically in Sony's holiday window based on the way that they do their windows?
Yeah, I guess.
Like Vita launch window, wasn't that like 4 months?
Yeah.
Well,
Something like that.
sometimes a lot of people do, fiscal year on the business side. So it's like by March 31st, it's considered, their fiscal year. So yeah, there's, Tomb Raider, it's like BioShock 1 week, Tomb Raider and South Park the next week. I mean, it's just a lot of stuff hitting next year. So we'll see. But I thought that, those are some of the standouts for me. But it'll be very interesting to see when the best of show votes come in, what ultimately rises to the top.
Very cool. I want to shift the focus over here a little bit to the Drinkbox guys who've been.
Ryan, do you want me to volunteer to step out, by the way, since you have so many other people here?
Yeah, we'll have you back here in a little bit later.
Definitely.
For
Who you
your
want to
summer
take a
camp.
seat?
Rich is tapping out.
Let's get Jake Kasdal from 17-Bit, who's in the wings here.
Excellent. Happy to do
Patrick
so.
Klepek's going to tag out. Let's get John Riccardi to join him here.
Is it awkward if I
Ryan.
stand like this on these cameras?
Well,
Should
it's more
I
awkward,
stay-
I think,
sit-
if you keep standing
All
up
right,
and
fine.
down.
Excellent. Someone take this microphone.
There you
Oh,
go.
people bumping up.
John Riccardi from 8-4,
Hello.
also joining us here. Jake, how you doing, sir?
Hello there.
How are you?
I'm good.
I have not seen you since PAX East.
Yeah, and I'm sitting down having a beer. It's good.
All the way back then. How are things going for you at E3 this year?
Good. We got a booth at XBLA. Game's almost done. It's looking great.
Yeah.
Response has been
Wait,
fantastic.
I feel like I had that conversation with you at PAX East.
No, this time really.
I thought you were
really
like,
almost
I thought
done.
you were
Really.
like code lock that weekend.
Yeah, well,
Game development.
things change. Yeah, it's not up to me. I'd rather be done, but we're almost there.
Yeah, and John Riccardi, now I guess unofficial partner for
We're like
Giant
cousins
Bomb.
or brothers or something. Yeah.
We post your podcasts, which it's nice to have another excellent podcast on the site. So,
Thank you very much.
happy to happy to have Patrick facilitate that.
Yes.
But Graham and Chris, I guess I wanted to check in with you guys on the Wii U stuff. I didn't get a chance to ask you guys if you felt like there was anything about that. You guys, in general, or at least thus far, have made games that have been I don't want to say traditional, but they definitely kind of harken back to perhaps simpler times of a lot more 2D focus on the interface and the style of games that are there. Is there anything about the Wii U that tickles you, that makes you think, man, I'd like to try this on that, or is it just sort of, it just seems like overhead?
I mean, I think that it was kind of already touched. Like, it's great that it's HD, but the thing as a dev that you're concerned with, frankly, the most is how can I reach the most people possible in order to try and have some chance of breaking even or actually making money in my project.
Right.
And I'm not thinking hardware first. I'm thinking cool game idea first.
Right.
And then what hardware will it work on, especially as a small company. But I think the big companies are like that too. That's why I think you don't see, you don't see people taking huge risks on the Wii, because they've got to make this very specific game for very specific hardware that's not nearly as powerful as the 360 or the PS3. And it's a huge risk.
And huge risks on the Wii that's not where the money gets made. Money
No.
does not get made in taking massive gambles on the Wii, or at least that seems like that's true.
Well, I mean,
Very much been the case.
All the whenever I talk to a publisher about this, I mean, they just shake their head. They're like, well, basically only Nintendo makes money on Nintendo hardware and Nintendo software, and you're just kind of trying to pick up the dregs afterwards.
Why do you think it works so well for Ubisoft? Like, they
Well, I think
are always
Ubi
like
al-
tip of the spear for Nintendo hardware.
But any platform. I mean, they were very big.
Sure.
Like, we're going to be big on Connect.
Yeah.
And where are they now? I
Oh,
mean,
they
they're
had
just like,
they
yeah.
had like 8 or 9 games
Right,
at
they
launch
had
for
the
Kinect.
Rayman, they had Your Shape, and
Yeah.
they, lots of stuff, and now they're not doing anything for Connect that I know of. Or maybe Just Dance works with it or something. But, yeah, I think they just like to say, we're number one on a new platform.
Yeah, I think they figured out that to get there early on, basically, be there right out the gate, you can make a lot of money off kind of subpar products like Red Steel. I mean, to be honest, like
Yeah.
you could put stuff out, and if you're there at launch, people are going to buy it because they want anything they can get their hands on.
Right, you're right. I mean, even for Wii U, it's like, Zombie U looks cool, but it's like there are not a lot of games. Most gamers, if you walk into a store and you see Zombie U and Batman, you're probably going to be picking up Zombie U just because you already played Batman.
Sure.
So it's like original content, and yeah, it's there's less noise.
Anyone else play Zombie U on the floor?
I played it today.
Yeah.
I didn't really get too much. There was a capture the flag mode on one of the things they had there, and I was playing that a bit. But to be honest, I couldn't really get a good feel for it. It was kind of, the main reason I wanted to play it actually was to try the new, what do they call it, the Pro Controller?
Pro
or whatever,
Controller,
that
yeah.
thing, which was nice. I got to feel that and check it out, and that was cool. But the gameplay itself, I didn't get that much from it. I'm not huge into FPS games, and it felt kind of like pretty much every other FPS to me. So.
But at least it was original.
It was
FPS
original
on
in the
the
sense that there's a lot of gore, and
Right,
and
yeah.
and it's pretty. I mean, it looks really good. It looked really, really good, and but the demo I got, I think, was kind of a bad demo. I didn't really get a good feel for what was
Capture
really.
the flag. That's not at all what I got. I'm not sure what demo you got. Then.
Yeah, there was 2 demos there apparently.
Oh, okay.
And I got one of them, and that was the one. So, but.
Yeah, mine was a much more traditional, like linear of like going through this level and there's zombies, and you use the screen to scan zombie corpses to see if what stuff they have, or to see living zombies of like, oh, okay, that zombie has this gear, I need to go kill him to get this stuff from him.
Right. Yeah, there was like the demo.
There was like one jump scare where it was like scanning this zombie that you just felled, and then like a screen pops up, or a face pops up on the screen and screams at you, and it's like, oh, it's a little moment like that, but it was not. I don't know.
Yeah, it sounds like
didn't-
you got the better demo. I basically, I kind of took the hit. I didn't actually play it with the, the screen. I wanted to try the
Oh,
new
right.
controller.
Yeah,
and it
yeah,
felt
yeah.
really comfortable. It's like kind of a light version of the Xbox controller.
What do you think of stick placement on that stuff?
That's it didn't bother me in this game. I saw it originally and I was like, why are the buttons there? But they felt totally fine. Like you use the buttons to reload and do some other stuff, and it didn't feel uncomfortable. It seemed okay.
I found myself part of it is that looking down at that controller, the big controller at least, which has the same sort of layout of sticks
Right.
above, buttons below, like that.
Right.
Obviously, because it's got the screen, I am looking down at it a lot, but I still felt like my thumb wanted to go, up to the right.
Yeah, I think
when
it's
it was
gonna.
like time to hit a button, I'm going to hit the Y button. I'm going to go up to the right. Wait, no, that's down here.
I think it's gonna be impossible to tell from just one day of us playing it if it really is
Sure.
okay or not, because we're so used to the Xbox controller at this point.
That was like yesterday when I was talking about Zombie U. I'm not ready to pass judgment on stuff because that's just this is the first time that I've played this thing. Once you play half a dozen games on this, it's gonna be a non-issue. It's like the first time you tried to play a first-person shooter with dual analog sticks. It was like, this feels insane. This could never work.
Right.
Obviously, this is doomed to failure.
Totally. That said, I want to get in the room with whoever it was that designed that controller, and I want to know what the thinking was because everything else is a complete copy of the Xbox controller. Why change just that one thing? Did they have some reason why they thought it was better that way? Or did they just think, we don't want to be 100% copy of the Xbox, so let's change something?
Well, keep in mind, the shoulder buttons are called Z.
ZR.
And ZL
Therefore,
because they can't
it
get
is Z different.
They cannot get away from the Z.
Right.
Where's the C stick?
Someone else pointed out that we now have, the X button is now in a different position on the Xbox controller, the Wii U controller, and the 360 controller. So
Wow.
we have zero consistency across those platforms. I use the Wii U controller or the Wii U Pro controller to play some of the Rayman Legends to finish off Alex Navarro's game because he couldn't get through the level without dying. It was hard. It was okay. It took me like 2 tries. But I thought that for that application it felt fine because I'm not using that other controller. But at the same time, I could play Rayman Legends on a sideways Wii remote. That game doesn't really require much more from you than your jump button and your attack button, and that'll just about do it. So. It's I don't know. It's an odd platform, or it's just I'm not sure yet, and they didn't do anything to make me any more sure about it at the show. I felt. So Drinkbox guys, Graham, Chris, how's it going?
We're on the spot now.
You are. I'm now putting the Eye of Sauron on you guys. Are you ready?
Headlights.
Are you ready for it?
No, I'm not.
So how has the show been for you guys, having kind of been thrust a little more into the spotlight with Guacamelee?
That's been good.
Yeah.
I mean, we've been getting a lot of good feedback from people seeing the game. We signed with Sony so recently that there wasn't a chance to be on the floor. We're up in the Special Magic press area where, burly men require bandages on your arm in order to get through.
Ah, yes.
Yeah. So it would have been great to be on the floor and just see how people are kind of people walking up and just playing it.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, I mean, it's been very positive. I mean, I've come to E3. This is my 3rd time visiting E3. It's always insane.
Yeah.
Accurate.
Did you guys do that trailer, or did you guys outsource that?
That was us. We did that.
That's cool. Did you guys do your own?
Yeah.
Okay. Sorry.
Dev talk.
So I was curious, looking at the game, looking at Guacamelee, having seen it at PAX East, I didn't get to ask you guys this then, but what was sort of the process of deciding, we're going to make this Mexican wrestler themed Metroidvania game with this extreme severe art style to it, which is
severe.
It is angular in exactly the opposite way that the Blob games were very soft and round. It seems like it's almost it's still very colorful, very cartoony, but it almost in some ways feels like a pushback against that.
I think maybe to some degree it is a pushback. When you work on something for a long time, whatever it is, after you do it for a while, you're just so sick of it. I know at a company, the company was founded by a few people who all worked at a studio in Toronto that made some car racing games. And even at that studio, after doing that for a couple of years, everyone in the studio was like, oh, God, let's not make more car racing games. Let's stop. So, yeah, I definitely think that we were so used to the soft,
Suda,
round
or
blob.
where were you guys?
Yeah,
Yeah,
we were at
Suda.
Suda Interactive in Toronto. Yeah, so you just get so sick of it after a while. The other thing is similarly like with the blob games, they're very cute and friendly, and I think the whole team was ready for that at the time, having worked on sort of more aggressive AAA games where everything looks like it has dirt on it.
Right.
I think we were, ready to have no dirt. Let's not have dirt. But then we worked on this game for a couple years, and it's like, okay, enough with the cute little stuff. Let's get some dirt back on this stuff.
Right.
Yeah, I don't know. Graham?
Yes. So the whole game came about just like our creative process is maybe a little bit weird. We just open it up to everyone in the company to pitch ideas. And we have our animator is from Mexico, and he's been in Canada. He did some schooling in Canada, and he joined us right after he graduated. And he was feeling homesick, so he came up with this idea, pitched it to the team, and we all loved it. So that's how we first started working on the game. And then also the art style. It's kind of I think of a lot of its influence from like traditional Mexican like Day of the Dead art.
Yeah.
So yeah, we're kind of drawing a lot of stuff from Mexican culture. We're mining a lot of that stuff. Like a lot of the characters in the game are based on Mexican folklore. Like these weird stories he tells us about things that some people in these small villages believe. Like these weird characters, like this guy who can transform into a goat. We're like, that's amazing. Let's put that in the game. So so you meet that guy in the game, and he's the guy who he's like your spiritual advisor, and he gives you new powers. Or this woman who's kind of like a siren. She lures men into the darkness, into the woods at night, and then kills them. She's one of the bosses in the game that you meet. So yeah, that's kind of like we're really trying to take advantage as much as we can of all these weird Mexican things that our animator grew up with.
And we're glad to have him on the team. Well, we wouldn't have done this game without him because we're constantly afraid that we're racists.
Right.
All the time. Yeah, he's basically the vet on everything. So,
You're like, is this okay? Are
Yeah,
we crossing a line?
Are we
Can
referencing tequila too much?
Can we
here?
have is a Mexican jumping bean as a boss? Is that too much? Have that be like a Navi style character that guides you around? Like, no, can't. Okay, no. We.
yeah, no.
Okay, good. That's what we thought. I mean, we weren't gonna do that.
Actually, it's like often.
Ed Boon, everybody.
Oh wow. Apparently, we rate Ed
Yes.
Boon. NetherRealm Studios is in the house. Ed, we'll get you in here in a second if you want to go and hang out in the back for a little bit.
I can tap out. I gotta get those other things.
Oh,
yeah.
all right, Jeff
Do it.
Keighley.
Thanks, guys.
We are going to say
We'll do
goodbye.
it again soon.
Absolutely,
Yes.
sir. Thank you so much for coming out. It's an absolute pleasure.
Always give my
Tons of
mic over
fun.
to Ed Boon, right
Yeah,
here.
exactly.
Wanna know?
Drops the mic. Ed Boon picks it up. I love it.
Oh, Ed Boon left you.
Ed Boon left. Now I'm short a guest. Fuck. It's all gone completely sideways. This seems like getting back to Guacamelee. This seems like a bigger scope of game than perhaps Drinkbox as it exists has made. Is that a fair assessment?
Yeah, that's true. The team has been growing. Like we've been in business for 4 years now, and the team's getting bigger, so we can actually tackle larger projects. And we also got like a large government grant, or actually a loan to make the game. So the budget for the game can be a lot higher because of that. So yeah.
Very
I
cool.
gotta say, for people who haven't seen it, these guys were next to us at PAX East this last time.
Yeah.
Next to Skulls and Mutant Blobs Attacks Space Tales, the longest name in the universe. It's kind of like my favorite Vita game. It's one of my best games of the year last year. I was kinda
And
gushing
again,
with
I
this
really love the PS3 game, but I will be honest.
game. No, the Vita one
J-
I think is like considerably better. Like I really, really love that game, and
I'm with you on the like I can never get the name just right. I know about a
Tales
blob.
from Space Mutant Blobs
It was a
Attacks.
mistake. It was a
Yes,
mistake.
you got it.
The Tales from Space thing, like I like the idea of like this overarching brand of like we're gonna do other weird stuff in this universe, but it's like I just can't I can't keep up with it. But
point I was getting to-
Guacamelee is
yeah.
maybe one of the best names
Yeah.
for a video
So
game.
I
think the
remember
worst
the
of
first
the
time I
best,
saw it,
too.
and then I got to play it at PAX, and it's just awesome. It was one of my most looked
Ed
forward
Boon,
to
ladies
games.
and gentlemen, joining us here. So tell us about the creation of Mortal Kombat. How did that come about? What were you guys thinking?
I was in the shower. And no, that's gonna go a bad place.
Yeah, no, let's
I don't wanna
stop
rip
that
on-
now.
Yeah.
for
Speaking of
sure.
bad place, I didn't realize you guys were filming when I was hanging out over here. I hope I wasn't picking my nose or something.
I tried
the
to get her
cameras
to take
blend
the
in. It's
balls
kind of
out.
dark.
I
And I think it was probably just crotch.
Jake, take your nuts out right now. Just please, for God's sakes, just do that.
Put your
Yeah,
pants
that
on.
could have been a
man.
lot worse. So
Yes, but I will say Guacamelee, one of the best names for a game in recent memory for me.
And that was made up by the Mexican guy on our team.
Fantastic.
Yeah, which doesn't make any sense.
Which totally
Proves you're not
Guys,
racist.
in-
yeah,
Indispensable.
legitimizes that completely. Totally fine now.
If I do that, I'm a racist. You?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Well, you're from Chicago. You're a racist.
Well, very,
It's
a very
it's not
particular
a,
kind of racist.
It's not a if-then statement. For if something happens, then I'm a racist. It's sorry.
Yeah, I suppose that's true, but let's not detract from the fact that they have an authentic Mexican person naming their game.
Authentic.
Well, hold on. We gotta qualify that. If you're in Toronto and you're Mexican, you can't be that authentic.
You say you can't be that Mexican if you're.
There's no such thing as authentic Mexican in Toronto. I'm just gonna call. We got Toronto posse right here, so I'm gonna call that out. I'm sorry, just flagging that.
Are we being outnumbered by Canadians? Is that what's happening here now?
It seems that way. We're an even. We're an even 3-on-3 at the moment. No, actually, we're 4-on-3. We got them up.
Well, I'm
there.
just the
need one
spectator. I'm
more.
just here just to count it in. So go for it here. We will have a proper guacamole in this room in a second.
No one has introduced Nathan actually. So Nathan, why don't you
Nathan, introduce yourself, please.
I'm Nathan from Cappy.
Nathan,
How's that?
Excellent. How you doing, sir?
I'm doing well. I just like, shimmied
you
my
did.
way in.
You just went and you saw a power vacuum and
Well,
you took advantage
I figured when Jeff left, there was a microphone sitting down, so
Yeah.
I'm just gonna shimmy on in.
How you doing, sir?
I'm doing wonderful. I actually just flew in from Europe today, so I'm fucking
Goodness.
jet lagged to shit.
Yeah,
No
that's how we like 'em.
I don't even know where.
Tell
I
us all
am.
your trade secrets. What's going on?
Yeah, all these people are terrible.
Yeah, who do you fucking really hate? Let's just get into
I
it.
hate everybody.
Perfect. Then you
That's-
belong in the games business.
That's the I love everybody, especially all of the people who distribute our games.
I'm blanking right on this very moment. What are you guys working on right now?
Well, we got Sorcery Japan with this mother funster over here.
Ah, yes.
That's one of our that's one of the things that excites me the most, both
Okay.
like game wise and sexually. Is like
It's just John Riccardi.
yeah. No, is the 8.
I didn't notice it when you slid in, but you're stiff right now. This
I
is
am.
amazing.
I'm covering it up by crossing my legs. It's hiding.
It's that warm Jeff Keighley spot. That's
Yeah,
what
it
does
is.
it.
It actually
And that's
is
not
kind of-
the PlayStation sorcery. That's the originally on iOS
Yeah,
Sword and Sorcery.
and Sorcery. Super Brothers Sword and Sorcery. I say sorcery because it takes a long time to say everything else. But we love the guys from 8-4. Had a chance to do something cool and bring for the first time ever, bring one of our games like correct.
So you guys are reverse. You're doing the opposite of what you normally do.
Right. Yeah, we're getting into doing stuff. We're trying to bring the Western games to Japan. This is like kind of an experiment for us. In traditionally Japan has not been very open to Western games, as most people probably know. They're just
Sure.
Xbox is like nothing there. People don't even know it exists almost. But
Yeah, but right now the PSP is like the top selling system. So
it is because of Monster Hunter,
Yep,
basically.
continues.
But, continues, yeah. Vita's kind of suffering there the same way it is here, I think, though. It hasn't quite caught on yet.
yeah, because they got no Monster Hunter.
Pretty much true, sad to say. But yeah, we wanted to try and we've always been about, 8-4 has always been kind of about bridging the gap between the West and the East. And this is like another step in that, is trying to bring cool Western games to Japan and see if they'll stick. It's not out yet, so we don't actually know how that's going to work, but we're feeling pretty positive about it.
Either way, it's super rad though. Like, I mean, I really do think that there's kind of I think there's an opportunity for a new kind of like air quotes generation of gamer in the East that gets a chance to be to play games, whether it's on iPhone or PC or PSN, to play independent games from the West, games that like don't really have that super Western flavor of dudes getting their faces shot off or whatever. They're just really cool, unique, crisp games.
I feel like Cappy specifically, going back to Critter Crunch, to Clash of Heroes, and even to Super Time Force, that these are games that have a very, very strong Japanese feel to it. Like the art style in Critter Crunch, the art style and the kind of strategy that Clash of Heroes offered, like those.
And yet,
those strike me at, like, when I found out that, oh wait, these are made by Cappy, and Cappy is not a Japanese company, specifically for Critter Crunch.
Yeah.
I was like, because even just like the vomiting rainbows and stuff, I'm like, okay, yeah, that's clearly that came from a weirdo Japanese guy.
Some kind of crazy Japanese
That's why that has to be that way, and so it was a big surprise to me.
The amazing thing though is that like none of our games have ever come out in Japan. This Sorcery will be the first. Like, Sword and Sorcery will be the first game that we've ever.
Oh wow,
done.
I didn't even realize that.
Yeah, no, I mean we've been making games for quite a while, surprisingly, and you know a lot of
No
the
one's
early
stopped you yet.
No, and yet nothing in Japan until this kind of like wonderful collaboration of love happened, and now we're gonna.
It's wonderful.
Well, you guys are working with 8-4
Yeah,
too,
yeah.
right?
8-4 is stepping out. They translated Skulls of the Shogun into 10 languages.
Let's
and
not turn this into like an 8-4 commercial, please.
It's
it's
great, man. You guys did a kick-ass job.
Have we got a phone number we can flash up on the screen if you need a game. If you're a game developer that needs to have a game translated either to or from Japanese,
Just call Mark McDonald at or
Here's
tweet
Mark
him at
McDonald's
Mark
phone
MacD
number.
on Twitter.
No, I want phone numbers.
Give them Mark McDonald's phone number.
So they can
right
call
now.
him in Japan. Yeah, exactly. I don't even know what. It's 2013. He's playing the Wii U already. That's
the future over there.
That's what time it is in Japan.
Yeah, a lot of people have talked to us about the kind of like Japanese influence, and for us, it's just we like to make shit that reminds us of the shit we played when we grew up, and I think a lot of that is influenced by Japan, whether like it's directly, which like obviously Critter Crunch has a really direct like Miyazaki tie and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
But even with Sorcery, I think a lot of the work that Super Brothers did is very kind of influenced by that side of gaming, by Ueda, by old Zelda. That kind of stuff is very apparent in it, and you can't really. I mean, even I was in Sweden at the Nordic Game Conference talking with Phil, and Phil gave a speech about how influential Japanese games were on Fez, and it's impossible.
Oh, Phil Fish. I was
Yes.
trying to figure out who your name
Sorry,
dropping.
I was trying to like
Another Canadian. That's who.
Yeah, represent.
Figures.
We're slowly drawing up the
I'm not
number.
comfortable with this at all. I'm gonna have to trade you out for Ed Boon in a minute here. I think proper American.
He's also
we can talk about pinball
much
and shit.
better looking than I am. So.
Are you guys showing? I mean, I know Super Time Force was at the Polygon party.
Twas.
Are you guys showing on the floor anywhere?
No.
That was your chance to see it.
Yeah, that was Mike McWhorter's a real bro.
Yeah.
And he hooked it all up in like 2 days.
It
and
certainly is. Jake, you had Skulls showing there as well.
Again, Mike McWhorter hooked it up.
He's a bro.
Really?
Yep.
Damn it, I missed it. I really want to play Super Time Force. That game looks like it was designed
It's
for
on
me.
my
It
li-
basically like Contra on crack, it
Yeah.
looks to me, which is like awesome.
With the most insane like time looping rewinding mechanic that I've seen in something, like clearly very well thought out also.
It was actually made in 3 days. It started out so like Toronto has this big
You
ass
could have just
game
lied
jam.
to me,
No,
man.
I
You could have
thought-
just said like, "Yep,
I'm like the worst liar.
I got it in a dream."
Yeah.
And I woke up and I had to write it down.
Now Toronto runs this thing, the Toronto Game Jam or TO Jam, and every year it's gotten bigger. This year there's like 460 people or something like that. But last year, 3 of our guys, Ken, Mike, and Vic, who have been at Cappy since almost the very beginning, they just sat down and were like, hey, what if we make this crazy rewind mechanic? And within 3 days, they had the guts of the game done. And then we just kind of decided, shit, we should probably, actually make this game into something rad. And all of a sudden, it's one of the games that we're making.
So I kind of feel the same way about Super Time Force as I felt about Skulls of the Shogun the first time that I saw it, which was one of those moments of, hey, this looks like a game. Like, all right, let's go, ship it. Like, what are we waiting for? It seems like you've got a full visual style, you've got mechanics figured out.
Ship it, Jake.
Stuff works
Dude,
well.
people
Let's
have been-
go.
That was a mistake showing it to you so early. Because people are so. Everybody comes up to me like, I love this game. I've been
Lesson
playing it for like
learned.
4 fucking PAXs now. Like, where are you guys? And everyone's like, I saw it on Giant Bomb like a long time ago. You got to realize like that was the only part of the game that we had. That
Yeah.
what we showed you, it looked nice because
It
that was
did.
our prototype, but like that was it. There was no other level. There were no other characters.
But I mean, I've gone.
There was no nothing.
It's interesting because the smaller indie shops like this, I've seen the early versions of these huge AAA games, and they look like shit. And it's like they're not running well, and the textures aren't there, and they're crashy and they're buggy. And
Well, that's why working
all
at a
this-
smaller scale is so much fun because
Yeah.
you just start and you just start screwing around and you get a playable prototype up in no time and it's fun and then you're like you can spend effort on mechanics and stuff like that. You can't really it's like a small nimble boat compared
Yeah.
to a giant, sea liner where you just can't turn as fast. You can't change everything out as fast.
But I'm so used to like benefit of the doubt of like performance issues and just technical stability and things like that when I see stuff
think-
like Skulls or I see stuff like
I think it's the same reason why we spend so much time talking about Wii U and why we spend so much time talking about like what's coming next generation and stuff. Like it or not, like pushing polygons is a big part of the game industry.
Sure.
It sells units.
And
when
that's
it
not
comes
really
to
something
retail.
any you cats do. Drinkbox, that's not what you guys are
Poly's
about.
not-
Drink-
baby.
Like Drinkbox has some of the best programmers in the entire video game industry. They could push crazy polys if they wanted to, but instead they decide to make
my.
cool, rad little things. And
Yeah.
that's, that to me, that's kind of what what games are right now. You
Well, so-
make big crazy shit or make really awesome little shit.
As the only like non-game designer in this group of 6 right here, though, I think the thing that I see from the outside is like all these games have particularly strong art design. Like
Yeah, absolutely.
like Jake, for example, started out as a designer. Like he moved into basically wearing 15 different hats at his studio, but he started out as a designer. And I think when you have a strong art direction for your game, you can have a really small prototype demo that actually still looks really polished and cool because that it's beginning with the art in mind, and I think that's what
It's like a proof of concept of that.
Yeah.
Yeah,
But
it's just a painting in motion. I mean,
there's
it's
a
all jerry-rigged and hacked in. And
There's a flip side to that too, though, is that like we have way more shit riding on this than somebody who has like a publisher fund like or is owned by a publisher. They can put out a kind of choppy, kind of ugly demo for a game because everybody knows that it's coming from
they've got
publisher
their
X.
money, it's going to happen.
They
it
won't
doesn't
ship
matter.
it until it's done. For us, like when we show stuff, if people
Sure.
don't like it right away, fucked.
Yeah.
And everybody knows that. I mean, and I like that kind of pressure. I think that's like the best possible pressure you can have. Show
gotta make
something
a good
cool.
first impression.
Yeah, make people like it right off the bat, or make something different. I mean, that's how we live or die. And I think that kind of like separation between making giant big stuff where everybody just kind of says, okay, whatever, like it's Assassin's Creed or it's whatever, insert mega game X. It's going to look awesome eventually because they all have before it, because it's the 17th iteration of that game. Everybody knows they're going to look cool, but do people know that Super Time Force is going to look cool? Not until they see it.
Until they look at it
Yep.
with their eyeballs.
Yep.
And then they know.
Yep.
Yes, it will.
Specifically with their eyeballs.
Exactly. What's the best way to
It's a
see
good way to
I
look.
find.
Yeah.
Usually, that's how I do it. Not,
I've never thought of
go-to
that.
method. Sure.
yeah, that's how I do it. I'm not saying that's how you guys have to do it, man. I'm
Quit
not
trying
gonna,
to force your ways on
No,
us.
listen. I know in indies they don't like that.
Fucking
I'm not
Americans, man.
It's exactly. On that note, we're gonna take this segment to a close here and take a quick 15-minute break and get a little more fresh blood in here. Real quick before I do that, though, I want to hear if you guys have seen anything on the show floor that specifically has caught your attention. Nathan,
I just got here.
you literally just got here.
Yeah,
I love it.
I
Came
was
straight
in
here?
Spain. I was in Spain, and now I'm here.
What was in Spain?
Me and my wife.
Spanish people.
Yes.
Is the right answer.
Tons of
Authentic
disgust-
Spanish people.
Right. Not Toronto Mexican people. Drink box.
Nice try.
I'm making this game Topacopolis. Oh, I couldn't even do it.
Tapas
Dave.
Apocalypse.
Yep. Tapas Apocalypse.
I like it.
I'll workshop it. We'll get there.
Close.
Dave Lang.
I've been kind of locked at the Microsoft booth, but I saw Mark of the Ninja.
Yeah.
That's
Cool.
that's
Love them
full all,
clay
that's
guys.
all the way
That's
rad.
pretty
Yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
I would have to agree with that.
Jake. Yeah. Mark of the Ninja.
Mark of the Ninja, that platinum game you guys were talking about?
Yeah, the P100.
That's the one I was gonna bring up. Yeah,
Like,
it's
what
pretty
the hell
cool.
Where'd that come from?
Yeah.
Beautiful Pikmin is what
Yeah,
it is
it's
basically.
crazy. That and there's a buddy that I used to work with when I was at Sega in Tokyo. He was one of the head guys at UGA. He left Q recently, started up his own startup, and they have a PSP Vita title on display in the Sony booth. And I'm gonna fuck up the name. And
I forgot the name too, but Xe is putting it out. It's like some
Organic
music
Rhythm
game,
or Organa
Q-
Rhythm
Yeah, I
Organ.
think it's
I-
Orgarhythm.
What
I
is it?
couldn't even
I
read
think
it.
it's Orgarhythm.
There you go.
Orgarhythm, yes. So he
It's
gave me a demo
Orgasm.
today, and it's cool. It's kind of like Loco Roco meets like Tower Defense meets Pixel Junk Monsters. It's like Pixel Junk Monsters meets Loco Roco.
All right.
It's really weird. It's like music-based strategy, which I gotta say is a fresh mix. But it was impressive. I thought that was pretty cool.
Very cool. And John.
I mean, I really enjoyed Kamiya's game. What is it? P100?
Yeah.
I guess it's
P100
called.
on
Yeah,
the
it was pretty cool. it was actually very unique and very unlike anything he's done before. Like, it's not the game I expected to come from that guy the next game. That was really cool. I had a good time with some of the Wii U demos too. I mean, the Nintendo Land, they did a really horrible job of showing that off yesterday at the conference, but actually playing it, it was pretty fun. Some of those games were really cool, and they had another game called Game & Wario, which is like another set of mini games.
I do want to go check that out. And again, and continued to be baffled at that game not getting a single mention during the press conference.
Yeah, it seems to be the evolution of like the old WarioWare games or whatever,
Yeah.
like a bunch of really cool, wacky mini games, and it was actually fun. So
For sure.
Yeah.
Graham, Chris, I imagine you guys have been tethered to demo stations.
Yeah, we're pretty locked in the booth. I'm just basically staring at the Sony video all day. I will say that because I couldn't watch the presser, but this video of Beyond keeps coming on, and I don't know what it is, but I know that it stars Ellen Page as an actress in a video game where she's threatening to kill everyone. I don't know. That just seems kind of interesting.
That at least captured your attention, even if you're not sure. Like, I want to play it. I'm like, I need to know more, I guess.
This deserves to be made.
Yeah.
You have to wonder how the Naughty Dog guys felt with their character who looks like Ellen Page, and then these guys who actually got
more
Ellen.
like it too. They
Right.
changed it.
I mean, I wonder if like either one of them must have been like really pissed.
My
when
friend
they found
Bruce
out
is
the
the
other one
director
was
of
doing
that, and
the
I was
thing.
like, dude, like you can't just do that. You gotta,
Right.
you gotta do something about that, man. And they did. They changed it. But that being said, also Last of Us, that demo was pretty stunning. That was pretty wicked, man. It's like a kind of the evolution, I feel, of action games. Like they're doing some cool stuff in there, and it was very, I hate to say it, but visceral, man. It was really visceral.
Yeah, that looked really hot.
Yeah,
I would be
intelligent.
I would be a bad Torontonian if I didn't shout out Dyad as well. Our buddy Sean McGrath. Everybody should probably buy it and also buy like 4 hits of acid and sit in their
They should
apartment
just
with the
ship 'em
lights on.
together.
Do you know where in Toronto can I get that?
Like
Hypothetically.
or like
Drop by our office.
Any
Rest
corner
it for a
convenience
friend.
store, of course.
Drinkbox and Cappy, we're nicely downtown Toronto. Sean, he's like way the fuck up north, so
Yeah.
that's where you get the bad acid.
Okay, got it.
That causes Dyad to be made.
What are the stickers of acid like in Toronto? Are they like Superman labels?
The ones where Dyad is made is like stuff that you peel off the ground.
Nice.
Like somebody stepped on it a couple times. A dog
Toronto,
might have pissed
here I
on
come.
it.
Wonder if they have that in that new Paper Mario sticker shock or whatever it's called. Those stickers.
Dude,
probably aren't in there.
both that and Luigi's Mansion have the worst subtitles.
Yes, I actually tweeted about that the other day. I feel like they're running out of subtitles or something because they're not exciting anymore. It's like, I don't even remember. Was it Sticker Shock or Sticker Shop or Sticker something?
Did you just imply that subtitles were
Sticker Star?
exciting?
But
Sticker Star.
But they're not even like trying to do the like. Well, we got to make it like first word start with a D, second word start with an S. Like at least there was a convention there.
Right.
This
But you
is
know what?
just
That's
like-
sad because they look like really legitimately awesome
Absolutely.
games, and
There's-
but then when they throw that kind of half-ass subtitle on it, you're almost led to believe that it's not. Like maybe this is just some
Can we
lame
just stop
spin-off
with
or whatever.
subtitles?
I agree. I thought
It's
like
just-
when they first showed Beyond.
And this is coming from a like we've done the subtitle
Sure.
thing. I wanted.
You've done done pre-script, postscripts
yeah,
on
we've
titles.
done double.
The whole
We've
thing.
added letters at the end, but let's quit with
Like
with the,
Beyond, when that was first kind of revealed as being like this is what Quantic Dream is working on now, it was just being called Beyond. I'm like that's a really
love
great
it.
striking name, but then suddenly it was Beyond, and I've
Something-
already
Two-
forgot.
Two Souls
we
or
mentioned
something?
it earlier. Two Souls.
Dual Souls.
Already forgot it. Because that's how bad it is and how just
Come
forgettable.
on,
But
people.
Beyond, like that's a great name.
Yeah.
It's striking. It's it's evocative of kind of.
It's not as good as Guacamole, but
It's not as good as Guacamole. I will give you that.
And I'm pretty sure an
Guacamole
authentic
needs to
Mexican
be,
didn't
you know,
name
up
it.
for some sort
But
of
you know,
award for that.
now that Wii U is out, get ready for a whole new generation
yeah.
of like what is it, Universe and Ultimate and you know whatever.
Yep.
There was a couple today. I already forgot them, but it's gonna be you this, you that, you.
Unibrow.
All right, well, we're going to take a break. We're going to get a little bit of fresh blood. Chris and Graham, thank you guys for coming
Ryan.
by.
Thanks a lot.
Dave Ling, you don't get to go anywhere because the rest of your
Sucker.
chucklehead friends just showed up, so we get to watch them make fun of you for the rest
Awesome.
next
I
hour
look
here.
forward to
So
it. Can I go potty first?
you can. We're going to take a quick 15-minute break here from the stream. Stick around. We're going to be back. We're going to have more guests. Ed Boon is in the house. John Vignacchi's here. Adam Boyes from Sony is here. Rocco from Mega 64 is waiting in the wings. We're going to have some fun, and we will be back in a bit, so stay tuned. Oh, yeah. And we're back here with a fresh group of guests during Giant Bomb's E3 2012 Day 2 After Hours show live. Yeah, let's go with that. Why not? Adam Boyes.
Hello.
President, CEO of Sony Computer Entertainment, here with us today. Adam, how the hell are you?
I'm doing well.
You're
brother.
looking far less businessy than the last time that I saw you, which was right before the Sony press conference.
I was running around, yes, all sort of suited and
You were,
sports
yeah,
jacket up.
absolutely.
Yeah.
Looking
So-
more professional than I ever saw you when you were with Beefy. So.
Yeah, a lot different than last year. when
Yeah.
It was kind of in a cardboard box there.
Yeah.
Renting, I think we rented a shack about 300 miles away from the conference center. So
Sure.
a lot different this year.
Well, as you can tell, getting space downtown is a
This
challenge.
is, I
and
can't, upgrade? Can we call this an upgrade? Side
No.
grade?
No, it's closer.
I
than-
think we saw the murder scene in the back. It was
yeah, it's something.
rug.
It's
It's
something
like Prison
special.
Break.
Yeah, you don't want to look under that rug.
I-
John Vignacchi, Disney Interactive.
Hey, man.
How's it going, man?
Good.
Also looking sharp.
Thank you. This is my. I was laughing. This is my my Jonah Hill get him to the Greek look.
It's
So,
a good look.
Like
the
yeah.
only man with a tie at E3.
That's yeah. I had the Gearbox guys were making fun of me. Actually, I was at the Verge
Was
party.
your feelings really, really hurt?
Well, no, it was just kind of bullshit. They were like, and like I saw you there. I mean, we were sweating to the oldies. It was really hot.
Oh,
and
yeah,
then I was
goddamn,
like,
yeah.
why are you wearing a tie? And I was like, dress for success.
I'll tell you this. I haven't done it yet. I'm gonna do it tomorrow. I've decided. Just you've given me the inspiration. I brought a bunch of like dress shirts and ties and shit with me. Just I thought like just blow everyone's minds. Just show up one day all to the nines. So
got
Pants.
got
With
that
pants.
CBSI money now,
with
son.
long pants. As you can see, the CBSI money. This is what it hath wrought.
I was back there. There's a roach from a joint back there.
Oh, that does not surprise me.
It's probably one of you guys, but
No, that's we've barely been here enough to do these shows. That's the difference between this and the house is that we're not staying here.
Right.
So that's
Who is in that bed? Because that is.
We're not going to talk about that,
Yeah.
Adam. Yeah. Ed Boon from NetherRealms is also here.
Glad to be here. Thanks for inviting me.
Pleasure to have you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Injustice looking real good here at the show.
Yeah.
This
Justice,
year.
yeah.
Another fine Marvel property from Disney Interactive.
Well, it's looks, it's not. I mean, it would be as I'm sure everybody knows. But
And
looks great.
I've left Dave laying on the couch over here on this side just because since we're gonna have Johnny and Adam here, if we're gonna talk shit, then can't
do it right.
We might as well do it right. But if we're gonna talk news, then we might as well also have Stephen Totillo from Kotaku here, editor in chief.
News? I'm having flashbacks to Win, Lose, or Draw.
Okay.
Do you remember that?
Yeah.
Remember that game show?
Sure.
This was the setup, right?
Who was the host?
Who was the host?
Who was
Howie
the,
Mandel.
who was the host of Win, Lose, or Draw? Give us a call.
We just need an easel over there.
Put it in the chat. we don't have also any like whiteboards or what it was like butcher paper or something they were just flipping over, right?
Yeah,
Just,
I think so. We could write on these walls. You got some Rothkos on the walls. I don't know if people can see that. That's fancy.
oh yeah, no, we went. You know, we wanted to have the atmosphere here, but not just be garish about it and put it on the walls where the cameras
I
can
like
actually
it.
see them. So
I like it.
Stephen, thank you for coming.
You're welcome.
And making some time for us, and of course Rocco from Mega 64.
Yeah,
with Eric from Mega 64 just hiding right behind you.
Oh yeah, he's don't even call attention to that happening.
I apologize for that.
Totally doesn't look shady.
Doesn't.
Congratulations for 2 for 2 years on the Konami press conference of having
thank you.
the most interesting thing on the Konami press conference.
Oh wow, that's a title. Thank you.
What's that?
You didn't like Pro Evolution?
Well, I'll tell you, like the beauty of the Konami press conference this year, their little pre-E3 show was that since everyone knew beforehand that it was going to be pre-recorded, I could just go ahead and skip through it. So it was just like, oh, okay, you're going to talk about soccer now. Well, I'm just going to go ahead and drag ahead because I could not give less shits about that.
That you skipped through the hologram of the, was it the president?
Oh no, I definitely did not skip through that.
Okay,
when the
that would have been a
hologram showed
crime.
up, yeah,
yeah,
no.
you can't do that.
And that was also when I was confirmed of like, oh, okay, this definitely isn't live because I know Konami can't produce holograms in real time.
Don't be so sure. I've seen things.
Oh yeah, it's
yeah.
trade secrets. Let's go.
Believe it.
This is the time. Rocco, how you doing? How's your show?
Good. Listen, before we go live, Steven, every time I log onto the site, I got to click blog view.
No,
every
don't.
No.
Don't.
Well, just every time I go.
To hell with blog view.
Is that a cookie? No, is that a cookie? Just before we go
doing it
live.
wrong.
Just write it out.
It's wrong.
So, Steven Totella, what is the right way to appreciate Kotaku then? Obviously, there is.
Of course, the new, not even the new layout anymore. It's the real one true layout.
Then why do you have another layout?
I don't know. That's a great
Before we go
question.
live,
Why do we have that?
Before we go live, we'll write out
Why do we have
that?
Yeah,
going? Are we going?
No,
it's
Hi.
Oh, this is live.
No, that's fine.
Yeah.
So Mega64 .com is
Isn't it
the webpage.
blog.mega64.com?
We do
you
blog.
have a blog view? Is there a blog
You
view?
hit more, goes down. You can look at our updates back to March. We had a horrible server accident, but we do go back to March. Lots of updates.
Just news previews.
Yeah, but we don't really back anything up. So I mean, there's like maybe 2 weeks of updates. That's it.
That's good enough.
That's it. I don't know how Kotaku does it.
Who follows any further back than that?
Exactly. Yeah, because this is in internet time. A week is like 10 years.
Yeah.
Because if we don't post a video for a week, it's like we're gone.
Might as well be.
It's the worst. It's the worst ever. We can't take a break ever. I've never had a vacation. It's horrible.
So what do you do at E3, man?
I don't know. I got to film something. I haven't figured that out yet.
Well, here it is. We're checking it off. You're filming something right now.
Okay, I'll upload
So,
this. I'm gonna rip this off their thing.
Yeah, fine. That's great. Let's,
Perfect.
I don't know,
This worked out so good.
Figure out some way to turn you into a video game character. And
Beautiful.
Shenanigans.
So good.
We'll dress you up as I don't know, the Ellen Page and have you go over to the strip club.
Yeah, I've already
and-
done that though. Juno came out and we did a whole bit. No one sent that to no.
No, sorry, missed it.
Before we go live, we got to figure
Yeah,
all this out.
yeah. I expected bullet points from an organization like Mega 64.
I don't know. We've never listed anything out or written anything on paper. Yeah.
Don't actually know how to.
No, we don't. We really actually don't write anything. We just kind of turn on the camera and do stuff. That wasn't a joke.
You dictate all your emails.
Yes. We'll have that iPhone thing now. So I'll just
Okay.
do that. I'm like in bed, just, yeah, I'll meet you tomorrow.
Well, that explains what the last email I got from you was just penis, 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 penis.
Yeah. But that's just how I talk.
Okay, fair
Yeah.
enough.
I don't know.
Adam Boys.
Yes, sir.
Got you here in first chair.
I am here.
Closest position. I can just look right at you.
We can.
How's Sony, man?
Good.
Yeah.
Good. First
No,
6
it wasn't going to be bad.
6 weeks in.
Oh my God! It's
Wow.
the worst.
6
Jack
weeks.
Tretton. Let me tell you a thing or two. No.
Yeah, 6 weeks in, it's been. Transitioning from running the own company at Beefy to doing this has definitely been a lot of culture shock.
I couldn't imagine a harder swing, man, because you were like
Culture
working
shock.
out of your damn house with Beefy, just
Yep.
being as seat of the pants as one can be. In game development, and then you're running third-party relations now for Sony.
Yeah.
That's a big deal.
It's different. It's definitely different. Yeah, I
So-
mean,
so
even
what is-
going to the press conference and going through that experience and people texting me like, how do I get in? And where's the party this year? I'm like, there isn't one.
Yeah.
They're like, why are you lying about the party? I'm like, there isn't.
By the way,
one.
these are all my texts.
No, trust me. It's like a beacon goes out, right? LinkedIn updates, and they're like, you're at Sony? Could I get 5? I'm +5 for the party. Like,
there hasn't been a Sony party in like
2006 or 2007.
5
years.
I
think
years.
the last one actually, we were all there together. And
we all worked
we're all
together
at Midway.
time.
Right. So Midway still existed for,
and then
for your
people are
timeline.
like, okay, yeah, I get it. You're not allowed to give out tickets. You could just tell me that you're not allowed to give out tickets. I'm like, there's no. They're like, sure.
You don't have to be a dick
Sure.
about it. Come on,
Those
feed
parties
me
were
the
awesome,
line.
though. I mean, there were like midgets there and stuff. I
There
mean,
was wrestling.
those were good
wrestling.
parties. I mean,
And the bags that you would get, right? You would always get the.
I got 10 pieces of
I
luggage.
know,
from
rollies.
I
Yeah,
literally still use the rolling bag that they gave at the last Sony party as my primary travel luggage.
I use that one in the cafe.
The zipper's now starting to go on it. I fucking have no idea what I'm gonna do now.
So
no one
here-
gives out luggage anymore.
so
I don't know
here's
how
the
to
thing.
buy luggage. I'm a 33-year-old man. I have no fucking idea how to buy luggage. It's just like get it from Sony and then go back to events where Sony is.
Go into the luggage store.
Is that a place? Is that a place?
Yes.
Are there one of those? Just give us a
Dave
call.
Lang.
Let me know where I buy luggage.
Yeah. Dave Lang buys it from the luggage store. It's smart. No, so the crazy thing is, like 5 months before I got the job, my same rollie,
Yeah.
the zipper came off, and I was like, mother of what am I going to do? And I threw it away, and there was like a ceremony moment. I was like, really, are you sure you want to? We could put a paper clip. I'm like, no. So my second day,
Yeah.
into my office, they're like, here, welcoming gift, and it's a brand new version.
Is it that same one?
No. The same exact
Oh, that's awesome!
and then the next day, there's like a cat bag, the same cat bag, and I'm like, this is amazing.
Adam,
Where are these?
I need another one
I
of those
know.
rolling bags.
I need to find the warehouse.
Fucking hook
That's
me
like-
up, man.
so
there's
that's
like-
why you took the job.
I just need to replenish. So
I'm +5 on the luggage, man.
yeah, luggagestore.playstation.com. I think
that
you
was-
can find it on PSN.
That was actually the problem with those bags, though. Jeff had his stolen, is that people could see like the PlayStation logo on it and go like, "Well, that's something
must be
fucking
something
cool's
in
got to
there."
be in there. I'm
Right.
gonna."
And
snag
then like
that
dirty
up."
laundry. What?
Or you were going to game if you're flying into town for E3 or other game events, you'd be standing at pickup and you'd see like 4 other of that bag. It's definitely diminished over the years, but like fresh after that party, you'd be waiting there at the carousel and it's like, oh wait, that's not mine. That's someone else's of that exact same bag.
Did any of you have the backpack shaped like a GameCube?
No.
This was my. This is
Yeah,
how
I
was-
actually did.
You had
I
one
bought
of those,
it
right?
off eBay, though.
That was my introduction.
I wasn't. Shut up. I wasn't cool enough to be there. To get
I
it,
never
but-
went to the Nintendo parties because they were always friggin' boring. I always heard they were just like the most
This
mind-numbing, boring things.
Wasn't even a party.
Oh.
It was my first E3 I think was 2001 maybe, and my introduction to E3 was the fact that they gave you these ridiculous backpacks for each E3. So I went to the Microsoft, the Sony, and the Nintendo, and by the end of it, maybe they were all on the same day. I can't remember, but I feel like I just remember myself standing on a curb somewhere with 3 backpacks and my luggage because I had landed and gone straight to the press events, and then of course. People probably like John came up to me saying, "Can we buy your Nintendo GameCube backpack off you?"
Has anyone offered to buy or has anyone had someone come up to them to offer to buy their E3 passes this year?
No.
I
I don't wear it everywhere.
There's
so
a lot of friends in the industry. They're like, "Hey, can you last minute pass? Can you get me one?" I'm like, "You guys realize that if you sign up earlier than 4 months in advance, they're free." And all these guys are like, "No, like they're $1,000 right now." I'm like, "Just how about next year? You know you're going. You've been working games for a dozen years.
Yeah.
Always
Plan
sign
ahead.
up for everything always when it's free, and then you don't have to worry about it."
Yeah, it's not hard to get in. I met a guy on Sunday at the convention center. He was so nervous. He recognized me. It's awkward. I stand next to really talented game developers, and people don't recognize the developers, but they recognize me. That's kind of weird.
That reminds me. I'm going to interrupt you
Yeah.
just momentarily.
Yeah.
I want to share after this my favorite, best, most excellent E3 experience that I had today.
Okay.
That
I
falls
saw
in
the
line
tweet.
with
I
it.
saw the tweet.
Oh my God, it was so good. I'm so excited.
Well, before we get to the greatest story ever.
Yeah,
I'll just
sorry,
tell
just
my-
finish shitting it.
before
Go
that.
back
Just
shitting
a little
out.
old me.
Because my crappy story. Okay, so this guy was so. And that's the story. So this guy was he was in a Yoshi T-shirt, and
Yeah,
he
okay.
was so nervous.
I can already smell him.
Sweating.
He was so nervous that he came up to me and couldn't. I said, he said, hi, are you Stephen Tiller from Kotaku? Yes, I am. What's your name? He couldn't he couldn't remember his name. Couldn't conjure his name.
Wario! I don't know!
he had a Zelda themed 3DS with him, and I said, oh, so what are you here for? And are you a reporter? And he said, no, I work in retail. And he said, I'm here. I'm like, what are you here for? Well, to see what is worth buying. And I'm like, come on, you're not really here to see what's worth buying. He's like, no, actually, there's an achievement on the 3DS for getting 9,999 street passes, and that is what he's here for.
Wow.
So why was he
Patrick,
nervous
I think
again?
our commitment to street passing has been absolutely challenged.
Putting in the effort.
No,
he's
not at
only
all.
up to 1,500, if that makes you feel any better.
I was going to say 9,999. That's.
Are you guys over 1,500?
No.
900.
I don't even know off the top
It
of my
drives
head.
me nuts because it can only do 10 at a time. Like,
Fine.
like that's the thing.
I can't do that during
Clearing it
E3. I can't like during PAX. There's enough time
Right.
where it's like I can just hang out somewhere and just grind through some street passing. But
Vinyaki, what does your street passing thing say right now? What does it say?
It says the same thing it said before.
Fuck.
Jerk. It
Which one is
says because it has a limited amount of characters, so it says whatever. Dave, I can't believe you made me tell the story. It says
he
where
didn't make you. You were volunteering this.
No, he
information.
brought it up. Like, what am I gonna say? Like, I'm not gonna tell that story. It says where the lady's at, but it has the female symbol. So it's like.
And then did you use like a little the at sign for at or?
No. Yeah. Well, it's just like, and then my me has like I've made the sunglasses so they're up on his forehead. Like
Yeah.
How
How you do?
Like how I do. And yeah, so there's that terrible story. Thank you. Here all night.
Are we gonna hear the greatest story of all time now?
Yeah, I'm gonna keep teasing it. I think a little bit. We're smelling booths at E3 this year. I want to get people's opinions. I'm gonna say Ubisoft is where I have encountered the most bracing smells
Because of the dance games?
of the show. I'm not sure
Is that
why.
the deal?
Maybe it's either that or the Europeanness. I can't decide one way or the other.
Well,
you think it's dancing Europeans? That's the problem. Okay.
Well, on the subject, you know what? You brought up the Yoshi shirt before, and that reminded me. On the subject, we could combine these on shirts and smells. I just want to, now that we got like a public forum here, I want to go ahead and use it. Okay.
Soapbox it, man.
I will right now. I still see at events. Okay, we got to retire the Sonic 2 launch shirt. The white shirt with he's holding up we got that's done, right? Like we got to like curb that now. I still see that at every convention I go to, at least once. The 92 launch Sonic shirt, you're wearing that?
Who's still alive that's doing that?
I don't know.
Well, here's
see
the thing:
this
is
everywhere. Is it just me?
No, well, the thing is, like, I'm seeing those, but no.
It's a nightmare I think you're having.
Maybe.
No,
I don't know.
I'm going to say, Rocco, I have seen several of those during the
Okay.
show, but I don't believe those to be like original launch shirts. I think that's like going to Hot Topic and
Replications?
getting like
Oh, really?
It's the throwback. It's because kids that were born in 1992 are now old enough that it's like here, it's a it's a thing.
Really?
It's this throwback thing.
I don't know. They
So-
look stained and just
Probably the same jackass that would eBay a GameCube bag.
Yeah,
so-
maybe.
So
maybe.
if you had to call a moratorium on those shirts or on
Yes.
Sonic Games, which would you call a moratorium?
or on Sonic Games.
Yeah, Sonic Games or the Sonic shirt. You can remove
The shirt
one.
smells so much worse
Okay.
than the games.
Ah.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to go shirt.
Okay.
I do see that shirt. We do Comic Con every year. I see that shirt at least once at our booth every show.
Yeah, I think those have to be replicas of some kind. So.
I hope. I don't know. That's it. Well,
Any other thoughts, Smelly's booth? Anyone been around?
Yeah, no, but like, because the LA Kings game is happening downtown. or
Happened.
Happened.
Also,
now.
I'd like to say congratulations to LA for not burning itself to the ground tonight. I'm
yeah.
very thrilled about that.
Yeah, I mean,
Salud.
so like, not necessarily Smelly's booth, but like, there are cops on horses everywhere around all
Yeah,
the hotels.
yeah.
And they're just shitting everywhere.
Yeah.
And so it's like,
I got some of that.
How do you know those are
like,
the
I
horses?
can't walk and text without like, oh, like grenade, limb. You know, it's everywhere. So that's a shame.
yeah.
Do we know?
Rain.
Mark Rain. Oh, Rain.
You know, like the force of nature. Yeah.
I had
And-
a
and
great,
Mark Rain, and
I
Mark
had a great Mark Rain dream the other day, by the way. Yeah, no, not like that, not like that. It was that I was working in Kismet, and kind of like, remember Clippy, like the little thing that would pop up with Microsoft Word. So in my dream, it was Mark Rain's head.
Whoa.
And it was like, you're doing that wrong, and I was like, and then I woke up, I was like, whoa. But I think that would be really cool.
That's a good segue into the best story of all time.
Yeah, sorry.
All right, so it was just for me a big E3 win. I was walking down one of the aisles in West Hall and just going to or from an appointment, and a guy stops me and says, "Hey, Giant Bomb, big fan." I'm like, "Oh, thank you, I appreciate it. Always nice to hear that for sure." He's like, "Hey, can I get a picture?" I'm like, "Yeah, fine, that'd be great." He's by himself though. He's got a nice big DSLR camera on him, and he's like looking around for someone to take our picture, right? And we're near enough to the Namco booth that there's a couple of girls from Star Trek that are the booth babes that are wearing like the classic Star Trek, like the short skirt, like the uniform. And he stops them and he says, "Hey, could you take a picture for me?" And there was this great moment of confusion when they assumed, like, "Oh, okay, you want to take a picture with us?" Like, no, I want you guys to take a picture of me and this other dude. And so, like, one of the girls, like, "Yeah, I guess, sure, fine," and takes the picture, and the other one's just kind of standing there. And I just felt like, yes, for the first time, someone who is, the booth babes are having the roles reversed on them.
You were the booth babe.
I was the arm candy. I was the one that the guy was like super excited to get the picture with, doing the hover hand and everything. It was.
Did he? Did you get some content?
It was perfect. I touch everyone, Stephen. I touch
Not me.
everyone. I touched you earlier.
The hover hand?
Yeah. That's right, you did.
I did.
About hover hands?
What's that?
Yeah.
Hover hand is when you're taking a picture and it's like you're doing the thing where you're putting an arm over, but you're afraid to actually touch them because it's a lady. So you do the hover hand where it's like, yeah, we're totally hanging out here, but I'm just barely not touching you. So that's the hover hand. But that's a good transition for talking to Ed Boon some more since he piped up and I realized that our time is limited here, not because of hover hands, just because you told
No,
me.
not yeah, I actually apologize.
So for those of you at home that can't see this, the door to the street is just open.
Oh.
And we've had about 5 or 6 rando wanderers coming in and be like, "Yo, what was the last guy? Who did you ask for?"
Alfonso.
He's like, "Yo, is Alfonso here?" And then dude's like,
He's in the back.
and that guy, Patrick, was like trying to convince you to let him, like, you guys must have stuff in there.
That guy wanted
Like food.
I'm here to meet Alfonso.
Oh.
We're cool.
Yeah.
Okay.
Anyway, it's amazing. This is a perfect sight line.
Patrick, thank you for taking care of that. That was, this is the third night that we've done this. That was the first time that we've actually had anyone try to come in here. So I'm glad that we've gotten past that hump now. Everyone who needs to be here is here now, so we can lock that door. Lock you guys in.
I have a question for Ed Boon.
Go, please.
Answer this question.
Do it.
So Ed.
Yes.
The Lego Batman people. When I saw them a couple of weeks ago, they were telling me they had all these superheroes that are going to be in the game.
Sure.
And they said they had Green Lantern. They said they had the Flash. And then I asked them about Hawkman.
About Hawkman?
And they said, we can't talk about Hawkman. And I'm wondering, what's the deal with Hawkman? You work with DCs. Does Hawkman have like his own people? And
Hawkman has separate PR. Yeah, absolutely.
Do you know anything about that?
Where's Hawkman, Ed?
I think DC actually sublicensed to Marvel, so now it's a Johnny V question.
Hard hitting questions from Steven Totillo. Where is Hawkman?
No, it's not even where is Hawkman. It's like, why does Hawkman get special treatment? Is
Yeah.
what I want to know, because he's kind of like all he can do is fly.
I want to say Hawkman. I'm gonna pull,
Yeah, good thing Ed works in licensing. I'm sure.
I'm gonna dig deep here. I'm gonna say I think Hawkman might have started as not a DC character. He might have been one of those like it got folded into the DC universe
I think
later.
He was.
Okay.
I'll challenge you.
Well,
Challenge.
If you're gonna challenge, you have to prove it. I can put statements out there, but if you're gonna challenge them, you can't just say I don't think so.
I got the internet in my bag over there. You want me to take the internet out of my
You
bag?
have the whole internet in your
They
bag?
get the whole thing in there, except all the stuff that got lost on the Mega 64 server.
Yeah, that was a horrible server
Did
meltdown.
you have Hawkman stuff on the servers?
Yeah, we might have. Donations are being accepted.
That's the
PayPal.
problem. Is Hawkman was on that server, so that's why they're not talking about
Yeah,
him.
that's all deleted. You can't get that back. Once the hard drive breaks, it's
No more
it.
Hawkman.
Actually, a really odd Hawkman story that I had.
I love it.
Yes!
Full circle. We got it out of him.
This is my technique. This is my technique.
And it has to do with like 4 of us here. At least there are 5 because Craig's here. So.
Oh, snap.
And
That night,
at
you're
the
gonna tell
time
about that
that
night?
Midway was kind of having all their problems and kind of looking like it was going to go away, I had coincidentally I have a big stack of comic books that I had when I was a kid, and I was just going through one of them, and I swear to God, I opened the front cover to a Justice League comic book. and it was Hawkman, like kind of like this pose, like you know. Can you swear in here?
Yeah, absolutely.
You know, he's like, fuck this place. And
Hawkman said, fuck this place.
And his balloon said, because I guess his city is called Midway City or something like that. So he said, and I swear to God, I scanned it in and I put it on Twitter and everything, and it said, risk my life to save Midway? No way.
And that's
and at that point, I said he's never going to be in a game that I work on.
So there it is. There's the Hawkman answer you were looking for.
I think what we just learned is that we all have a Hawkman story. we all have one.
Ed's just the only one secure enough to share his. So
Actually, I'm not lying. I'm going to put that picture back up. And just
I believe it. I believe it. But so again, this is not the first time that with Injustice. It's not the first time that you've worked with DC characters. Obviously, there's DC Universe versus MK.
Yeah, that was a long time ago.
So going from then to now, kind of what's been the biggest differences with dealing with, I guess maybe not even dealing with, but just approach to using those characters in a game.
Well, it's a completely new set of people that we're working with.
Yeah.
So and they're also kind of within the same kind of Warner umbrella family thing. So it's a lot more of it's a lot smoother ride and whatnot. And plus they were also big fans of like the last Mortal Kombat game we did. So they're very much like, hey, if you can do something that's fun to play with our characters, a lot more exciting about that.
Well, I guess just like sort of any different approach that you're thinking about. From obviously it's a much different thing when you're going against the MK characters versus like we're gonna make this game and focus entirely on.
Each game, like Mortal Kombat has its like set of rules and restrictions, and DC has its set of rules and right.
Yes, Johnny.
All right,
Disney,
we can't get too violent with Mortal Kombat and the
no ripping heads off.
So it's kind of like the scale of things with DC can be bigger. So like you're not going to have Scorpion throw somebody up into outer space or something like that. So we can do kind of crazy things like that. And
he did blow up the Earth. I just want to say. I just want to throw that out there.
Actually, I think that was smoke, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Wasn't it? Like
I'm not saying. I'm just saying.
Son.
I'm just saying in MK.
Challenge.
I'm just saying in MK. That's
did he?
Smoke. Yeah, no, I was saying it was smoke in Mortal Kombat.
Yes.
That was my only point.
Get with the creator of Mortal Kombat.
I wasn't challenging the Scorpion part.
Challenging. How dare you?
No, but it's been great. It's been a a big fun experience, and many years from now, John and I will have a story that we can tell related to it, but many years from now. So,
okay.
When if you're going to do this every year,
John, tell the story that Ed's talking about. Because apparently you just do it and you go, God damn it, why are you making me tell this story?
How are you going to force me to tell the story?
All I need
Stupid
is like
Ryan.
11 more beers, and then I'll.
I think that. Well, no, I don't think we have that many left, unfortunately.
Alfonso drank all of them.
Oh, damn you, Alfonso! We're gonna have Alfonso on later. We'll get to the bottom of this beer counting issue. So, how's the reaction been, Ed?
It's been great. We've it's weird. Like we coming in, I was kind of heading, giving everybody a heads up. This isn't Mortal Kombat. We don't have, Mortal Kombat had this great story of, going back to the violence, going back to 2D, going back to, the old, we had this great, just the planets were aligned. And, the response to that, a couple of years ago at E3 was like ridiculous.
Yeah.
And so, and we have the same format now. So I was kind of like saying, hey, let's not build our hopes up. But it ended up being, still every theater's packed, guys waiting out in line and stuff like that. So far it's looking great. I couldn't be happier with it.
So was that part of the motive to kind of come up with a different sort of fighting system from MK for Injustice, of wanting to further like delineate and differentiate from the MK games?
Well, it's to kind of like not just do it every single game, every single year and whatnot, as well as just kind of do something different. Our studio in general, we want to kind of expand and do more, and this is kind of like a baby step towards that direction. We're going to get a lot of hopefully, if this game does well, we get to expand even further. Whatnot.
I would love to see a NetherRealms non-fighting game. I would love to see, if you want to talk about expansion of let's take Ed Boon a little further. We've got fighting games and pinball games are the wheelhouse for sure. Obviously, there's the grid also, so there is some more variety in the playbook there. But Adam, what would you like to see the NetherRealms team tackle?
I think the grid angle would be fantastic. Seeing that again.
Yeah.
200-player multiplayer, only on PlayStation. Phenomenal. Love it.
I have a fun question for you.
Yeah, sure.
Out of all the products coming out of Warner Brothers Interactive, which character would be fun for you? And don't reveal anything, but just like which character that's coming out would
He's
be
not
cool?
you, Vidyaki.
Whatever. Which character would be cool that you'd love to see be brought into one of your games that you're working on right now?
Oh.
Like I love the chick from Lollipop
Hawkman.
Chainsaw. But yeah,
just can't lock down Hawkman. It's tough.
It's such a
like
broad,
Harry Potter.
No.
That's Harry Potter.
Harry Potter. Just wave my hand around. It's a good short.
I don't know. I guess at the moment, something like obviously everybody's into Batman's big and all that stuff, but we're kind of doing that already. We're certainly not going to do a Hawkman game like you were saying. There's like a
Steven's still over here demanding a Hawkman game.
Yeah. It's not Hawk Taku.
Not yet.
I smell a Kickstarter.
Kohaku. Special programming block. That's right.
I'm still picturing Hawkman going, "Fuck this place." Hey everybody, I'm Hawkman. Fuck this place.
Yeah, you're gonna.
Dismissive Hawkman.
I'm out of here.
Yeah, you'll see his expression. You're gonna when you think back about it, goes like, yeah, that's what he's saying.
As someone who still can't believe he has anything to do with it, I wake up every day wondering how am I even involved in the game industry. The fact that I got to sit here and hear Ed Boon give his best Hawkman story is just like I'm still overwhelmed. Like I still need
only on Giant Bomb.
That's it. This is the only place that you get it, man.
Wow.
Happy to expose you to that, Rocco.
Thank you so much.
What else is going on, Ed?
Nothing. I haven't stepped outside of our booth.
Yeah.
I think I did one an interview with GameSpot, and then walked right back to my booth. Stopped. I looked at a couple of things that and then that happens on these kind of E3s where we introduce a game. So I just hear what everybody says, what's good to look at. Get an hour somewhere and then kind of run over there, check it out. I'm hearing things.
So do you have stuff like locked in your head? Because like when you're in a booth, you can hear like the same songs and trailers playing all around you, right? So you must have like certain things.
We have. I think we have EA next to us on one side, and who's on the other side? Banging some music.
It's 2K.
Yes, 2K.
Dubstep.
Yes, exactly. Yes.
Oh yeah, the Borderlands 2 trailer, right?
Yeah. So we have next to Disney, we have like the world of it's the guys that do like World of Tanks.
World of Warplanes.
Yeah.
Wargaming.net.
So like it's fun, but like I'm having meetings and talking to people, and I'm like, and so then, and it's like I get completely muffled by like like a tank shooting, and I'm like.
I don't think I've ever heard you overpowered by any other sound ever in my entire life.
The Disney booth was the loudest thing I had ever heard in my life. Today, we were seriously. They were playing. I had not seen the Wreck-It Ralph trailer or anything. And it was playing on a monitor. I saw it way off, and I'm like, oh, we gotta go see this. Okay, so we ran up to it, and man, they are playing Brave or whatever it was so loud that we took a video of it where we are screaming at each other. I don't know, the trailer's almost over. Look, and Bison's in it. Oh! It was so. It was wow.
Yeah.
Also, you're responsible for those hats.
Why don't you wear one during the day?
Drake
hats
actually.
are cool.
So Drake text messaged me. He's like,
John Drake from Harmonix.
John Drake from Harmonix text messaged me. He's like, hey, could you get me 2 of those Oswald hats? And I was like, and because I got this damn Microsoft Windows phone, the new. I didn't have.
Attaboy.
I didn't have. Thanks, Nokia.
That's right. Wasn't that sent
where's
to
my-
you?
where's
my-
Isn't your wife in like head of development or something?
Anyway, so
For mobile. I got my Sony checkbook out here.
I had
Man, Sony checkbook sucks. It's a $10 bill.
It's a check.
Dude, that's not even a 20.
What am I supposed to make a Vita game with this? Anyway, just kidding.
They lost a lot of money last year.
I would never make a Vita game. Just kidding.
Whatever. So I didn't have Drake's number, so I got that message, and I'm like, "Who is this?" And it's like, "It's John Drake, motherfucker." Oh, I'm so sorry. Yes, of course. So cool story, bro. Anyway, take it away, Ryan.
No, you've got this, man. Keep going. I'm gonna check out my phone for a little bit here. Take care of some business.
Actually, I have to apologize, though. I unfortunately have to run, but
Okay.
I was really glad I can kind of sit out and hang out with you guys. And like I said, I know a lot of people. You know, 4 of us, we actually all worked at the same company. At the same time
That's
at one
part
point.
of why I wanted to have all you guys. And I wanted to have the
Yeah, and then Craig's
right behind you. He's going to tag in.
Yeah,
He's going to
so
steal
there
your
was
spot here in a
five
minute
of us
here.
here. It's almost like almost a midway reunion. I think
It is.
Alex Offerman's
yeah.
around stuff. You know,
Yeah,
coulda
showing
seen,
Tomb Raider.
The
Yeah.
Lara Croft moaning
Tomb Raider.
demo. Yeah.
Yeah, I had lunch with
Oh.
I had lunch
That was
with
like
Sal
pathetic.
DeVita today. He's doing good.
And Mona and Riley.
Oh yeah, I was
It's
gonna
crazy.
ask because
Yeah.
because that was one of the things that kind of happened right before, right?
Yeah,
at the
it's
start
like,
of E3 was the closure of
Yeah, THQ. I can't believe all
THQ San
I can't believe
Diego.
all the stuff that's going on around us, man. It's just a crazy time.
So Sal's doing okay.
Yeah, he's doing okay. He's meeting with people, having good conversations. He's
That's good to hear.
Saw Eugene Jarvis, really.
Oh,
yeah,
wow.
Yeah, he's doing good too. So
Is he still making crazy FMV games?
driving games. He's making,
Oh, okay.
Arcade driving games. Still,
Very
so
cool.
doing
Actually,
really-
Eugene's
really
group
good.
is working on a really cool version of Cars. It's going to be out in the arcades, so look for that.
All right.
Awesome.
Sweet
Right.
plug, man.
Ed Boone, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, thanks,
NetherRealms,
guys.
thanks for coming and making some time. Craig. Wow, that's the first guest that's gotten around. That's pretty impressive.
Knocked me down.
He did. He pushed you down.
Well, so there's an open seat here.
Yeah, Craig, you want to know? Move back over. Stop. What are you doing?
I was trying to spread out, but it's okay.
You're the one who chose to sit on the tiny couch with Adam.
I know.
I'm on the big man
We're
couch.
warming each other
That's
up
right.
here.
Yeah.
This is becoming a
Jesus.
sweatbox of waterfall of.
Craig Kuyava from
Hello.
from Business.
From business. Yes.
Do you want to explain to folks what your role is these days? I don't think we've had you on since post Microsoft days.
Well, my role used to be researcher.
Yeah.
Now I'm collecting unemployment, which is you would never think because I have
Oh.
a business-like shirt on.
Indeed, I thought
you
you
never
were,
thought, right?
He's LARPing. He's LARPing.
Yeah.
He's an accountant.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So
business cosplay.
business cosplay.
I love it.
I had everyone fooled, including you.
Indeed,
especially.
I thought you were like, yeah, he's out there doing it, making stuff happen.
Oh, absolutely,
It's
absolutely.
like the combo of the shirt plus the hair. It's like this deadly combo. You
Yeah.
spent time on that hair today.
I did. I did.
You
At
did-
least 3.5 hours.
Did not stuff a hat over it. So
No,
that came-
no. You guys
I heard
giving
he was
away
at the Warner
hats?
Brothers lot trying out for the new Hawkman movie. Is that
I
what it
was. I was.
I've got the spec script for a new Hawkman movie. It's
And the
great. It's,
city.
it's R-rated. I've got some really edgy stuff that I really want to do.
I
with
just
Hawkman.
could not nail the F and fuck this place. You know, I just couldn't get the
It's very precise.
right there.
You have to nail it.
And then the
Yeah, I
Hawk
know.
sound effect.
Yeah.
Yeah, that, when that
Oh,
just
that
swoops
was
in.
terrible.
Yeah.
And
Adam,
my voice,
Literally
my voice.
boring Totillo, by the way, who's on his fucking phone.
Oh,
I'm checking for news.
what's going on?
oh,
I'm checking for
scoops,
news.
hot scoops.
I'm looking up
Look at
Hawkman.
Hawkman
site
facts,
to
okay?
Hawk facts.
Let him
Hawk
exactly.
facts.
It can't be
All right.
Kotaku if he doesn't do that.
That's true.
What are the Hawk facts?
That's
What's
true.
going on?
I'm not really. I'm seeing what people have tweeted at me.
Okay, what are they saying?
They're very excited because we broke the news that after 3 Nintendo press conferences where Nintendo couldn't break any news, we got them to admit that the new Fire Emblem is coming to America.
Yeah.
And people are very excited.
That was
I'm
super
excited.
shocking that they
Very,
brought
very
over
excited.
Fire Emblem from Japan. Super shocking, right?
To some, apparently it was.
Have they
'cause-
ever not brought a Fire Emblem over?
Yeah,
They-
like
have-
the
have
first-
they?
The first 5.
Because I'm like a big
but now-
fan. 'Cause I'm a big- but the last couple they did.
No, and then also,
The
and
last couple they did.
Well, then also the last couple have been remakes of those first games, so they have made their way over here in one way or another.
Apparently it was so obvious that Nintendo didn't feel the need to mention it in their 3 E3 press conferences where they had almost no news. And then afterward, so Reggie Fils-Aimé, president of Nintendo, is done. He comes over, spotted me and my colleague Jason Schreier at Kotaku, asked us how we thought they did. And I said, well, not so great, because there was no news in your news conference. And he said, what are you talking about? We just said that New Super Mario Bros. 2 has co-op. He's like, that's news. I'm like, it's not really news. It's like a feature. I mean, it's kind of news.
Also,
it's like
that's
small news.
New Super Mario Brothers Wii was all about co-op, so I almost feel like that's an expected if you're going to bring out another one of those.
So my very talented colleague Jason, smart man, says, what about Fire Emblem? And Reggie says, it's coming. And we couldn't hide our, we just got some news face.
Yeah.
Right. It's very hard to mask
What's that face look like?
I didn't get any news right now, so I couldn't.
It's
your Twitter
I can't fake it.
photo.
You're dying.
I can't. No.
Okay, there it was. There it was. I just saw it. Wow, that's I could tell. Shocked.
So he then sort of blushed and said, sort of looked taken aback and was like, "We released a fact sheet on that, didn't we?" And his PR handler said no, and then kind of pulled him away. We got some news.
All right,
some news.
Hot scoops.
Sort of.
Where was
news.
Klepek when this happened? What were you doing?
Oh, that
Snoozing.
is a good
Sleep at the wheel.
Take notes from this man.
Hold on. Klepek's going to grab the mic here.
You got to step in.
So I'm going to step in.
Yeah.
I'm going to give my Dave Lang story.
Okay.
We got.
I actually have been promised a Dave Lang scene.
Woke a sleeping giant.
Well, because I got a transition. So sitting in at this really boring Nintendo press conference, and
this is the 3DS one.
The 3DS one
Okay.
earlier today. And
I
so
brought more cash. I really should have. This is amazing.
street passing like a motherfucker, right?
Yeah.
Like just trying to get last time I was there, I got you get all the Nintendo designers, they've got their gold pants, and that's how you know they're the official Nintendo.
Yeah.
So I get one that says Miyamoto. And I'm like, well, that's probably just someone just screwing with me, right? But then I check and it says Kyoto, Japan. So I text message Miyamoto's translator, Bill Trin. I was like, gave him the photo. I was like, is this actually him? And he said, look who's right behind me. And so I turn around and it's Miyamoto.
Yeah.
Like, oh wow. So then he
passed.
told me, he's like, yeah, that's actually Miyamoto's personal 3DS. It's like, oh, that's cool. That's a really neat thing to get. And then it dawns upon me.
Oh yeah, of course. There are other stories like this that I don't think we could share, but
The last time I messed with my 3DS was at PAX East.
Yep, accurate.
And the message I had put on it was Dave Lang sucks.
Yeah.
Naturally.
That's awesome. So if I got Miyamoto's me,
yep, he has
he
yours.
got my me. I'm assuming he uses his own device. At some point, he's going to see me with cat ears.
Yeah.
Saying, hey, Dave Lang sucks.
Well, heads up, FYI, Dave Lang sucks.
Do you think Miyamoto knew that already? Would there be any reason for him to know that already?
He probably knew that. He probably read that.
There's two possible examples. He's never even heard of me. He doesn't know who I am, which is most likely. Or yes, he already knew I sucked.
Yeah.
Oh, fantastic. That's great exposure for the Dave Lang brand.
But you got to do what you got. You got to rep it, right? That's why I'm here. It's all about elevation.
In the Lang zone.
It's all about elevation.
We are in the Lang zone right now. It's true.
I think Tottilla's the only one in the Lang zone, for what it's worth.
So Totilla, how does it feel to be in the Lang zone?
It's really great.
Radiate.
It's warm.
Yeah.
It's warm.
That's why I'm not leaving it. It's the
Yeah.
only reason
Moist.
I'm still here.
Yes, absolutely. It's moist.
He's disappearing into the Lang
Yeah,
zone.
he is. He's folding. He's almost in a fetal position. He's going back in the couch.
So Stephen, what has been grabbing your attention
Please
at the
get
show?
an Advance Wars story.
Dave Lang has been grabbing my attention.
Yeah, well, it's not your attention he's grabbing, but
okay.
That comes later. That comes later.
I thought that was was it Hover Touch, Fake Touch? What is it
But
called?
the hover hand.
The hover hand. That's what it was. Watch Dogs. I think Watch Dogs is the thing that's grabbed everybody's attention, but it's very confusing whether or not that is a current gen or next gen game. What do people here think? Current gen, next gen? What are we going for?
I'm
John Vignacchi. You win, lose, or draw?
I'm going to say it's current gen.
Current gen.
Ooh, I'm smelling a Ryan Davis.
I'm going to say it's current gen, but if it slips, they'll push it into next gen.
I think Sony and Microsoft don't want anyone talking about systems that they haven't announced yet.
Yeah.
So I think if you say next gen, then people go, well, you mean Wii U? It's like, no, I don't mean Wii U. Then what are you talking about? And then it's like they're at this point of like, well, of course we're talking about the systems that Sony and Microsoft are making, but they won't let us talk about those systems yet. So I feel like they're in this position. I mean, Eve from Ubisoft was talking to Jeff Keighley, who had on earlier here, right after that press conference, and he pretty much said, like, you know, we'll see for next gen stuff, which to me is a sort of a tacit sort of admission to the fact that that's where they're aiming for this. You know, they're running that stuff on the hottest, you know, the hottest hardware that they could get their hands on. You know, kind of, I guess, maybe kind of same thing. Although I guess, you know, there's Star Wars 1313. I don't know what sort of language they're using during those demos. If they're just saying,
I can tell you.
Okay.
Our guys got it. We got the news.
Okay.
The scoop.
Give it to me now.
Word. Well, it's actually
don't make me go into blog mode. Just show it to me now.
View. You'll be fine in regular view.
No, give me the view now. Okay. Give me the Steven Totilo. I want to be in the Totilo zone.
All right, you're in the Totilo zone.
Whoa,
so
this is bullshit, man.
Loving it.
Adam, will you beatbox while we're in the Totilo zone?
I'm not gonna. I'm on Hip Hop Gamer. I'm not gonna rap over this. So they're saying.
I bet you've got really good flow, though, man.
If you go to the 1313 demo, they say it's running on an NVIDIA graphics card, modified Unreal Engine 3. When I talked to Epic people today, they said that yes, 1313 is running on the modified UE3 that the Samaritan demo ran on. If people saw that like a year or two ago, which is like the crazy Blade Runner looking thing,
right?
Which Epic has said is not for current gen consoles. That they can run regular Unreal Engine 3, but they can't run this modified version. Ergo, 1313 is running on stuff that can't run on an Xbox 360 or a PS3. So that one seems pretty clearly next gen. But Watch Dogs, is Alfonso here?
Yeah, Alfonso's arrived.
He's next gen.
Alfonso's arrived in the form of Dan Reichert, so they might as well be a Kings fan.
But just to wrap it up, so Watch Dogs, Ubisoft is actually listing it as 360, PS3, and PC. It seems like bullshit because it looks too good to run on a 360 or a PS3. But I went back to them today and asked them again. I'm like, was this just a mistake in your listing? And they're like, nope, this is what we've announced it for. I don't see how the hell that thing runs on.
Well, I mean, based on what they showed, obviously, you go to the EA booth. Obviously, you know, Need for Speed Most Wanted, that's coming to Xbox 360 and PS3, but they're showing that on some hot PCs because they want to show well. And so just showing your console versions of a game that's going to be on a PC doesn't make sense. Even if that's going to be the system that you're going to be pushing once, you know, come retail time.
Yeah, and that's what they did with Battlefield 3, right?
Yep.
And I guess, I don't know if this is the case for Microsoft, but Sony, they have a rule, Adam might know this, that at the press briefing, when they're playing games on stage, they have to be running on PS3 hardware of some sort. They can't be running a PC build of a game. That's
for our press conference.
For your press conference. Yeah. So
that wasn't the rule of Nintendo last year, by the way.
Right. Well, they're right because they were running the reel of other people's games.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that could be one reason.
Of no hover hands. I did notice that the PS3 controllers were on both when they were playing it.
Yeah, I don't know what to make of that, but
us off, son. That was we got it.
That's good.
I never noticed these things until this.
So like when you buy a new car, suddenly you see that car everywhere.
Yeah, and I don't think I know some people are groaning about the Wii U, but it's actually kind of cool because it's very different from anything else I've ever played, and I like the idea of the feel of having this screen that's in my hands that is directly related to what's on the TV, and there's no lag. I'm playing games that go back and forth between the two.
But what are you playing?
I played a bunch. I played all the 5 Nintendo Land games. 3 of the 5 were very good.
Okay, so tech demos.
Well, they're more than tech demos at this point.
No, like half of them were literally tech demos last year.
Exactly, yeah, and that's Nintendo's problem this year is that they don't have anything that really feels new or like it feels like they brought everything they showed you last year and like what were they doing last year? I don't know. And one of our guys saw Zombie U and it just sounds amazing. Zombie U sounds like one of the best games of the show. He said this is a zombie shooter. It's a hot new genre, and he
finally zombies.
Yeah, finally. Like there's been no zombies for the longest time. It's great. So they got them in there, and a big risk. And you pick up the gamepad to, I guess, point at the TV to scan enemies or whatever. Sounds like a lot of fun, I'm sure. And apparently, at one point he was scanning a nurse or something, a zombie nurse, and she jumped out of the TV, and I guess suddenly she shows up in the gamepad, which he's holding up like in front of him to scan her. So it's like she's jumping out of it. And then there's other things where the zombies are coming after you, and you have to, like, I guess, get equipment out of your backpack. And the gamepad is your backpack. So you actually have to look down at this other screen while the zombies are coming after you on the television.
And it's actually something I hadn't mentioned because I had this same demo. The jump scare didn't really do anything for me, but there was actually a decent sense of tension. I will give them this of when you're going into your inventory, or like you're finding boxes that have stuff, and you got to go and dig through them, or you're pulling stuff off of bodies, and you're looking down at the inventory screen, and there's just like a take all, and you can hit the left analog stick to swipe back up. So it's not necessarily it doesn't have to be a lengthy process. Obviously, they also you can go and drag each thing from the whatever object it is that you're pulling from and put it into your inventory, and that take a little longer. But while this is happening, the game is still going in real time. So on the upper screen, you see the guy like hunkered down over, whatever it is that he's pulling these inventory items out of. So there's a possibility of like fucking random zombie attack while you're doing this, which I thought was not the worst idea as far as sort of trying to create that tension in a zombie game, which is really what you need.
Yeah, I think the original stuff for Wii U has been pretty good. It's just the ports that seem real stupid. Like, I don't understand I don't know why.
I don't think there's enough of anything for a system that's purportedly coming out holiday this year. Like, there's just not enough of just Nintendo stuff, third-party stuff, even port stuff. Show me more port stuff. Like, what is anyone doing for the system?
What was that Project P90X or whatever it was?
The P100.
What was that?
Yeah. The P100. That's the Platinum game. Yeah.
Oh, okay, yeah.
I one of our guys saw it. I didn't see it yet, but I saw a trailer. It looked cool. I have no idea what that's about, but. Pikmin was pretty good. It has a problem. A lot of the Wii U games have this problem where you have to constantly recalibrate when you're trying to point the. You don't have a pointer sensor on the gamepad, but so they have like that throwing star thing where you hold the thing like a hoagie and you point it at the TV, and you should just be like. Yeah, exactly. Right? Yeah. And
so good.
And
Whoa. Animated GIF.
Yeah, no, hoagies are so good.
And you're supposed to swipe along the hoagie, as it were, to throw a throwing star at that was the code name for the controller, probably, right?
No, it wasn't. Codename Hoagie. Yeah.
You swipe the
more scoops from Kotaku.
It wasn't. That was made up. That was made up. So you swipe the throwing star.
Miyake, have you swiped your hoagie today?
Not yet.
But the problem is, like, when that was happening with the Wii Remote, where you would point at the TV, you had this infrared sensor that was pointing at the sensor bar, and so it pretty much knew where you were pointing, right? And you would seldom feel like I'm pointing at the center, but the cursor's in the top right of the screen.
Unless there were lights. Unless you were in a room with lights.
Right. If lights shined on the sensor bar, nothing worked. Just went down.
Or even if there was another light source.
Yeah.
Within range, it might sometimes think like, oh, that's the sensor bar. Got it.
Or if it was a Tuesday.
Sure, or a Tuesday. There's a million other scenarios.
The problem with the gamepad, when they're trying to do this kind of thing, like this hoagie scenario with the throwing star, is that there's no
now into hoagie scenario.
There's no pointer infrared sensor on any part of the gamepad, so you're pointing at this thing, but you're actually not pointing with anything that the TV or the sensor bar can detect. So they're guessing the position of the gamepad with the gyro that's inside. So at first it kind of knows because it's asked you to start by pointing at the thing. But it just starts to forget. It has like no short-term memory, and it suddenly you think you're pointing at the center, and it's pointing at the top right, and you have to constantly press on the D-pad to recalibrate. It's Skyward Sword problem all over again. So yeah, that's the actual problem with the Wii U, I think.
Speaking of short-term memory, I don't really care because I just got this message that hawktaku.com now exists. So
that's great. That's great. All the Hawkman scoops.
It'll just be that one image, the one Ed Boon image.
If I don't get a GIF of Hawkman with a hoagie out of this, I'd be devastated.
So you're feeling sweet on the Wii U then?
Yeah. I mean,
How much of a Nintendo fanboy are you though? I'm just actually curious.
So I grew up with Nintendo systems, so I do have an affinity for like Mario, Zelda's, Metroids,
so
what
I'm
have
like
you.
The same way. That's
so like that's part of it is that I'm always interested in seeing what they're gonna do, but also it's that buy all consoles, or in this case, as a reporter, get all consoles. So I don't get too caught up in like, oh, I have to choose one console or the other. And I think most people do, right? So they're really looking at it like, is this thing really worth breaking off from having a 360 or sticking with the next Xbox? But for somebody like me who always intends to have all consoles and hasn't had the experience of, oh, I don't have a machine to play such and such game, or at least such and such console game for years or for like a decade, I'm just like, okay, great, a thing that'll play some games that are good. It's disappointing that they haven't come up with something that I'm dying to get at launch. But it's one of the things I like about E3. People complain about E3 and the show's no good, whatever. There's plenty of good games around. And then those of us who are fortunate enough to be reporters who basically just kind of like have this parasitic lifestyle off of all the people actually making games, we can go and talk to people who make games, and there's tons of talented people to talk to. I talked to Miyamoto for a while, and he seems psyched and seems like he's doing interesting things, and you can read about that on Hawktaku later at some point. He's not making a Hawkman game, though. I'll let that one here.
Fuck this place.
You can't calibrate Hawkman's flying with the
Yeah,
gamepad.
that's the problem. That's why we can't talk about
It's
it.
the nut they have not been able to crack yet with the Wii U. I agree about the fact that there is a ton of great talent at the show, and there are a ton of really great games. I have not seen a ton of those for the Wii U yet, and again, I don't want to redo earlier segments here, but talking to Jeff Keighley about this stuff,
right?
It felt like, okay, we gave you, I don't want to sound too entitled here, but it sort of felt like, okay, we gave you guys a year. Like, you showed us okay, here's the basic fucking idea of what we're gonna do. Now we're gonna go take a year, not say anything, and when we come back next year, man, like there was an implication that like, okay, this year you're gonna show us the Wii U, and we're gonna be like, okay, fuck yeah, let's do this, one way or the other. And I just feel like it's I don't know.
Right.
It's not there.
So two things on that. One, I think that last year it seemed really bizarre for anybody to say we're going to have a controller that has a screen in the palm of your hands. And to their credit, they were actually ahead of the curve, because now it seems so normal and natural that Microsoft is doing a thing like that. iOS obviously emphasizes that a lot. So that shows that they haven't lost their mind, and they're actually on to things that would be relevant. And the second thing is, there's, of course, the question lingering around E3 of how relevant the show is, and it's still clearly relevant. It's a spectacle, and it's interesting, but I don't know that the timing of it makes as much sense anymore. And a company like Nintendo has shown that they prefer to wait till the last possible minute, not just to reveal the price of things or to reveal the launch dates of things, but even to reveal games. And they've been getting into these very short publicity cycles. I expect there to be Wii U launch games, and this isn't because anything anybody told me, but I expect there to be Wii U launch games that'll come out this year that they didn't bother to talk about at E3, because this is, in their mind, I think, too far out for them to be talking about some of this stuff. And Fire Emblem could be coming out this year, and look, they didn't bother to mention it in their press conference.
Yeah, it's funny. Actually, I'm seeing around the industry in general a lot shorter PR cycles, which, like, for a huge game fan, like, I love pre-launch awareness. I love like getting into something, like really trying to like I've been looking everywhere for Darksiders 2 stuff, because I'm really into that. I thought the first game was awesome, and it stinks because THQ's actually not on the show floor in a big way like they normally have been. But it's the PR cycles are getting shorter and shorter and shorter, and it makes it harder for guys like us that are like core games fans that like really want to get into that stuff, because there's not a community before the game comes out.
Well, I think a lot of it has to do with when you talk about new tech. When I was at Microsoft for pre-Kinect launch, right? Mm-hmm. The thing, really came together at the last minute. So really, what kind of content are you going to show on a show floor with something that has such low tolerance level that if you're not completely tuned, that you can, that it's not going to show well. So you have to really wait until the end to really show it at its best light. And you're probably seeing a lot of that with the Wii U right now, where, maybe they're showing their best foot forward, but there's probably, like you said, bunch of stuff in the background that just isn't ready yet, and they might just come from backstage and surprise us all, once it's ready.
I mean, I remember at when we first saw the Wii back at Midway, being like, I remember talking to Ed and talking to Gomez and Termel and all those guys, and even Jarvis, and it was like, I don't know about this thing. And I remember saying that, and they were like, you don't bet against Nintendo. Being in the industry as long as we have, you don't bet against Nintendo. And then sure enough, the Wii was, a huge hit. So I'm curious to see. I know a lot of us are looking at it with very discerning eyes and questioning what's going on. But I still think that, like, when Nintendo really invests in something, they make amazing product. And I'm a total fanboy. I know it's awkward, like, because you're a Sony guy now, but you know, you've been a fan of Nintendo.
Well, I mean,
stuff
I was at the
past as
Ubisoft
well.
press conference and I saw the Rayman stuff, and it's what I love about a lot of the different new new peripherals and new you know, the new Wii U and stuff like that is that when you let a creator just go and do his thing in a room and you see what they come up with, it's amazing, right? It really is. You just unlock all this stuff for them, and then the tab and the rhythm stuff that they had. I mean, it was interesting.
Yeah, I'm getting such shooter fatigue right now. So I'm especially walking around the show floor, seeing anything that's a little bit different, and you know, is doing something different that's more accessible to kids and family really has my attention, because there's so many different shooters out there right now, and third-person shooters or first-person shooters, and of course, like at the end of the day, it's a handful that are really the best of the best that everyone's going to play. So I love going around the show floor and kind of finding these gems everywhere.
I thought it was so amazing when I walked by the Rayman booth and had all those kind of awards and nominations, because I mean, this was a game that I remember when I was on Usenet, and all the Jaguar fanboys would hold up Rayman. It's like that was their favorite game, right? And you know, here we are, Wii U, and it's like one of the, you know.
It's to me, it's been absolutely thrilling to see Rayman get another lease on life, because I think it's a great character.
Yeah.
And it's a bit like Ubisoft has clearly been trying something with it kind of every few years over the years since then, of like, well, let's try this out. Maybe this will be how it works. And, you know, Rabbids kind of caught for a bit, and then Rayman pretty much just fell off of that. Now Rabbids is its completely own thing at this point. And to see just a traditional 2D Rayman game.
Yeah, there's
not
some
entirely
champion in
traditional, but-
Ubisoft that's saying, you know, come on, guys, this is the one, right? And now he's probably having a party with Blow and everything else.
I just wonder if it's
Jonathan Blow.
If it's just you know, Michel Ancel says like, all right, I'll do this thing for you, but you got to let me do another Rayman game.
Yeah.
At some point, it's like, come on.
I do think that all of us need to celebrate developers taking chances and doing things that are different. And like as a community of gamers, we need to really be pointing those things out more and more, and telling our friends and engaging our friends. Because I think a lot of the reason you're seeing a ton of shooters right now is like that's an established genre that sells very well, and people like it a lot. And of course, the finance guys are like, oh, we should do something like that. But you know, as a community of gamers, we all need to be celebrating more and more people taking chances, doing things like Racketeer,
so
for
we
example,
have to
like
celebrate
Lang's
Dave
thing.
Lang right now.
Yeah, I mean that's a great.
I'm celebrating Dave Lang. Yeah,
dude, I agree.
Isn't Racketeer a shooter?
No, Racketeer is actually.
Are you not shooting a thing?
It's a launcher, not a
It's
shooter.
an RPG, but it's a twist. This time you play as the shopkeeper.
Nice.
Is that your
It's
new
a
space?
reference. It's a reference to that PC
what is that
game.
game?
It's called Racketeer.
Yeah,
okay.
yeah.
Yes, I suppose it is technically a shooter. Yes, but it's I'll say non-traditional shooter, right?
I'm the Lang zone. I'm on
Isn't
your
it basically
side.
Angry Birds? Isn't it basically
Yeah,
that?
that's come up a few times.
I know.
today. Yeah, it's come up a few times.
I know.
Yeah, it's obviously it's some Angry Birds inspiration. I think the thing though, it's like you mentioned, like indies, and we need to get behind that and all that stuff. That's not really what I feel like that's more like what PAX is about. That's not really so much what
I
E3
know, and
is.
I agree with that.
E3 is like the spectacle and kind of the show, and PAX is more about like, oh, indies just kind of rolling up and just showing you what they got on their laptops, and that's why I like that show so much, because it's like super high energy, super invigorating.
Well, the excitement is specific to each. Like the things that you expect to see and the stuff that I get out of PAX from seeing games and that perspective, and stuff I get at E3, it's completely different. You know, I expect to see, you know, whatever the newest, biggest thing that these giant publishers are producing or the hardware manufacturers have up their sleeves. And, you know, I go to PAX, I want to see the weird thing that someone made in their garage. Yeah. And I want to say, ask and the internet shall provide. Someone has already come up with that picture of Hawkman from Ed Boon's.
No way.
Nice.
Wonderful.
Nice.
Wonderful.
I've retweeted it on my Twitter account. So that's how quickly it goes. And also Hawktaku redirects to E3 Mysteries. So
fittingly so.
That's awesome.
By the way, I feel bad we haven't mentioned Hawkgirl at all in this, and we should.
You're right.
If we're
You're
talking
right.
about Hawkman a lot.
Might as well. And you know, someone else brought up on Twitter that the Move would be perfect for a Hawkman game. Just get two of those controllers.
Yeah,
there you go.
You're making the noise.
Flapping them in the air.
One more time. It was
No,
good.
my foot.
One more.
Yeah.
Now I just got an animated GIF. Awesome.
But the John Carmack's head-mounted display.
Sure. Yeah, Brad went and saw that.
That could
and
double as the Hawkman helmet, because he's got like that bird thing on his head. It's kind of this. No. No? Okay. Sorry. Forget it.
Yeah, he's got the bird accessories. Bird accessories.
Bird.
What was it about the John Carmack? I'm not making the connection.
It's
to the John
ridiculously
Carmack thing.
gigantic. This
okay.
Carmack head thing.
Was
that
it bird shaped?
No.
Did he put a bird on it? Is this a Portlandia
He
gag?
should. He should. He should. Have you ever seen Hawkman? He has the most ridiculous helmet.
I have. I'm just talking
He's
about.
like
I'm looking at
wearing-
this picture of him.
Right there. He puts on his "fuck this place" hat.
No, that was the thing.
This is what I wear when I hate places.
So Brad
saving.
scooped me on the Carmack thing because he was clearing out when I got there for it. So Brad was out hustled me there to see the thing. But
I don't think anything could stop Brad from going and seeing John Carmack, so I don't blame you for that.
like Diablo 3 might be able to.
I don't know if Brad is within earshot, but I believe I've previously heard on the Giant Bombcast. Brad, is it true that a year or two ago,
He disappeared.
a year or two ago, when you had the opportunity to meet John Carmack at E3,
That
you
was
weren't
last year.
sure whether to do it. You didn't have the gumption to talk to him, but you did it.
I went.
And how did you feel the second year when you went? Did you feel emboldened? Way more.
Yeah,
we talked about it last night. I had a moment of personal discovery, and now I've overcome the obstacle.
That's fantastic.
Yes.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's great.
That was deep. That was deep.
Cheer for me.
That's what E3 does for people.
Well, also he didn't actually have to talk to John Carmack because he just walked in the room and like gestured at the thing, and then John Carmack just started going.
Yeah, exactly.
Yesterday, I successfally conducted the questionless interview. So
Same. I asked him, I think, one question.
Feel
and
pretty
he
good
just
about
went.
it. Yeah.
That's how John Carmack do.
$500 headset, fully immersive. With duct tape and ski goggles. But he busted out the $800 headset and proved that his $500 headset was better than the $800
So
headset.
I don't know anything about this. What is this?
So this is you should.
Sorry for
I'm sure you should
everybody.
check out Brad's report, which I imagine is fantastic. Right, Brad?
Oh,
your report's good.
Sure.
Yeah.
We have a video. We don't do reports.
Video report. Video report. You do reports. What the hell does that Klepek guy do?
Oh.
That's a
He gets
report.
scoops. Scoops. Okay, yeah.
Scoops Klepek.
This is a junior high school submitting his report. Double spaced, of course, as always.
So it's this thing.
It's about Sacagawea. Call back. Call back.
We all know real reporters just listen to other people asking questions than report as their
I don't know anybody who did that today. I don't know what you're talking about, Jeff Gerstmann. So it's a fully immersive thing, but it actually looks just sort of like if you remember the Viewfinder if you were a kid. I don't know if you remember that kind of thing.
Viewmaster.
I'm getting all the words wrong, but yeah.
Viewfinder is just what you look through in any sort
Viewmaster.
of
Viewmaster. So it's like this big
device.
like sort of face covering thing, this big piece of plastic or whatever that he has. So he's got a guy, Brad, do you remember the guy's name? We should give him credit.
Oh.
Palmer or something?
Sure.
Something.
Yeah.
Something. It's in Brad's report.
Come on, what's the report?
It's in Brad's report.
Palmer Viewfinder.
It's in Brad's report.
It's
A plus.
Lucky something? Lucky Palmer, maybe? That sounds good, maybe?
That's a porn name. Come on.
Yeah, it totally is.
Oh, what am I thinking?
Come on, that's something else, Steven.
Okay. So
the AVN Awards are not anywhere near
Lucky
here.
Palmer does
so.
the hover touch.
Yes,
Yeah, he
no,
does.
that's the hover hand.
The hover
Hover
touch.
hand. I can't get any
Brought to you by
This is
Lucky
a-
Palmer.
This is why he
I need a
writes and
fact
doesn't
checker.
talk. This is the
I need a
difference.
fact checker. So it's these goggles that you put on, and then he has you put on a headset. So fully immersive. So then you actually can't hear him talking, which is a little bit problematic. And then he just
Oops,
sticks
forgot
the
to think
controller-
that part of the demo
Then he
out.
just sticks the controller in your hand.
Did you ever have the moment where he pulled the headphone off your ear so he could tell you what to do?
Yeah.
No. I took it off my
Wait,
ear.
did John Carmack touch you?
He did. Thomas was shooting the thing. He said 20 minutes that I was playing this thing, Carmack was just like constant stream of consciousness talking to me the entire time. I couldn't hear a word he was saying the entire time.
Yeah. So you need to go back and watch that report.
I'd love to see it. I'd love to see what he had to say.
So here's the deal, truncated from Carmack's 20-minute dissertation version. His idea is he likes the idea of VR. He likes the idea of being within sort of a holodeck experience. So by putting these goggles on, you were seeing a slightly lower resolution version of Halo 3, of Doom 3. And what you'd see on a monitor is actually the graphics duplicated, so it's like a bifurcated screen, and you see left and right. But you're seeing, because it's stereoscopic, right? So you're looking with both eyes, and you see one unified image. And the thing with his thing is that he shows you the $800 Sony headset that goes on and looks like Geordi LaForge visor thing from Star Trek. And that
Reading
only
Rainbow.
has a 45-degree viewing angle. So he says it's just like pressing your face up against a television. So you don't actually see the graphics in your peripheral vision. his thing has but Carmack's thing with this other guy, Lucky Palmer or whatever his name is, it's 45 degrees around to the sides. And so you have this wraparound effect. So you actually do feel like you're completely looking inside. And if you look up and if you look down physically, you are looking up and looking down in the game world and seeing the ceiling above you or the floor below you. And he said that he's then into the idea of tying that into some sort of mobile phone GPS thing so that you could actually have a death match where you are walking around in a room with other people who are wearing these headsets. None of you can see or hear each other. But you would have the phone giving some sort of positional awareness to the game.
I don't think you need that much technology for a death match. I think at a certain point, if you have everyone in the same room, you could just knives or something, just fists, just like, all right, fucking let's do it. You death match in here.
So he's so into this, he says he might try to subsidize the development of this. He's actually using some of his rocket technology in the thing.
No, I saw the report.
Saw the report.
Yeah.
That rocket technology, son.
I got rockets, yo.
Give me that rocket.
That's it. What else do you want to know?
Put it in a helmet.
What else do you want to
Gary
know?
brought this back from space.
Do you want me to tell you about Warren Spector? I can go to Spector next.
Yes, I would love to talk to you.
Wait, can
Hear about
I have
Warren
one
Spector.
question before you jump into Warren?
Screw talking about the Disney guy.
No.
Right,
but
John Vanaki.
Can this browse the internet? I'm going to ask the question everyone wants to know. Can Carmack's thing also browse the internet?
Why do you think Lucky Palmer made it? Man? Come on.
Right, let's do a applause break.
All right.
Jim Cotillo on that one.
Zing!
You brought it back around. God bless you. That was
what I
was really solid. All right, John Vanaki, what's up with Warren Spector?
Warren's working on Epic Mickey 2,
Uh-huh.
Power of 2, and it's being shown on the show floor. And
What's up with Power of Illusion? Well, it's
Give him his news face.
I can tell you about it.
you can tell me
That's
about
a 3DS.
it.
That's a 3DS game, right?
Excuse me?
Power of Illusion is a 3DS game, right? Or am I mixing this up?
No, well, there's Epic Mickey on 3DS.
Wait, what's
Epic Mickey Power of Illusion.
Yes.
Right.
Getting uncomfortable now.
I don't know what the problem is. The name of that game is it's the 3DS game. It's Epic Mickey Power of Illusion.
Okay,
This
great.
is
Yes.
the most intense Mickey Mouse conversation.
By the way,
Tell us about
when
Mickey
you
Mouse.
work at Disney, they're about 1,000 times more.
I believe it. Just me personally.
No, I mean ultimately, like the guys at Junction Point are awesome. Warren's awesome, and so yeah, I mean they're doing really cool stuff there.
Steven, is Warren awesome?
He is awesome. So Warren says that this game is more Deus Ex than the last Epic Mickey.
That would not be hard, but I don't know
There's
why.
lots of hacking and killing. in
Okay,
this
got
one.
it.
No.
Excellent.
No,
Can I
it's
carry a flag through the entire game? And
No, he says. He says there's much more
gets that
sense of
reference.
consequence in this one. So the thing in the first game was that Mickey Mouse has this paintbrush, but it's also a thinner, so he can either draw more stuff into the world or he can erase stuff from the world. But the game wouldn't really remember what you did. I thought it did, but he said it didn't. So there's much more consequence so that you will erase things and they will stay erased, and there will be characters who give you contradictory things to do, and you'll have to decide which character to follow along. So he said that he thought in the first game that he wanted to give people the Deus Ex kind of choices, but that players were going to be too young and a bit kind of wigged out, I guess, by this idea of having to make these kind of moral decisions. But that the feedback they got, in addition to the people wanting the camera to be better in the game, was for there to be more consequence. So he's like, yeah, this is more close. And you can get through the whole game without defeating anybody, so you basically can have the non-lethal playthrough that you couldn't have in the first Epic Mickey.
can I have a very lethal playthrough though?
Non-lethal playthrough
Non-lethal.
of a Mickey Mouse game.
He was thinning them. He was thinning them out of existence. Yeah.
That's like mostly like murder.
It is.
Almost.
That's not how I use paint thinner, but that's neither.
But the
here nor
3DS game, that John didn't want to talk about for some reason.
Well,
Why? That he was disowning. The one he was disowning.
I have been, no Hawkman, unfortunately. I've just been so deep on the thing that I'm working on. I haven't had a chance to come up, so I wasn't sure whether or not that had been fully announced.
Yeah,
and
no,
was
they
out
have it there.
I
So
know
it's
on
the-
the cover of Nintendo Power. Now
so
that I'm
it's
thinking about
the-
it. So yeah, we have announced it.
It's the studio that had made most of the guys there had made. They were main people on Henry Hatsworth, or some of the main people. They weren't the main guy from Henry Hatsworth, but a lot of the other people. I think Henry Hatsworth is a favorite of the Bombcast, is it not?
Yeah.
Yeah. I listen.
Okay.
I listen. I'm only like 6 months behind.
Yeah.
I just finished your guys' like best of 2011 episodes.
Fantastic.
I'm trying to stay loyal and get through everything. There's a little too much happy talk in the beginning, and it's really slowing me down.
Don't worry, it gets
Just wait till
real
they get
dark.
the Golden Duder Awards, and there's all kinds of
I
drama.
didn't even want to talk about the Golden Duder. Don't
I
even
want to talk about the
We've
Golden
got
Duder
we've got
Awards.
3 nominees here on the
I
couch
got
tonight.
destroyed first round.
On the couch. It was 4 in the house, absolutely.
I got my ass kicked before I even knew I was in it.
Yeah.
3DS game is good. That's a short version. It's good. It's
Fantastic.
partially inspired by Suikoden. I'm done.
Okay.
Whoa.
That's a cliffhanger.
I wasn't
Read
expecting
more on
that.
Kotaku.
Yeah.
Golden Duder.
Yeah, let's talk about the Golden
I ran
Duder.
into Brad Muir last night.
Yeah.
And he was like, I got way into this thing. He's like, I was at one point when I was Final Four, I was refreshing. He's like, every 30 seconds. He's like, I stayed till 5 a.m. one night because I'm mental. He's like, I couldn't. It took over my life.
I was
He was so shook.
I was way into it until I basically figured out that you can predict really accurately the results just by looking at how many Twitter followers each person has. And it's basically like that ratio is the Golden Duder win ratio. And once
The Golden Duder ratio.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Is this
Okay.
in
Perfect
in
triangle.
an upcoming episode? At least in my time zone.
The Golden Duder. I don't think we ever really talked that much about it. It was a
Unofficial.
a fan
Round robin popularity contest.
fan powered.
Who's winning?
Who
won? It's over.
Yeah, it's over.
Who won?
Former coworker Matthew Rory ended up taking it, which
Impressive.
I got
we may have some opinions on ex coworkers from Whiskey Media being part of that
Without
competition.
them, Will Smith. I would have made it.
Because I think it would have been maybe a little more contentious
Norman
in a lot of
Chad has
ways.
Who was
But-
the loser?
But we had nothing to do
Who
with that.
came in
He's a
last?
great man.
Yeah, I did.
Well, I
And
mean,
then
you
he
had
got
it was
destroyed by Will Smith,
brackets,
and then it was
so
Right.
you had a bunch of people who got knocked out in the first round.
Okay.
So it's not like one person was dead last or
Oh,
anything.
that's
We
good.
I did love getting
That's
the
good.
phone call from Boys though. He's like, you totally beat Gary Whitta.
By like 0.02%. It was bizarre. It was like 4 votes or
I was
something.
refreshing that like a mother at the end.
You got out of the first round, didn't you?
Yeah.
Who'd you beat out in the first round? He's like, Tillerton.
You know.
Oh, Jeremiah Slaska.
Okay.
That's right. Yeah.
Congratulations.
Thank you guys.
Well, he had the Lang
It's a
Zone.
big
He had the
accomplishment.
Lang Zone. He had his
So
own
what
PR department.
what did you have to do to get in the bracket?
We just
Whoever
somebody
it
made it
was that was running this, just someone from the community came up with these brackets, I think, and just
Winternet.
Winternet.
And we basically went through how many people have been on the show
Right.
in a recurring fashion, and let's
Oh.
get them against each
I
other.
think I
And
was
when
on.
first
I was
saw it,
on 2
like, oh my
episodes.
Lord.
I didn't get in the bracket. This is painful.
Yeah. Well, you didn't even
Come
know
on,
about it,
Winternet.
so you're obviously not that close to the scene here. So
I try not to be biased. I
Fair
don't want
enough.
to look at these kinds of things.
I think I predicted a Drake Vignacchi end run, but then all the whiskey guys.
yeah,
No, it
yeah.
wasn't. It was Cowboy. It was
what?
John Bellamy.
Okay, yeah,
Yeah,
Cowboy.
that was
Oh,
first one, yeah.
Okay, that makes sense. That's
He's a
a
good
better pairing. How far did you get, Adam? I don't
Oh,
remember.
no, Norm Chan beat me first round.
Oh, first round knocked
and then
out.
they pitted him against Will Smith second round. I was like, oh, that is so.
That's
I thought for
tough.
sure it was going to be like Drake, Vignacchi, or Muir. Like that's like in terms of being like all those guys getting run out in town on a fucking rail in the second round. So what's going on? This doesn't make.
Just crazy
I felt like
upsets
then
in
I'm
the
like,
Golden
they're like,
Dooders.
everyone's like building their own PR groups. They're like tweeting to people like, vote for me. I'm like, I don't know what.
I never said vote for me.
You kind of did. You
You
said
actually called
said,
me
what,
and said,
what do
"Can
I
you
have to
tweet
do?
and say, vote
No, I
for me?"
didn't. I did not. You guys are full of it.
You asked me to hack the internet.
No, you offered to hack the
Say,
internet.
can you call anonymous and give me
Bracket.
20,000 votes?
That was me
Oh,
trying
there.
to.
Craig's got the brackets.
Yeah, what do you want to know? Yeah, let's see. We got the facts.
I want you to announce it like Michael Buffer.
Where did Hawkman get eliminated?
Yeah. What was Hawkman's placement on the bracket?
Fuck this place and take off.
He
Yeah.
lost against Fuck This Place.
Yeah. Oh no. Fuck
Interestingly
this place.
enough, yeah.
Hawkman.
Yeah, big upset. Big upset.
That's tough.
You backed the wrong
Why
pony
don't you
there.
relive your journey? I think that would be even better.
Who did you
Your
eliminate?
journey.
Where are the carcasses?
I think that's
The
more
Vignacchi
interesting.
carcasses.
Look at his face right now. He's about to puke.
Oh God.
I know.
It's so uncomfortable.
I'll gladly read out the Vignacchi carcasses.
Wait a minute.
So, Veronini,
Yeah. Okay.
then Witta,
Yeah.
and then he went up against Will Smith. The actor and
Oh, yeah,
the man
both.
from
That's
Texas.
That's unfair, right?
Combined.
So, like, if you see a
Multi-hyphenate.
tweet- If you if you see a tweet from a guy that you started following, you thought was the Will Smith, that was like, "Hey, vote for me." Yes, he has like 45,000.
Will's not even his first name.
And Drake got beat by Cassavin. Jeff Green and Cassavin showed off, and Cassavin came ahead. So I ran into Jeff Green right after the EA conference, press conference that I checked out. And I was like, Jeff, I was surprised that you weren't on stage. She's like, they will never fucking let me on that stage. Like, that's amazing. Yeah.
They had no PopCap stuff there.
And where's
had
Barnett?
logos.
He won a bunch too. Yeah.
I know Barnett was extra pissed of the
Anyway.
outcome there. So
Yeah,
I
Lang got
ran
beat by
into Lee Alexander.
that's
by
you
the
know
way.
that's a safe win. That's a safe
I
beat
just know
there.
I got out of the first round. Like
You-
I knew I'm gonna get smoked by Muir. It's cool.
Yeah.
Who did you run into, Johnny?
Sorry, I was transitioning there, we don't have to, but I ran into
No,
Lee,
please, I
ran
don't
into
even know why
Lee
we're talking about that.
Alexander at the Harmonix party last night, and I'd never met her.
Yeah.
And I was like,
How much money did it cost them to put on the Harmonix party?
I don't know. It was an awesome
Did she
party
know?
though. Huh? Oh yeah, exactly. So I brought that. Sorry, Totillo.
70
It wasn't probably 775 million. Sorry, I'm slow. Yeah. So I ran into her. I'm like, "Hi, I'm John. It's really nice to meet you." And then she's like, "Yeah, well, it's nice to meet you too." And then I was like, and then I brought that up. I was like, "Yeah, so I've heard you on the Bombcast before, and I've been on there a couple of times as well." And then she's like, "It's really tough because I work really hard, but like that's the thing I'm known for." The 775.
I know, and I
thing.
feel bad about that personally because she does do a
way to
lot
go.
of solid
Yeah,
work there,
she's a
and
good
that's
chick.
just one of those things that does seem to follow her around.
So your transition was to this downer of a story.
Yeah.
Wow.
Sorry.
Well, you were piling on there, Totillo. I don't think
That's
you
true.
could.
That's
Yeah.
true. That's true.
I was turning into
You were
a
hot
joke.
scoops in it.
She does.
Yeah, she
Yeah.
does
She
that for
does.
you guys.
Oh.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what was funny.
Wow. Wow.
Well, she did write for you apparently now. So
Lang,
She's
we
great.
need a little little bit of transparency. Did they ever try you out on stage in the walkthroughs?
They
And then they just
for
voted
the
you off the
Microsoft
island?
thing, yeah.
So at the,
That
very
was so-
at the very beginning, before they
Met you
pegged
in
Alex
face to
do
face
it,
and saw you.
they were like, would you be cool doing it? Would you?
This is about the Microsoft press
What is-
conference, by the way.
So we'll get to that in a minute. Just don't go to Hawktaku now, Johnny.
It's better not be that picture of me that you put on the internet. Adam and I had this discussion last night. I'm like, my children are gonna Google and like when you like see a picture of me with my shirt off. Thank you for doing that.
That's remarkable and racketeer.
taken, John.
what did you think was going to happen when that picture got taken?
What
was your
certainly
thought?
wasn't gonna pop on Giant Bomb.
Wait a minute. Wait.
That was pre-Twitter. We didn't know
John,
what the future.
Hawkman doesn't wear a shirt either.
You're in good company.
Great.
So they.
Yeah, so they were actually struggling with like, who are we gonna have do this? And it's like, would you be comfortable? And it was gonna be me. Then they're like, they realized, oh, dude, it's all dudes at the show. We gotta get a woman to do it, preferably. Like, could Chelsea do it? And I'm like, Chelsea could totally do it. She did this stuff before with Tony Hawk. And then kind of like we wanted someone who's like a spokeswoman to do it. So we actually remember Philip from the Blitz team.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
We were trying to get his girlfriend to do it, Alima. And then last minute, it's like
Totally related to the project.
Yeah.
And then we tried to get Hawkman.
And then she Hawk Woman, Hawk Girl, Hawk Woman, or
It would
Hawk
work
Girl.
well with the hair.
There have been
Girl,
both.
Hawk Girl.
You have the
There have been both.
flying.
She was
the
too
flying
young.
Bullet, right?
She was
The
too
flying-
young. And yeah, but then finally, like I think it was Aaron Greenberg's like, oh, why don't we just use Alex? And then it was like, duh, no brainer. Yeah.
They're like, sir, could you please take off your hat? Yeah, no, not you.
No. Yeah, I mean, it wouldn't have gone far. Wouldn't have gone much farther. They would have found something to do. I think we would have got cut from the show before I did it.
I would have liked to see Usher do it.
Yeah. Dude, I thought I was like the only person on the internet that thought that was cool. I thought that was awesome.
I thought it was just 10:15 in the morning was my.
Yeah. It was kind of banging out, but.
Baby tonight.
Yeah. Baby tonight should be more like baby this morning. Yeah.
So Craig, I feel like I skipped right over what you're up to at the show, what you're doing out and about with business.
Yeah, business
Yeah, a lot of
cosplay.
cosplay, obviously.
Because
Well,
again, I was
yeah.
under the assumption that you were still working where you were working, but things have changed. Apparently.
I
apologize for that.
No, it's the most lax E3 for me
Yeah.
ever, right? So I've always been working it one way or another.
Sure.
And so in a couple weeks here, I'll be landing elsewhere. What's going on over there?
Is there any announcements?
Some sort of deal.
Don't worry about it. He was handing him an iPod charger. Why are you making me tell
Why
you
is that
this?
so captivating?
I don't know, but it totally got your attention.
It
Just
totally got
derailed
your
it.
attention, which got my attention.
All right, can I see this photo thing now?
No.
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 It's not like the one. I mean, I
No,
remember.
you're fine. You're fine. Don't worry
I
about
remember people sending me like, "Oh, check this out! Someone made you a woman," and then I felt better when it was like, I also saw Jeff and Drake and.
No,
first-
the lady.
Fantastic.
The lady Photoshop thread on Giant Bomb is something
Disturbing.
special. Yeah.
Yeah, no, it is.
And then you
It's-
see one, you're like, that would.
It's like when you have those friends and like you meet their sister and you're like, oh.
Yeah, I felt like I met some female Vignacchi relative when I saw that picture.
It was like an Adam Sandler movie.
Oh, no, it was very much like I saw it and I'm just like
A Tyler Perry movie.
It was just sort of like, yeah, he looks like a real aggro like housewife of New Jersey or something. Like,
Oh, Jersey. Okay.
well, it was the fried out hair that they had put on you, like it had all of the right looks. So
I'm like yeah.
It's like instead of like there's some of them like that you can't beat 100% one of you. Like there's some of they tried to make them look like real ladies. I felt like they tried to make you just look like a horrible tranny. Like, I felt that's what they were going for. Nailed it.
Yeah.
So Craig, you
Yeah.
seen anything at the show that you're liking since you're just kind of cruising and
It's the first E3 in probably years where I got to actually get to see everything. But I really like Zombie U a lot. I mean, I kind of had the same vibe that Steven had about the Nintendo stuff. Like I was kind of surprised that there just wasn't that big sort of idea or that big IP that came out that they delivered. It was weird that Ubi kind of had that thing, I think. And then Watch Dogs, like everyone else, I thought was great. I played Halo 4, and they're doing no painted backgrounds. I didn't see any painted backgrounds. It looked awesome, actually. It looked really good. It looked really freaking good.
I think the game looks super hot.
Yeah, they've done a great job.
Yeah.
It's like all bringing back like all the Forerunner shit and bringing back all that. It's like that's what I want. That's what I was missing, right?
Yeah.
So what I wanted was different weapons, different enemies.
Some fans have really worked
Dave
on that
Lang
game.
won't play those games with us multiplayer anymore.
Yeah,
this is a true story. He's like, I want to enjoy the game, and you fucking idiots ruin it.
These fucking chuckleheads. They're sitting there. God, it's so fucking annoying. It's like all I want to do is like I actually want to watch a cutscene one out every 5 fucking times. And they're like, we gotta cut this so I can run you over with the Jeep again.
Well, when you play with Vignacchi, it's like being a beta tester. You find every single bug that's shipped in the game.
When it's like, do we have to kill every enemy or
it.
just get to the checkpoint? So all of a sudden, we're all shooting things, and Vignacchi's just sprinting across the map.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden, we all get warped to the next checkpoint. It's like, cutscene.
You wouldn't play Gears of War with us.
Totally skip these encounters and all the fun.
And then heaven forbid vehicles. It's like, here comes Vignacchi.
Yeah.
Dead.
And he gets so mad when you start doing it. Like, hey, Vignacchi, get in this tank. Gugoosh! Blasting him 3 fucking miles away. Comes running back. You don't do that again. Gugoosh! I'll quit you guys.
Steven, I'm super curious. Like, I was at Microsoft a little, before the Kinect launch. I'm just like, last year was everyone seeing what Kinect had, and so like a year and a half later, what is kind of the press take on Kinect stuff now? Like how it's evolved.
You could also wrap Ryan into this.
Yeah, I would
He
love to
happens
hear
to be in the
Kinect
press.
thoughts.
Ryan does reports.
That's fine.
I'm not there
I've read his
anymore,
reports.
That's fine. That's fine.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Steven, please.
I can't speak for all the press, but
Yeah.
I mean, I think it.
It'd be awesome if you could.
We've
just the writers of Hawktaku.
Well, I mean, I don't think it's going to be that different from what a lot of people listening to the show think, because I think most of us are looking for, aside from Dance Central, a Kinect game that feels like it's good, right? And I like the dancing in Kinect Star Wars. I think it's funny. I'm secure enough to laugh at things I liked as a child and not feel like that it's apostasy. But I think part of the problem is that this first iteration of Kinect is just not good enough to sense things in enough detail that enables designers to make things.
Dave Lang would disagree with you.
No, the next Kinect, the one that developers are working on for the Durango, is supposedly much better. The developers I know
Don't know what you're
work
talking
on
about.
it. Well, you do, and it's a much better thing and closer
Tell
to
me
what
more.
It's closer to what they originally released. It's supposed to ship.
It's like anything else. As you work on the platform more and more, you learn what it's good at, you learn what it's bad at.
Well, I think that's what we've found is exactly that. Is like there was a lot of just like, let's throw this out there, let's try this thing out, right out the gate, and
Right.
I feel like there has been a lot more, since launch of trying that. But I feel like we have I don't know, maybe let's call it the last 9 months or so, kind of just found, okay, this is the stuff it can actually do.
Yeah,
this is the stuff that we can consistently rely
Actually,
on.
the best thing is Happy Action Theater when there's that one mode where you can take the multiple pictures of yourself.
Yeah.
You could have sold that to me for $15. It is the best party thing ever.
Oh yeah, no, like that's the thing. Is like Happy Action Theater is a great idea because it's just like let's just let it roll. Like let's take the game part out of it. If it like talking to Tim Schafer about Happy Action Theater, it's like watching the Once Upon a Monster team just go through these struggles with working with the Kinect hardware and just the way that like it would break and it would make these horrible things happen. And he's like, I love the horrible things that are happening in this game, so I want to make a game that's just the horrible things. Let's unearth and show off all of the broken, fucked up, half-assed things that you can do with Kinect.
Well, it works. I think the other thing is it actually works with everyone. Like my 3-year-old daughter, nothing else works for the Kinect except for that.
Oh, like it just doesn't see her,
She
or
loves, her
just
favorite
doesn't
one's the
click.
lava one. She's like, put on the lava one, Dad. And then she just jumps on the couch.
Yeah.
She's like, I'm gonna dive in the lava. I'm like, oh, this is awesome.
Yeah, I mean, part of the problem with Kinect is that, I mean, Nintendo was trying to do motion gaming for years, and they have, I think most people would agree, some of the best designers in the industry. For sure. And they were struggling to get motion controls to work with most of what they were making, to the point that pretty early on in the Wii, they were putting games out like Super Paper Mario that barely used motion control. It was their acknowledgement that this isn't something that needs to be in everything. It doesn't always lend itself well to game design. And that was with something that in retrospect was barely a motion controller and that it still had buttons. And the problem with Kinect is that the input is so imprecise and there's so little feedback to the player. So to continue my name dropping, Peter Molyneux, when I was on the Jeff Keighley's Spike Extravaganza, and Molyneux was the sort of color commentator for a lot of that, and I bookended doing analysis for the Microsoft press conference, and we were talking as we were watching the whole thing, and we kind of were bantering about some of the Kinect stuff, and I was asking him, like, isn't the problem, or how do you get around the problem of the fact that you don't have a lot of feedback? You don't know when you're doing something wrong, if you're the one who did it wrong, or if it's the Kinect that can't detect you. And he said, yeah, it's an unsolved problem. Because
Stevens, how does it make you feel, though? That's what you need to think about.
Yeah, well, he actually was, he doesn't actually, I think he has an unfair reputation as a bullshitter when he's actually, I think, a really genuine guy. And every time I've interviewed him about anything.
I don't think he's a bullshitter. I think that he's just super enthusiastic. I think it's just that enthusiasm gets the better of him. Of like it's like with Kinect. He has these great ideas of like, wow, I could do these things with this, and this would be amazing. Right. But then like just the fucking stone cold realities of game development and budgets and deadlines and stuff come crashing down at some point, and it's like, well, we couldn't do all of those things, so what can we do? So the compromises to the Peter Molyneux vision.
But he is not a press release writer or marketer or whoever else who just makes shit up about their game or says things that are overblown in order to get you to buy it.
No, those are out there, but they all remain faceless. They don't.
Right, and so when Peter Molyneux, who I think has sort of drawn the ire, I mean, occasionally, this might be surprising, but occasionally our readers get angry about things. What? And they comment and they comment about
Hawk Taku is
once in a while.
Hawk Taku, everything is super positive there. I don't know about you guys.
And when we run stuff about
Molyneux, there's already 3 posts on Hawk Taku also, so I don't know how Kotaku's doing keeping up right now.
Wow, internet is so
we cannot compete. But whenever we write about Molyneux, we have people who there are people who just they just get angry about him because they feel like he's been promising all this stuff. And the thing is, when I chat with him, I think he's genuinely thinking he can get these things in the game, or these are things he wants to do and wants to will them into existence. And even now, the new thing he's doing, which Jeff may have spoken about, the first project from 22 Cans, he's doing 22 experiments. The first one is Curiosity, and he has this cube he's going to be putting online, and then you can chip away at it by logging on, and it's going to take billions of chippings away. And his test,
otherwise called prison. I think. Yeah.
It's Shawshank Redemption.
Well, it's maybe he's making a dungeon keeper. That's
next one, how to make toilet wine. This is going to keep going.
I want to know actually.
Did you know that Kudo Tsunoda?
Yeah.
Did you know that he collects prison paraphernalia, confiscated prison paraphernalia?
That sounds about right.
Prison paraphernalia.
Yeah, what is that? Prisoners?
Like shakes.
Yeah.
What?
That is,
He hides in
yeah,
his beard.
that's kind of dark, actually.
He was interviewed. He was interviewed in I don't remember what outlet, but it was a bunch of questions like, "What's your favorite movie? Or what color is your dog? Whatever." And it was one of the questions was like, "Do you
Gabe
collect
Newell,
anything?"
knives.
Yeah.
I get
Yeah.
it.
That's interesting.
Keys.
What's behind Kudo's sunglasses?
He wasn't wearing them at the
Wasn't?
Xbox showcase.
I've never
No.
seen
Bam!
Yeah, what happened with that?
Was he? So is he around right now?
Yeah,
Yeah, he was
I
at
haven't
the,
seen him.
Yeah.
I haven't seen him yet.
He's in the room
Monday.
right now.
Yeah, he's
Just
here.
wouldn't
He's here.
recognize him without
He's got
the
his
specs.
shank.
He is gonna come
I
up,
did not-
stick you.
No, like we're
Careful.
friends on Facebook, so I've been watching his Facebook stuff, and it definitely looks
stalker.
like he's. Yeah, I've been stalking him on
Stalker.
Facebook. It looks like he's, doing some pretty cool stuff. Like just he posted. Okay, there's the photo of me. He posted something the other day about someone making a cloud in a room.
There we go.
They made a
it's kinda-
cloud in a room?
Like it was like a art thing where, but basically they had a cloud in the room. So I'm always curious to see what he's doing, especially because he's in all the super forward-thinking R&D stuff
Yeah.
at Microsoft. So
Yeah,
it's
I'm not
kinda
even sure if he's
interesting.
on Connect anymore.
Yeah, I think
Put that down, Alex.
He's on
Put that down.
some next level. Maybe he's on the hologram.
Don't tell him
thing.
to do anything.
Have you seen the hologram thing?
No.
It was
Yeah,
at
the
CES.
the
Did
yeah
you
the
guys see it
the
at
Konami
CES?
press conference where the CEO came out as a
He was in
hologram.
charge. He set up the projector. He said, "Tell me when
Kudo
you
did.
want the president now. Hold on, I'll hit the button."
And then
Now.
Will I Am
Boom.
appeared.
That's right. It's got hologram voice.
And then Tupac showed up.
He sounded like that. The English version.
Yeah. I'm sorry, Stephen. We
I
completely,
don't know. I don't know
completely
where I was
cut-
going.
We were
cut you
talking
off
about
there.
Molyneux.
I just going through my name dropping Rolodex.
Okay,
Who
sure.
else you want me to?
The game
name drop?
of
Well, you,
video game.
you did Hip Hop Gamer earlier, so that's the beginning and the end.
Oh,
as far
so
as I'm
something kind of
concerned.
weird. So this will be my call to the audience. My call to the audience.
My
Call for positive comments.
my call to the audience.
So going back to the Yoshi T-shirt guy for longtime listeners,
That's
for
some
longtime
Wayback Machine
listeners.
stuff right there.
Okay. He was in the bracket. I think he was in the what was it? The golden what? What was
Golden
it?
Duder.
Golden Duder. He was in the Golden Duder. He.
So tell us shook that he wasn't in that. We got to make sure.
Yeah, he is. Like, there's a
I
part
think
of
I'm
him.
going
You
up
gotta
against.
tell he's
I'm
like,
expecting to go up against Hawkman and to lose, and I accept that. I accept that. He's got Hawk Taku. I only got Kotaku. He's got Hawk Taku. I mean, how do I compete? Think about it.
Oh, Taku.
What was I saying? What was I talking about?
The Hot Pocket jingle.
Oh, the Yoshi guy. So the Yoshi guy had approached me when I was speaking of the bracket. I was standing next to Jeremiah Slaska of Scribblenauts and Hybrid fame and Giant Bombcast fame and all that. And he didn't know Jeremiah, and he just wanted to talk to me. And I'm not the guy who shipped multi-million selling Drawn to Lifes and Scribblenauts and make good games. I was in Jeff Keighley's green room for the Spike stuff.
Yeah.
And Randy Pitchford.
Alfonso is here, man. There's some dudes creeping at the door. There's dudes creeping at the door. Sorry, Steven, I didn't mean to cut you off.
That's
But I'm
right.
watching these silhouettes.
You tweeted that picture, and it looked like a somber group of dudes.
I tweet. Well, so Randy
worry.
Pitchford was there. I hope folks know who Randy Pitchford is. And this is the point I'm trying to get at, is that I hope that people who are listening to Giant Bombcast pay attention as much to people making games as they do to the reporters and the media personalities. Because everybody who came into the green room, or anybody, like so many people approach me and they recognize me at the shows, and they don't recognize the talented developers I'm sitting next to. And this was just kind of funny. Randy Pitchford's there, and a reporter who I won't name, he's kind of a young reporter, and he looks up to Randy Pitchford and he says, "Hey man, how you doing? I love the magazine." And Randy's like, "What are you talking about?" And he thought, because I guess somebody else had said Randy, he thought they said Andy McNamara.
Oh my God!
Oh, no. Not Randy.
And it's just, you know.
Close, real close.
Yeah.
And I think Andy McNamara is a great guy, worth knowing, a great bicyclist as well. But he is. But
Jeff is still talking to Alfonso.
Alfonso is like tearing.
Alphonse has given us a piece of his mind. He's joining in on the Mickey Mouse
all right,
argument.
Go Canucks.
But this is the point. People should know, if they know who Alfonso is, they should know who Randy
Counter-programming.
Pitchford is.
Yeah.
That's what I'm trying to get at.
Yeah. I agree
done.
with that. I
I'm
agree with
done.
that entirely. But at the same time,
I'm out. I'm throwing my mic down.
The difference is that access and access to those guys is highly controlled. We are out there every day, exposed, like just showing ourselves out there, and
shirtless sometimes.
Sometimes shirtless.
Here we go again.
What?
But that's kind of the difference. Is like you don't see Randy Pitchford's face, or Randy Pitchford isn't writing up stories on a daily basis, and people aren't.
I had him write a story for Kotaku this week. Actually,
I did read that. I read the story. That was good work.
Part of it is that, but part of it also is.
I like that you're press ganging developers into writing blog posts.
I don't have to pay him, so it's great.
No, it's great. Better than a ringer.
Yes, but part of it is also is that game development studio is like a football team, right? It's just a whole bunch of people that are contributing to the effort.
Yeah.
And the teams themselves and the companies around them will say sometimes illegitimately because they don't want to promote anybody and have them get a big head and want to have Jason and Vince money, but sometimes it's that strictly they don't think that one person deserves all the credit. And so they demur to saying, oh, it's just a team effort. So it's more like this communist kind of thing or whatever, or hippie thing, right? And you don't have anybody getting recognized. And I've never, like when I read Hawkman, clearly because of all my Hawkman knowledge, I'm obviously a comic book aficionado. And I never read for characters. I never read for characters.
I never read. Man, this is so amazing.
I never read for Hawkman. I got to admit, confession. I've never read for Hawkman.
Yes,
No, but I read like Joe Kubert, Robert Kanigher, like those were the dudes.
Robert
who wrote
Kanigher.
Hawkman stories.
Yes.
And I follow the creators, and I think it's worth that's how you know you're gonna get quality.
Yeah.
Don't follow the franchises or the characters or whatever. Like follow the creators. If you're into like Treyarch, play their Call of Duties. If you're into like what Randy Pitchford's into making with his studios, you follow that.
It's tough though,
That's
Steven, from a developer standpoint, is because a lot of times the guys that are spokespeople, it is a team effort, and so when one person says my idea or when they're representing their whole team, it can't.
Right, and
so
Randy's
I
not
agree that
coding
it'd
the
be-
game,
It would
right?
be awesome to know sort of the key leaderships of every development team, but it's really tough, and I don't think a lot of them don't want to. But then
least you
some of
guys-
it makes
yeah.
sense because they're the guys that bring credibility, like a Cliffy or a Jaffe.
And at
these
least you
like
guys,
Pitchford.
at Sony acknowledge the development studios. You have a company like Nintendo, which is notorious about. I don't know if they still have this rule, but it used to not be able to put the development studio's name on the box, at least not on the front of the box.
Huh.
I don't know if they still have this policy. So they would do anything they could to emphasize the publisher and not the developer. And I think it's just worth, if you're a gamer, figuring out who's making your games and then follow those people around, so that if you like Henry Hatsworth, you can discover that hey, a lot of those people are now making this Disney game that maybe I wouldn't have thought otherwise about, but there you go.
No, the crowd is. Sorry.
What's going on? Oh, God, we need to. Okay, all right. On that
not
note,
hover hands, it's hover.
I'm sorry to bring the show down.
No, you have not. I am terribly distracted, and I apologize for that. you make excellent points, and
You should get somebody from Hawktaku on the show.
I do agree. I mean,
Bring
they're
some
hard
of
to
that
get,
nth
man.
metal.
They're busy.
Nth metal.
It's middle of the night here, and they're still pumping out stories for Hawktaku.com.
Right.
So. But I think that's our moment here to take another break, and then we're gonna swap out, get some Giant Bomb dudes.
Alfonso.
In here and call it, take it home. So yeah.
Hey Ryan,
what's up, Johnny?
Thank you.
Thank you for coming on.
Yeah.
Thank you. How's your E3, Ryan?
Yeah,
What
I'm
did you
sure.
like? Nobody asked you.
Adam, Johnny, Craig, thank you guys for coming and spending some time.
Thanks for having us.
Dave Lang, 2-segment Dave Lang, keeping it mad real here. Stephen Totillo, making his Hawktaku debut here. A pleasure to have you.
I'm gonna go just bounce
Glad
the
you
front
could make
door.
it here, and Rocco from Mega 64. Rocco, I feel like I shortchanged you the most, and I apologize for that.
What else is new, man?
Two things.
Yeah.
One, I found out that in the new Scribblenauts game, we're still in it. So you can type our names in. That's cool. Number two, what happened to your couch where it's covered in blue? There's blue all on the side of this couch. Where did you get it?
Oh, the couch was here.
Oh, fuck. Oh, God.
Oh. On that note, we're going to take another quick break. We'll be back with some more Giant Bomb After Hours E3 2012.
Sweet.
Day 2. And we are back for our third and final segment here. Giant Bomb, E3 2012 After Hours. Cops are coming, so shh.
Alfonso! Cops and beer have arrived simultaneously.
Same difference.
Oh, good lord.
Nothing
good can come of this.
I'm not messing around. They left the door unlocked.
Brad!
I guess we should explain that a 30-pack of Coors, 12-pack of Shock Top, and then another.
There was some water in
that
there.
That said Bud Light water. Bud Light Platinum.
I've never heard of Bud Light Platinum.
Now you have.
Yeah.
It said Bud Light on it, so I don't believe you, Dan. Dan Reichert from Game Informer.
It's the Champ Ale of beers.
If I trust anyone's opinion on shitty beers, you're with me on this, though.
It's cheap and it's light and it gets you drunk quicker. So
Yeah.
I'm completely on board.
I mean, it's the whole thing is it's not as light as a regular light, right? So it's got more alcohol content than a regular.
Anything under Guinness, I can't tell the difference between.
Yeah.
So it's fine and it gets you drunk and it's cheap. So I'm okay with it.
Yeah. I just drink Blast. It's a Colt 45 product.
Oh, okay. I'm a Mickey's guy. So,
Okay.
Yeah.
So I had one of
it's
those.
fruit flavored also.
Yeah. Also, it is strawberry lemonade.
Oh.
I got acid reflux drinking one of
Dogg.
those. It was like I was barfing sweet tarts.
That sounds pretty sweet.
Yeah, it was pretty great.
And it's 12%.
Yeah.
Is that a California thing?
I think it's nationwide. I don't know.
You're in California right now. You can find out.
Oh, let's go.
I don't know about Minnesota.
Tall cans of Blast.
He doesn't want to ruin himself. He can get it here, and he can't get it in Minnesota, and then Lord knows what'll happen.
Yeah.
Maybe
Kill himself.
move to California or something. But
Yeah, that's not happening.
no, I know. Rich Gallop's back.
I'm back.
You're back
In pog form.
Alex Navarro taking a chair here tonight.
Against your will.
No. Jeff Gershman is here.
Hello.
How's it going?
Good.
How was you went and played Black Ops 2?
I did.
Multiplayer?
Yeah.
How was that? All right. Patrick Klepek's here.
Apparently acting as bodyguard tonight. I don't know how the hell I got that
role.
role.
I don't know how that happened either.
But
But
the unruly night. I think it was because of the hockey game.
Yeah, it's probably the hockey game.
The second guy was probably the weirder one. And the one actually where I was a little afraid it was going to go
sideways.
All sideways. Like the two older gentlemen that came in, they actually just seemed kind of genuinely
They're just
interested.
like, hey, what's going on here, you guys?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You guys
partying?
And I asked, I thought maybe I thought I would know everyone that's showing up, and hey, maybe I just don't. We all kind of gave a look at each other.
I was just like,
nope, nobody knows who this guy is. I'm gonna go find out.
Your second guy was actually like the fourth or fifth guy because we had some early crowd too.
Yeah. But people that came actually in to the point of like, being part of the crowd, and and he was like, yeah, I'm here to see Alfonso. I was like, Alfonso. I'm gonna have to ask you to leave. and I was like, I don't think Alfonso's here. I think you're at the wrong place. He's like, oh, okay. And then
and it was there. There's like, oh,
totally cool.
No Alfonso here.
Second guy, who was the guy for people that watch the stream that yelled "LA Kings."
Yeah,
go Kings.
He walks in, just looking around.
Yeah.
And I'm like, can I help you?
Yeah.
Which maybe not the first way I should have started it because it's not my job to cater to him.
No.
But I just want to be cool. And I'm not a bodyguard.
It's a Midwestern politeness.
Yeah, and he just keeps looking. And I was like, yeah, we're doing a media thing. That was my phrasing, like as if that means anything.
In Los Angeles, I think that probably does mean something.
Sure.
So
I've not had a good descriptor for this for anyone who's asked, like, what are you guys doing in there? Like
shooting pornography.
I wasn't sure how to explain it. Yeah, we're doing a podcast about a video game conference that might be taking place downtown near the LA Kings thing.
Like, that doesn't help them any.
No, and so I just said a media thing. I need to be quiet if you could walk outside and just keep staring. And he goes, "Are there beautiful girls here?" Totally serious.
Yeah.
100% serious. And I was like, "No, I'm pretty sure they're next door." LA Kings, and just walks out.
So
amazing.
Not long after that,
Yeah.
3 guys got outside. So we locked the door after
Yeah.
that. And
we learned our lesson.
3 guys were outside, kind of looking in, and I saw one of them had an E3 badge. And
Yeah.
he was kind of holding it up, and I was like, "Oh shit, this might be somebody."
Somebody.
So I go open the door, and I walk out there, and the guy goes, "You're that guy that got fired." I'm like, fucking great.
All right, see you guys later.
Yeah. So the door's locked now.
Fantastic. And Justin Calvert from
Nice.
GameSpot.
Hey, Ryan.
This is what the CBSI acquisition hath wrought.
I know. Check it out.
All
these
this
mosquitoes that the camera can't pick up.
All of these. No, those are not mosquitoes. Those are fruit flies. That's because of all the open beer cans in here.
Now, Justin, I understand you went and played Black Ops 2.
Multiplayer.
What was that like?
Yep.
Fantastic. Glad to hear it.
Hands-on impression.
We signed a thing that said you can't ever write about that ever.
Oh, okay.
Ever.
Oh.
They're going to reveal multiplayer details in months from now.
So that was just
this was
really
just strictly
super
as a, like
strictly
a
judges.
just a you're judging this thing.
They'll probably do another one of their.
Yeah, I mean they have a way that they typically
fan event
reveal.
and also they have that fan event that they did
Right.
last year. I bet they do that again this year. XP,
Yeah, so they have actual plans for revealing multiplayer on a wide basis, but they gave us some time to play it for judging purposes, so we can judge it.
I'm
Just
curious
judging.
about that because they clearly want to change some things up with the single player. The future thing.
Yeah.
The Strike Force missions where you can pull out and
Right.
switch around. And I went to Treyarch a couple months ago, and they were really big on like, okay, we're really going to change these things up. And
Right.
we're gonna kill some sacred cows. And they said they were going to do the same thing with multiplayer, which I'm really curious what they actually change.
Yeah.
Jeff can't tell you.
This
isn't
no,
writing.
no, yeah.
This is
You
speech.
should be curious.
Yeah. I know. I'm very curious. So.
Yeah, and yeah, they definitely talked that up.
Okay.
During those original reveal meetings of like wanting to do that to multiplayer and stuff. So.
Okay.
Good try.
Moving on.
Good try. That's all right.
Well, all right. Well, Justin Calvert, since we have you here, anything
Right,
that you
yes.
have seen that you can talk about that you would like to talk about?
Yeah, I can't talk about. Oh no, you want stuff I can talk about or stuff I can't
I guess
talk about?
whatever.
Go down the list of things you
I'm
can't
Talk about the things
Yeah.
you can't talk about right now.
What can't you
no,
talk
there's
about?
not much. There's not much. It's
Yeah.
just the behind closed door stuff for like Beyond.
Okay.
And The Last of Us.
We'll be talking about that stuff tomorrow
And then,
heavily.
Yeah, I mean, I won't shut up about that stuff tomorrow probably.
Mhm.
And then on the Unreal Engine 4 stuff, we saw
That's embargoed to like Friday.
or something.
Isn't this?
Yeah,
but
like
they-
at like
I don't know-
6 a.m.
I don't know what.
Yeah.
Isn't this super weird? I can't recall ever hearing like in-show embargoes
It
during
happens-
E3.
It
It's
happens
like really
from time to
scattered.
time. It doesn't really. It's not a regular thing.
No.
But this has
But
been like
it's
this,
happened
the
before.
most I've seen in one show. I think. Like, and I mean, there's still only like 3 or 4 embargoes, but that's still like way more than anyone has ever bothered to do during one show.
It's really smart. It's super annoying.
Yeah.
But it actually like
Right.
it gets a concentrated blast of headlines about a specific thing.
And if you think about the way that websites promote content, if you embargo your stuff until Friday when everyone's done writing anything for that website ever, for days afterwards, if you're the last thing to go up, you sit there for 3 days.
The Last of Us is
So-
specifically timed to the end of the show.
Yeah.
When clearly
So is
no,
Beyond.
No one's
It's the
going
same
to be writing
embargo.
about
Yeah.
anything. Everyone's on a plane. You just set your post to go live.
Yeah.
And there's a bunch of stuff about Last of Us to close out the show.
Man.
So
I-
again,
But there
smart.
are there
Literally,
are like
the
like,
last of them.
There are rare games that can demand that you can pull that off with. There's really not that many. You know.
Yeah.
Naughty Dog being maybe one of them. All right, well, Justin, what can you actually talk about?
What can I talk about? I don't know. I mean, Watch Dogs we can talk about, although we've all seen the same thing, right?
Yeah, I know they're showing in a trailer at the Ubisoft booth, and it's or
I think
they're showing
it's
in a
much the
theater.
same,
Yeah.
isn't it?
Did you see the iPad stuff?
No.
That people have been
Tell me
talking
about
about.
the iPad stuff.
I didn't see it, but they're also showing an iPad application that ties into the game. The idea being that in addition to you being able to, you know, they alluded to all the multiplayer stuff in that initial reveal at the press conference.
Right. Yeah.
But it sounds like there's going to be additional software that allows you to interact with the larger world of Watch Dogs. That sounds kind of interesting. Like if there's a way for them to hook that in, that sounds curious. Given that I can't imagine the hardware manufacturers being like cool with like an iPad application, like directly interfacing with a game on their pieces. But it's
Smart
it's
glass.
an interesting idea.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
that doesn't actually interact.
But
with
it also depends
the
on
game
how it
directly.
actually interacts, because you think about the Mass Effect 3 app would contribute to your galactic readiness, just like the Facebook stuff, you know, just like everything else that they do in those cases. So I mean, yeah, there have been cases where console games have taken stuff out of.
Asynchronous multiplayer.
No, that's not what that means.
So is the general consensus that that thing they did in the trailer where they pulled out and you saw that guy on the rooftop, was that supposed to be a multiplayer tease? That what pretty much everyone's thinking?
Because then like it lit up. There was another guy on the stage.
It showed
right?
like
and I was like, oh,
yeah, two guys, and then
yeah.
it showed like what looked like a gamer tag or something there. So it was supposed to be a multiplayer tease.
Yeah, because then it pulled out and showed way more people. And
yeah.
And then didn't their mission become to protect the guy who had just carried out the assassination or something?
That makes me less excited. I'll be
Really?
honest, because I really love that world looks cool and that tech looks cool and that gameplay looks cool. And I didn't want to have to be sharing it with as many people as they implied.
I wouldn't be surprised if there was an option for you to play that by yourself.
Well, yeah.
That has to be there.
I'd be cool with it co-op.
Well, whatever.
I'd be
we
cool
are,
with
we
it.
are
Yeah, we're
just
speculating.
Yeah, bare ass speculating here. So we can't start saying, well,
Speculate-
there will be alternate features.
Speculate
I'm not
nothing. You can yank the cord
I have a
on your
theory.
PlayStation. The PlayStation Orbis, I can confirm.
Okay, great.
Will have internet capability, and if you don't have the internet where you have that Orbis, it won't connect to the internet.
Well, I'm glad that we are
Breaking news.
settling these beefs. Then there you go.
My PlayStation 3
mystery
has not been
solved.
connected to the internet in over a year.
I know.
No, I know. Yeah, you're
I'm aware.
Yeah.
Because they sort it by last login, and I scroll the way down sometimes and see you there like 13 months. I'm like,
I'm still playing games on it. It's just I install the firmware that comes with the game, and
So you can actually just put the game in and play it, and you don't have to wait for like 2 hours of updates?
that's exactly why I do it.
It's a good idea.
Yeah. I have all the Friends gameplay I do on the Xbox. The PS3, it's like Blu-rays and cool single-player games that I just install the firmware with it and go.
ridiculous.
All right, Summer Camp Studios.
Summer Camp Studios. Yes.
Finally here, end of the night.
Yeah, it's a little calmer now. Got those execs out of here who aren't going to swoop in and try making us go corporate.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Stay indie.
All indie.
Kill screen.
Wearing sneakers to work now.
Wow.
Yeah, right?
Wait, were you not wearing sneakers to work before?
I wasn't wearing jeans to work.
Wow.
Yeah, sorry.
You were like a producer.
I was wearing Merrells, which aren't exactly dress shoes, but they're
I
not
don't know what
sneakers.
that is.
Like Merrill Lynch?
No, like they're kind of like hiking.
Is that just you were wearing money shoes?
I have really bad feet, and the Merrells were told. My foot doctor said I have the feet of a 70-year-old man. Podiatrist. She said you have the feet of a 70-year-old man, and this was like 3 years ago. So my feet aren't getting any younger.
You got old feet.
So I got to wear shoes.
So wait, are your feet gonna die before you do?
Yeah, and then I'll replace them with tank treads and smart glass, and it'll be great. Yeah.
With all that Summer Camp Studios money.
Exactly.
Yeah.
All that Summer Camp Studios money. To catch you up to speed, I was lead producer at 38 Studios, which publicly went through some shit.
I don't think I've heard of this.
Anyways, look it up on the internet. There's articles, well-written ones and poorly written ones. Anyways, so myself.
Which were mine.
Yeah, you did well. You did all
thank
right.
you. All right, good.
What was fun talking to you about it, because you would hit me on IM just to check in as a friend, and I'd have to be like, yeah, I'm pretty sure I'm good. I'm not too worried about it, but thank you for checking in, and please don't quote any of that.
Yeah.
And
I did.
You handled it well. It was cool, and little did I know I should have been a little more worried. So anyway, so that happened. So now we started a new company called Summer Camp Studios. It's myself, my former boss, general manager, 5 amazing engineers, and an artist, and we're cutely calling ourselves the Camp Counselors. Because when word spread, and word has spread even now more among the 300 plus people who were let go from 38, we have a group that are basically the campers, who are 30 plus amazing artists, designers, engineers, who if we wanted to start a 40-person studio, we could, try to find money and make something crazy, but we don't want to do that. People want to spread out. People want to pursue other things. A lot of people move to New England just to work at 38 and want to go back to the places where they came from, where they have family and friends. So we're here, we're staying, and the campers group was like, hey, we're probably here for the summer, so anything you need, just let us know. And we're like, oh, that's awesome. So right now we're at the point, and the emails are going back and forth. Jeff saw me do a stand-up, do it through a Google Hangout this morning.
Yeah.
We're talking about the day, and we're just we don't know what the passion project is yet. We don't know what the game is that we're gonna unite around. So we're doing other things to keep us busy and get us ramped up on shipping product.
So the first product in development at Summer Camp Studios, just to give folks a sense of tone, of narrative richness,
we're breaking embargoes here.
Mechanical nuance.
Yeah. Fart cat.
Fart cat.
Fart cat?
Fart cat.
Fart cat.
There's an email thread today about whether or not we should put an exclamation point at the end.
Yes.
Yeah, you should.
No. Question mark.
Question mark. Fart
Fart
cat?
Fart cats?
Yeah, I'm with you.
Or
Ryan.
both. Just do both.
I think Ryan may have nailed it.
Yeah.
What about exclamation point? Question mark.
Sure.
Fart
No.
cat?
The exclamation point?
Yeah.
Microtransaction.
So I've been telling these guys about it, so the people at home can follow along.
We unfortunately have no video of Fart Cat in action. I've actually not seen.
No direct feed of Fart
might
Cat.
not. This could be vaporware.
I
gen.
jokingly
They won't.
tweeted earlier about I called the main cabin and said where the heck's my E3 build.
But I was there in the room when
and
you
I
called.
actually did it. It was an actual phone call. I was like, hey, we have something we can show. So Fart Cat is an academic exercise. We've just been
Sounds like
obviously
it is.
very academic.
That's really the only way to take it. I think almost cow clicker if you want an analog. But so we just all spent years, in my case 4.5, and for others more, working with 300 people on a gigantic game, and we didn't release it. We released a YouTube video and some screenshots got leaked. So we were just sitting around and it'd be really awesome if we made a game in a week. And we learned something from making it. That's
right.
all. That's our only goal. Make a game in a week and learn something from it. So all right,
just
what are you gonna make?
iteration.
Exactly. Just do it, play it, make it fun, and put it out there. And if people like it, we'll learn from that and either iterate on that or make something else. And so what can we make? All right, let's make something for iOS, and let's make something a universal iPhone, iPad app. So all right, what do we want to do? What's simple we can do? Dave Cham, one of our engineers, said, well, we can make a cat that farts. And we're like, yeah, right. We can make a cat that farts.
Well, and then no one else had another idea.
Well, we did. But they're all more complicated. Let's do it. So we're making Fart Cat, and we're using it. We want to learn how to make a game, and while making a game, interacting with the people who we want to buy that game, and then after we release that game to those people, continue to get that feedback and iterating on it. It's.
So you're saying that when Fart Cat releases, later this year,
when it releases,
if
Apple allows it to be made, because they've gone on record a couple years ago saying no more fart apps,
right?
But there's a new one right now. I think it's still top 25 called Hide the Fart. So the belief is, and this is another lesson.
I totally saw that recently. That is actually a thing.
It's bad.
But if it's a question mark, you're not, necessarily saying it's Fart Cat.
Exactly.
Well, also, there's going to be hardcore mechanics, mid-core, casual.
Right. So we originally it was just going to be a cute cat that farts, and Ben Coelho would stop by. We threw a blanket over our heads and made fart noises, and we're like, all right, this is going to be it. And the kind of meowy fart noises. Perfect, done, ship it. And then we read that, we're like, all right.
Can we get a sneak preview?
You know that cats don't
Ben's really good at it.
You know that cats don't meow out of their ass, right?
And you know that cat farts are silent mostly too.
Okay.
You have to get it up at the end. It's hard to do. It's late at night. Anyways, there's a lot of takes where I got to sit down and edit. I was in Audacity picking which 10 fart sounds we wanted to use. So
the fart sound's locked in.
No, nothing is locked in.
Okay.
So you're saying there will be over 9 fart noises?
Likely, yeah.
Are you alpha yet?
Yes. I think first playable is probably what we're calling it right now. But so we're making Fart Cat. Total academic exercise.
Are you scrumming?
Yeah. Jeff saw the stand up today.
Oh, okay. That's what that was? Okay, got it.
Totally. Minimal documentation because it's a small group, which is nice. It's really all about the product and getting it done and on social. And it's really how far do you want to take the academic exercise with this title, and then when do we want to work on the realness, the real thing, and one of the things that are hot right now that we feel like we don't know enough about, want to learn, are actually implementing back-end analytics to learn about customer behavior. And
now you're talking video games.
Exactly. And microtransactions. Well, this is the kind of stuff that goes into making games right now, is you getting that feedback from players, and whether you know it or not, basically if your game is connected to the internet, you should more or less assume that all your behavior is being logged and people are studying it and improving and trying to either put that data towards a new game or put that data towards the current game.
That's the friggin' point, right?
Yeah. Why do you think I unplugged my PlayStation 3? No.
Right.
Anyways, so
you don't want Adam Boyes and they're going, what's Rich doing?
Yep. Well, they wouldn't know what I'm doing. They'd want to know what a group of me are doing, and those groups are called cohorts. By the way, you want a weird phrase to learn about the phrase cohorts. It's
I know the word cohorts.
You know it, but in this sense, it is a statistical group
of
people.
This made-up version of cohorts.
Yeah. So in reality, fruit fly, a cohort is a statistical group of people that came into your product at the same time, and you follow that group. It's more complicated than that, and I don't quite understand all the way. I'm still learning. And you follow that group's behavior through your product, and you try to learn, like, all right, so we had a bunch of people come in and play this game in May, or play this product in May, and 18% of them stuck. All right, and then we had another group come in June, and 25% of them stuck. Like, all right, what did we change in between the two? And all this crazy stuff. Anyways, so we built an analytical backend for FartCat.
Hey, Rich Gallup.
Yeah, right.
I have one question for
Hit
you.
me.
What is the name of the analytical backend, the analytics backend for FartCat?
Catalytics.
Yeah.
Yep. This is the kind of doofy stuff you get to do when you're sitting around on like a porch drinking beers in nice weather at summer camp.
This would be a good time for you to just drop the mic and just walk
walk
off because
out.
you've won.
99
You're done.
cents later. So like it's fun, and we're still setting up like the summer camp studios Facebook page, the Twitter profile, and like we want to ask and talk to people, and we love the Giant Bomb crowd because they are loud and they know good games.
Yeah.
So like if they think FartCat is hilarious and want us to keep learning through that, we're likely to do that. If they're like, all right, we get it, you did something silly, now make us a real game, then we'll do that, and we're gonna figure out how to do it. Like we want to learn about microtransactions. Should we learn that through FartCat? Would we like, all right, you play this game, you unlock a whole bunch of different cat skins, and then there's a really sweet one that looks like Panthro, kind of, and it's 99 cents or whatever, or weird in-game cat currency. There's all this stuff that exists out there in the market that we don't know from making big. I would almost call them normal games, is what I want to call them.
Sure, yeah, regular games. Normal games.
The
yes.
games that are shown at E3.
Yeah.
And so how can we learn from that and see what they're doing there and try to meld it with this new math, the new like economics-driven game making, and make something that we want to play and that people want to play.
It's a new super fast iteration process that is not necessarily directly applicable to the traditional AAA game.
Exactly.
But clearly those things are converging.
Yep.
And they're going to apply to one another whether you like it or not.
Yes.
And it's probably smart to learn it now rather than later because it's going to happen anyway.
And that's what we want to do, and we want to be upfront with what we're learning and share and talk about it and do all those great hippie things that an indie dev should do because you don't have a corporate entity telling you to shut up. So
yeah, tell me about. I mean, what? Yeah. Great.
It's like one of the guys was like, it was so refreshing that like I was like, oh, I'm gonna tweet this, and like, all right, cool, and they looked at it and like, oh, that was good. I was like, really? I didn't really try that hard on that. I'm like, no, it was good that you just did that, and you didn't have to ask someone about it, and you didn't have to have a meeting about it. And it's like, yeah, this is nice.
But wait, I mean, did you ever have those meetings at the? Because I mean,
I didn't.
Okay.
So other people in Summer Camp Studios were involved in those meetings. I was radio silent. I was on the game. I was with 200 dudes and dudettes, and we were cranking and making an awesome game. And my job was to keep people out of meetings like that. I was giving Brad a breakdown on how to do that earlier.
Is now a good time, or should we shoot a separate video on Rich's producer hands?
Let's shoot a separate video because it's kind of late. I feel like
Rich is the master of emboldening people through hand gestures. I am serious. I am absolutely serious.
He gave a guided tour where Brad helped me to figure out where the W button was on my keyboard.
I felt like 3 times better about myself after he like waved his hands around. I'm serious.
Brad, you're a valuable part of this conversation. It's just that you're happy and working well. Doing what you're paid to do.
Did you have to read one of those weird books to get that stuff
I'm reading
down?
The Lean Startup right now. That one is I'm learning stuff from it. I feel I'm gonna read as many of those books as I can until I feel like I'm not learning anything from it. It's basically what I did in college. I reached that point very quickly in college, but now I read Steal Like an Artist, which you can read in about half an hour, and is a cool book about not trying to come up with something new, but try to come up with something that combines things from other people or does a different take on something.
How to steal stuff
successfully. Like an artist. How to do it, but how to do it respectfully and not just like straight rip it off. Like the iPhone store right now, like it's rip-off city.
It's crazy. There's a pretty good version of Picross 3D that I got.
Were you talking about that earlier?
Yeah, we were talking about that earlier.
Did you see I forgot to grab that while it was free.
Yeah.
My favorite one that's on the top list right now is a rip-off of North and South for the NES.
Oh, weird.
The map is exactly the same. the train tracks go, you know, east, west, south, and like the forts are in the same spots. They just changed the graphics.
That's
like,
cool.
I was like, am I the only person who sees that and knows that for what it is?
It's history, man. You can't fuck with history.
Exactly.
These colors don't run.
But it's also, I mean, I won't disagree about the just rampant plagiarism on you know the App Store there. But in that case, it's like here's a game that doesn't. You know, I don't think Nintendo's probably going to hop on that one real quick.
I love that game. I play that game a ton with my dad.
We don't even own the licensing for that.
It's probably not going to show up the General Lee, I guess. I don't know. Boss Hog.
Yeah.
There you go.
Boss Hog Games.
Cooter.
Cooter doesn't own it. Cooter doesn't even own those overalls, man. Those are on. You got those on layaway, man.
Yeah.
But yes, there is insane rampant plagiarism, and it's bad when it's stuff like that Johann Sebastian Joust ripoff, because that's a game that's in development, and then someone else just kind of beat them to the market on their own idea, and that's fucked up. But when you're talking about something like, you know, if they're making a bootleg of a weird, obscure old NES game that, you know, whoever it is that owns that license or whoever it was that developed that game in the first place, that's not going anywhere.
I mean, it doesn't pain me, but I just wish they'd done a little more with it.
Sure.
Instead of putting a coat of paint on it.
And for the Picross 3D thing, like Picross was a thing that existed outside of Nintendo anyway.
Yeah.
They didn't announce Picross 3DS.
They didn't. Yeah.
They didn't announce anything. So.
Yeah. Even games that they were working on and had coming out, they didn't announce.
Yeah.
So.
God damn.
Yeah.
They didn't announce anything from Summer Camp Studios either, which is weird.
We did that.
Yeah, it was here.
We are publishing your
Do you like
game
how I
now.
spread that out? I gave GameSpot the announce of the studio.
Yeah,
exactly.
we appreciate it.
Awesome.
Just like a producer.
And then you guys get the game.
You're doing your hand. Wait, is that planting exclusive?
Well, the real one, if you want to get into it, is you have to hit the table with a fist and make the cans rattle if you're really going to do it. But we had great tables to hit at the end of the meeting at 38.
Really appreciate
that one. I don't do. I don't like that one.
This is a little too political.
No, it's a lot of high fives. It's a lot of really hard high fives.
This is like leading a meeting sort of stuff.
This is a very political thing. I wouldn't do that one.
Yeah.
Nope.
All right, let's save that one for a format that will be pure video.
Yeah, we'll get that. Yeah, it'll be fun.
So there you go. Fartcat.
Fartcat
is
where can
in
we
the
find
works.
out more about Fartcat?
Well, we have summercampstudios.com, where there's like basically an email address and people.
Yeah, but that just redirects to Hoktaku right now.
Which redirects to? Wait, no, that doesn't redirect.
No, Hoktaku is now a real entity.
It's awesome.
It's full of amazing Photoshop.
We're working on the exclusive for Hoktaku.
It moved so fast. It moved maybe the fastest I've ever seen it move.
When the internet gets behind something and really,
it was
really believe.
You saw the Birdman, the actual Hawkman Vignacchi shot, right?
Oh, there's several now. Is the point?
So
That's how
hockey.
Nice, really.
You like that?
Imagine
you like
the Birdhammer is a huge fan of Hoktaku.
Oh, the Birdhammer?
Oh God! How did we not bring up the Birdhammer before?
The Birdhammer wants to come by.
No, I talked to the Birdhammer. We should have the Birdhammer on. I just didn't know when was. I think we have run past our window for the Birdhammer. I think he's going back tomorrow night. So
he's got to fly away.
Oh, I want to end the show so bad now. Oh my God! But we have to keep talking about games.
Should have bought those CDs.
Do we?
Should have bought those CDs. Look at that Dog City, all those CDs.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
That's a lot of in jokes.
Oh, that is too many in jokes. You realize Dog
Anyway.
City is only like 3 months away.
Yeah, Dog City is right around the corner.
Just start calling back.
Yeah.
Don't forget to do your Dog City write-ups, man.
So that's Summer Camp Studios. SummerCampStudios.com. We'll have a Facebook page. One thing that I've already learned from this trip is talking to guys that we know in community. It's like they're like, don't even bother making your own page. Like, don't make your own site. It's Facebook and Twitter. That's where everyone rolls through.
Yeah, I think we learned that that shifted pretty shortly after we ran off and started doing our own thing. It was like at the time, it was like, no, you go and you start a blog and you're doing that stuff.
Well, yeah, that
and
was
then,
the thing. It was like right after I was out of there, like I went and started a blog because I was like, well, I should probably get something out there, and then like everyone, or like it seemed like 8 people that were currently still at GameSpot at the time suddenly like registered domains and all started blogs.
Arrow pointing down.
Just like, yeah. Like Rory had his.
That was after I was. That was after I
had
was out.
mine.
Yeah.
But yeah, suddenly a bunch of
Head of Alfredo Garcia.
That was
Brian,
awesome.
Yeah, you had yours. Brian Eckberg
Doofy
had
Crap.
one. Yeah.
But then
Doofy
it was
Crap started it all. I mean, that's.
Yeah.
But then,
Really?
like, pretty
Well, you were-
shortly
that was
after
before-
that,
That's right, yeah.
pretty shortly after that, it like Tumblr kind of blew up in a big
Yeah.
way, and Twitter became much more significant,
Yeah.
and the
And-
corporate
and
stuff
it-
for Facebook became a lot more robust.
You can see the pain in the community guys' eyes when they're talking about it, because Facebook is an ugly, ugly site, and you have all these artists that can work for you, make you a gorgeous personal webpage where you like highlight the content that you want people to highlight, and everyone just goes to the Facebook page.
I have a question from the audience.
I haven't taken a question from the audience in so long.
Rich Gallup
Bring
is
it
coming
on. Is
from
it Danny O'Dwyer?
This
or?
is from Mark Shatraw.
What's up, Mark?
He wants
to bring Danny through tomorrow.
He wants to know: is Summer Camp Studios hiring?
Sure.
I don't think that can be the answer to that question.
Summer Camp Studios has no money right now, so it's a bunch of dudes working for free. So
Okay.
if you have any questions at all about Summer Camp Studios and think you want to be a part of it, hit up summercampstudios.com. We have an email address. You can fire away.
You can find it there.
maincabin@summercampstudios.com is the
Nice.
email address. Isn't that cute? We're taking it too far. I want a raccoon or a moose to be our mascot. I'm kind of doubly torn on it. Two of my favorite
What
animals.
if it was raccoon riding a moose?
Done.
A ramoose?
Yeah, or a raccoon with antlers. You
Okay.
know, something like that.
A raccoose. We'll workshop it. We'll figure it out.
We'll figure it
We'll
out.
get
So
there.
we're gonna have fun with it. We want to talk.
That's awesome.
Yeah, and we'll make something more than just a AAA fart app, which so we're adding gameplay to it right now because we don't want to be rejected from Apple outright by like, yeah, but it's a fart app, stop. So we're gonna put in actual gameplay mechanics and try to make it and balance that. All right, is this fun enough to be done, or do we want to keep polishing this fart?
So Game Informer's Dan Reichert.
Yes.
What is it?
Exclusive review for Game
What is
Informer.
it? What is it that
Cover
again,
reveal.
You got to spread it out. Yeah, obviously it'll be on the cover of next month's Game Informer.
I assumed you were kidding when you said cat fart, and I was very, very happy when he confirmed that.
Fart cat. Come on.
Fart cat. I'm
It's
sorry.
Easter egg. Get the goddamn
sorry.
branding right.
That's the
I can-
sequel. If you guys need me to leave, I can leave.
Oh,
That's
cat
fine.
fart is like
So.
a thing. Fart cat is a character.
Yeah.
Okay.
Cat fart is what fart cat does.
I was calling it
Okay.
cat fart a lot, and then the entire group convinced me that it was actually fart cat, and I saw it like that, like who you just described.
Yeah.
And so I get
This
it.
is very confusing.
It's yeah.
Well, I'm sure your 1,200 word write up in next month's Game Informer will
Yeah.
make this make a lot more sense. What is it that you want from Fart Cat? Is there anything specifically that you'd like to see in this? 'Cause now is your moment to have design input.
Surprisingly, I have no fart apps on
And
my
he's
phone.
doing it too. He's
I got the Clinton thing going on here. Yeah.
He's got the little clench. He's got the thumb up.
I love farts. I find them very funny. But
Your Twitter profile picture currently is.
actually, it is just me. Yeah, holding a sign that says fart
on
yeah.
a golf range or on
golf
a
course.
Yeah.
Yes. I actually have never had a fart app on my phone before.
Me neither.
Yeah,
Will this be
no.
your first?
Fart
Will
cat or
Fart Cat be your
it's Fart
first?
Cat, right?
Yep.
Okay, yeah. I will get that absolutely.
Awesome.
But
Thank you. Thank you for your support.
no, I like the natural farts. I don't really need to have an artificial.
Well, but
app or
as
something.
a like Rich, you seem a little reticent to call this a game.
It will be. It's not a toy. It's a game. That's another conversation we had. So
Sure.
there will be game.
There will be
mechanics in it.
gameplay
call it a
mechanics
game.
in it.
You can
So,
win.
Yep.
Any thoughts about how you can add gameplay mechanics to farting?
I had Ow My Balls on my phone.
Yep.
Which is the one where you tap to fart and fight. I got kind of a Boogerman vibe from that. And as a kid, I loved Boogerman.
Okay.
So just emulate Boogerman as much as you can.
Okay.
Yeah. But that had snot and farts
What
and
if I
burps
just
and
put a little
everything.
bandit eyes on the cat? Is that enough Boogerman, or didn't he have the mask?
He did. He had a little Lone Ranger, Sly Cooper thing
do
going
that.
on there.
Yeah. We'll call
Okay.
it like the Booger mask.
Okay. I can go with that.
99
They make
cents.
2 of those games,
No, there's one Boogerman.
right?
Yep.
There's only one Boogerman.
There's one. Yes.
It was named something else in Europe, though. I think that's the.
Oh, that might have been one of the
I remember I bought Boogerman
that's
as
right.
a kid.
It was Bogeyman in the UK.
I remember I bought Boogerman as a kid. I was like probably 10 or 11, and I remember I was in the car reading the instruction manual I had a magazine that had codes for Boogerman, and my mom looked over, and one of the codes for a level was PUS, P-U-S. and she thought it was pussy.
Yes.
And my mom had to talk to me about sex because of the Boogerman code that said puss.
So Boogerman was when you had the talk. That's why you had the talk.
Yeah, that was the catalyst. Yeah.
Fantastic.
How damaging was that to your eventual, maturity?
Yeah. Your
Well,
adult
actually,
sex
never
life.
mind. I just answered my own question.
You have to wear the mask now too.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
in
the
the bedroom.
only
Like
way
a
that it
hotel,
works.
yeah.
Only way that it works anymore. It's got to have the mask. And also boogers. It's the things that
I've grown past
the things they do to Dan Riker.
I'm past that.
What you want to talk about? Some stuff you've seen at E3? You want to talk about your day?
Yeah, I've been on a lot of Nintendo stuff,
Yeah.
which it's been a pretty interesting year for that.
Indeed, we've gotten a few other perspectives in here on the Nintendo stuff, on the Wii U stuff. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, I'm sure it's been talked about quite a bit.
Sure.
But
I'm just I want to hear more of more people who have seen. I think you may have had some of the most hands-on time with Wii U stuff. And I'm just curious to see what's the impression at this point, because I know what I think, I know what I've played, but the more information the better.
Well, I flew in Sunday morning because there was apparently they wanted to show us some stuff before the press conference just so we can get stuff prepared or whatever. And I was talking to Nintendo reps before, and they were saying, well, we want to show you some of the big guns. There might be some stuff at the press conference that we don't cover here, but this is the main stuff, and you can play it beforehand or whatever. And they showed a video of Batman Arkham City.
Yeah.
I was like, okay, that's nice. And then they showed Mario Brothers U, which I'm a huge Mario fan, just huge platformer fan, and it's going to be a great game, I'm sure. And then they closed with Nintendo Land. And I played that, and I could not get myself excited for that at all. And I was thinking, I hope to God this is not their big gun. I hope this is not what they end with, because I got the sense that they thought this was going to be the Wii Sports for the Wii U.
Yeah.
Which Wii Sports made so much sense, because you could show it to your grandma or your mom and say, oh, you don't have to hit a single thing, just swing it like a racket.
And you kind of inherently understand the rules of a lot of those sports too.
Yeah,
it's
just
like,
you
just
swing it, or it's
There are no mechanics to learn. It's just put it in your hand, ignore the buttons. Those buttons are not important.
Yeah, the most complicated thing is bowling, where it's hold this in and let go when you would let go of a bowling ball. And that's why you see it in retirement homes and stuff.
Right.
Whereas this, it's how do you it doesn't have that simple catch to where it's, oh, well, you've got a zoomed out view on the TV and you've got a zoomed in view on the Wii U controller, or you can
No, you're right, and it's actually a point that I don't think anyone else has brought up when talking about the Wii U so far, has been how much it kind of is the anti-Wii, as far as instead of we're removing the interface, we are taking this, making it as simple as possible so that anyone can touch it and figure out how to use it. Now it's no, now we have two screens. We've got, we had no analog sticks. We have two analog sticks. We have, at the most buttons that a controller that's out there has. And we're still using the Wii brand. We are still selling it using the thing that we sold the most casual game system that's been released with. So.
Well, and you get the sense that Nintendo is confident that this is going to have the Wii Sports effect. Most of their booth is
it's
Nintendo
There's
Land.
a lot of Nintendo Land.
I think they said as much.
Yeah, they made
during my
specific
pre-brief.
allusions. Yeah,
They basically said this is our
at the thing,
the round table.
Last night, now it's after midnight. It's almost 2 nights ago. But yeah, they said, you can think of this as a Wii Sports.
Yeah.
Because someone asked.
I'm sure they would love for us to think of it as the Wii Sports.
Well, someone asked in the context of Wii Sports was a pack-in, which is went a long ways, especially in North America, to making that sort of a ubiquitous Wii thing. And it wasn't a pack-in in Japan. that was a thing you had to purchase.
Yeah.
But yeah, they're you can think of it that way. And it's doesn't feel that way when you play it. It doesn't have the same instant click.
Well, it was during that demo, during the press conference when they were showing, was it the Luigi's Mansion one, the longer that guy spent explaining that game, the less I understood about it. It's just, the more information was there, the less sense it made.
Yeah, as someone who plays a fair amount of video games and played Pac-Man Versus and has played the tech demos they did last year, as soon as they showed it, 90% of that concept was just okay, yeah, obviously, yeah, you don't see the ghost. The ghost is on the other screen. Flashlight kills ghost. Flashlight revives dead players. All right, good, go.
It took them way too long to explain what you just said in 4 sentences.
And then on top of that, obviously it's a Japanese company, but on top of that, it was a translated description of stuff. So it's slowed down that much more. and you're sitting there staring at this thing, watching it happen, and just going like, I can't. How did this? If you spilled that on my bag, I will kill you. How do we get to this point in this press conference that this is where they're at? Just like this guy's going to talk and this translator's just going to go. And I felt crazy by the end of it. It was like, is this even really happening? Was this an actual proper game? And
that and Batman went on for just an exceptional amount of time.
Yeah, it's fucking Arkham City. I know what that is. I don't care what dumb-ass tablet mini games you add to it.
Yeah.
That game is not a game that needs a charge-up super move to be fun. That brings nothing to it, right? I mean,
Jeff, they redesigned the suit, though. He has a gamepad on
well,
his arm
shit.
now. Come on.
Does it actually have like the analog sticks and everything?
That's the one thing I'm not sure about. I don't know if it has the analog sticks.
Yeah.
But I think they straight up said it was a gamepad, right? Like on his arm.
Did the BAT meter or whatever that is?
Yeah, I think it.
Oh,
yeah.
I get it.
Is
Okay.
it-
Yes,
You see what they did there?
That's the thing is, it was so easy with Wii Sports to be like, oh, we're all adults here. We're at the bar, and it's like, oh, let's go back and play Wii Sports bowling or whatever. You're not going to be a 25-year-old guy or whatever and be like, let's go play Takumaru's Ninja Castle and throw shurikens at paper ninjas. Like, it's not the same thing at all.
So, non-Nintendo Wii U stuff that you've seen, any?
I went to go to Black Ops today, but that was the same thing I saw at Treyarch earlier, so didn't see anything new of Black Ops. Saw Hitman Absolution.
Yeah.
I liked what I saw of that. I like the just super sandboxy, like just be as stupid as you want.
How did you finish the mission?
I sat down with the game director and watched him, and he did the thing where he dressed up as the drug dealer and lured him to the apartment or whatever, and you could poison the drugs before he takes it. Or I love the challenge list where it's like, you drop a bag of corn on his head to kill the guy, or shove him in a manhole,
or he goes over to the corner to piss and shoot the thing above. And,
I love that, and even that like sniper challenge thing, that like pre-order thing. Like I love just that open sandbox stuff.
Yeah,
and
but
if every mission's like that,
at the same time, isn't it super crazy that they just basically list exactly all the ways you can kill him?
I'd like it to be more vague.
Yeah.
Because like in that Hitman Sniper Challenge thing, it was kind of vague, whereas when I saw the challenge list in this, it was like, okay, push him in a manhole. So, yeah. But kind of back to Nintendo real quick. I did play Pikmin 3, and that was the one thing I saw and I liked, but I also had the least helpful kind of booth captain guy ever. So I was sitting there.
Captain.
There's probably a name for that.
Captain Nintendo booth.
A Nintendo representative.
There we go.
Your
Nintendo
Wii U
rep.
concierge.
And so
a Nintendant.
Nintendo. There we go.
Oh,
I like it.
Now
So-
you guys want to end this, don't you? See, suck the life out of this room.
So I'm playing, and it's not like I went there in weird hours or anything. Like people were positioned at particular booths and everything. And I went to the Pikmin one because I was writing a preview of it, and I wanted to make sure I had this fleshed out and I knew everything right. And I sat down and I had the Wii remote and the nunchuck, and I asked the guy. I was like, okay, so let's say I just want to play the whole game with the gamepad. Can I do that? And he was like, oh, it's a map. I was like, yeah, I know, I get that, I see that, but if let's say I don't have a Wii remote, I don't have a nunchuck, it's not even in my house, can I play this game? And he goes, oh, wait, you can use it as a dynamic map. And I was like, I understand this. Like, can I play the whole thing? And he never answered that. And then as I was playing, like I killed some beetle and some like nectar stuff came out, and I asked him, I was like, what's this like gold nectar stuff coming out? And he goes, what do you mean gold nectar? And I was like, he was standing right next to me. And I go, I killed that beetle and some gold stuff came out of here. What does that do? It looks like my Pikmin are eating that. Is that like the nectar that makes the flower or whatever? I killed him, and then there was nectar. And he goes, boy, I wish I could have seen that.
Right. So this guy did not know what was going on.
No, and he was like the Pikmin guy. And I was just doing very basic things in the demo.
Are you sure about that? Are you sure you didn't just wander in there off the street and just stole someone's Nintendo shirt?
This was an appointment.
Looking for Alfonso.
Yeah, no, he was waiting in the bathroom, and when someone came in dressed up, he ate their face and threw him in a stall, Hitman style, closed the stall.
I'm not convinced you played Pikmin 3.
I think I played.
I'm not.
It was fun, despite
I'm not sure.
the misinformation or whatever I got.
Dan loved the gold nectar.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, he did.
I am looking forward to that game, but yeah, that was not very helpful.
What was the shooter
Hayes.
with Nectar? Yeah. Hayes jokes.
Second time Hayes has come up to.
We're making Hayes.
Why are
jokes?
there
Really?
Hayes?
That is 3 more times than you need to be talking about Hayes in a given day.
We're talking about Boosh.
Why were you talking about
Yeah.
Hayes the first time?
Someone was talking about corn.
Of course.
Why were people talking? You know, I'm not going to ask these questions. I want to end this thing, so I want to get some final thoughts from folks
Those GameSpot
here.
UK guys are into some weird shit. I don't know.
Oh, okay, fair enough.
Yeah.
This is a good Time Splitters 4. That'd be great.
That makes sense.
I would love that.
All right, let's close out the show here. Final thoughts on day 2 of E3. Justin Calvert, how you feeling?
I'm exhausted.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm looking forward to being able to talk about some of the stuff. Like The Last of Us right now is my game of show.
I was gonna say,
and
clearly it sounds like the
it's
stuff that you want.
frustrating as hell.
When's the embargo up?
You want to talk about? You
tomorrow
can't.
at 4 p.m. Yeah,
the end of the show. The last minute of the show.
Tricky.
Yeah, that's driving me crazy. Dishonored, I think, is another one of the awesome game of the show. I think it's just been a really great show for software this year. There's been consoles reaching the end of their life cycles, and as a result, developers are getting really fucking good at them. So,
excellent, Patrick.
I'm excited. We're going to see Hitman tomorrow. So
Yeah.
I'm super excited about that happening tomorrow. I'm also really interested just to see, the Wii U's coming out this year.
Yeah.
And not to harp on the Nintendo stuff again, but they're going to have to start responding to some of the criticism.
Yeah.
The apparent continued confusion over it being an accessory for the original
Right.
Wii, which, setting aside, someone doing their due diligence as a reporter, that's not something that should be a point of confusion. And so, Iwata, I still think it's weird that he never showed up this entire thing. I feel
agree.
like that's sort of perhaps an ominous.
And I feel like that's extra weird because he is here. He is in LA.
He also,
Well, they're keeping him in that wood-paneled box where he was
I saw
holding
him.
bananas.
I saw him. I saw Iwata with
So
my
he was
own eyes.
walking around.
He was walking around.
He exists.
He exists. So I would have when him not showing up, I'm like, oh well, Iwata's fucking working it in Japan somewhere right now. Like the system is in this state that he's got to be there for whatever administrative purposes, but he's here, so that makes the non-appearance during the press conference.
So
I agree, doubly.
Has anybody translated the lettering that was on the wall behind him during Nintendo Direct?
I don't know.
Did you see that up there?
Yeah.
I think we need to know what that says.
Okay.
I
agree.
That
I hadn't
might-
even thought about it.
Yeah.
Someone will have tweeted it to you guys before this is
I know, that's why I didn't even ask.
Yep. It's already in the
I know. I
forums.
should
It's
just
already in
go.
the
I should just go and look at it and
Yep.
see what it actually said. But Jeff,
hello.
Final thoughts for day 2. I mean, you had a I think kind of a light day 2.
Well, I went and saw Star Wars 1313.
Oh, you just saw a lot of stuff that had already been.
Yeah,
seen.
yeah, and I went and played Borderlands 2, the new section they're showing of that. They're showing off the other character classes and stuff. It continues to be good. They're still primarily showing the PC version of that, and it is looking awesome on the PC. Just the resolution, it is so much sharper. Just really, really great looking game.
Awesome.
You should play the Xbox version.
Yeah, you said the frame rate on the
love
Xbox
Borderlands,
version
and
was.
they're just not done with the Xbox
Yeah,
version.
yeah,
They can't
it's,
be. Anytime you walk up to a game at E3 and it has the no cameras, that's like, yep, they haven't optimized the frame rate yet. So please don't ding us for that.
Right.
But I love Borderlands, and I hope big hopes for 2.
Yeah, but I caught that Star Wars 1313 demo. Was really impressed by it. Just Alex, you
I
caught
went
it
and
as
saw
well.
Brad and I went. He wanted to go see it a second time, so I went with him.
Did they do the stop motion stuff?
Yeah.
And
They did the fly-through stuff. They zoomed right in on characters' faces. They changed camera.
like the focus and stuff. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, you can see veins through the skin and stuff. Like the level of detail down at the pore level is just staggering.
That sounds like
it's pretty unbelievable.
Yeah.
Sounds
but in a lot of cases, it's work that those ILM dudes are probably kind of used to doing. Yeah. So
with the exception of the real-time aspect of it,
right,
that's the thing that they've had to sort of adjust to.
And it sounds like they've just got their pipeline set up to actually make that work.
Yeah, they hybridized it or whatever.
Yeah.
They
but it's
built
like
it up.
the fire effects coming off the ship when you're climbing around on it, and the section where the ship explodes and stuff like that. Just really amazing. It was one of those moments where, I think around the time that a generation gets ready to end, or we're reaching that point of where it starts to feel like we're going to get into diminishing returns on power. So you start thinking like, well, what are they going to do with the next set of boxes? Is it really going to look that much better? It's going to still be polygonal. What are they just going to rate everything? It's like everything will be 1080p and 60 frames a second, I guess. And then you look at that and go like, oh, well, no, it's still going to be 30 frames a second because they're going to do all this fucking crazy shit.
Yeah.
And yeah, I thought it looked really cool. I mean, from a gameplay perspective, or obviously a story perspective, it's such a short thing. No idea if that game will actually be any good, but it sure looked cool.
Yeah. But I think that's, that first run at, like I said this earlier, I think your first run at a new system, that's all you need is something to dazzle. Like, let's get into like some the complicated depth of gameplay systems that you couldn't pull off in previous hardware. What do people understand when you're trying to sell a new box is just some fucking flash.
Yeah. Totally.
So, if it sounds like this demo delivers on that, even if the gameplay is, something that's super familiar.
I'm not sure we can even judge that.
Yeah,
game
it's hard.
Or at least of what they're showing right now. Like I think that's kind of a non-issue for something like this. Is like the point is more that, hey, this is a real-time interactive experience. I am actually controlling this. This isn't just pre-scripted stuff.
Yeah.
And the implications of that with this, the level of the presentation that you're getting out of it. Like
I wonder if they'll move it to UE4. Or if they're going to stay on this Unreal Engine 3 stuff that they're building it on.
I mean, who says they're on UE3 now? Did they say that definitively?
Yeah. They said they're on a highly modified.
Did they say that, or did Totilo say that?
Totilo said that, but
Totilo said they said
all
that.
Confirmed?
I believe that is
because I've heard stuff to the contrary.
Okay.
I don't
all
know.
right.
I don't know.
Are you challenging the reporting of this?
Because it seems like it's all anecdotal, so who knows?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think he left his pen here so you could write it in his hand.
Write it in his blood. But while we're talking about that stuff, does anyone see the Final Fantasy next generation stuff? Are they
watch it on YouTube?
Oh, they just put a video out. It wasn't any sort of.
It's out there. It's on our site now.
And it's just like fancy video of Final Fantasy people.
Basically, it's them saying, yeah, this is running in real time. Here's what the next Final Fantasy could look like.
No,
but I mean, they don't say it is from a game.
Right.
It's an animation.
Okay. All right. I just wasn't sure what that was. If that was attached to, did it look cool?
Yeah, looked really nice.
All right.
Side note: it's weird to walk past the Square Enix booth and be like, "Where's Square Enix?"
Yeah. It's like it's all IDOS now. Well, the handheld stuff is still
Theater Rhythm.
Dream drop distance.
Yeah. Right.
There's at least someone there is still being super Square Enix-y. So even if it does seem like it's mostly old IDOS properties that are doing it.
Yeah, and then I played.
I'm sorry. Where is Final Fantasy Versus 13 at the show?
It's
you mean Final Fantasy 15?
What?
Where's Overstrike at the show?
Well, yeah.
Where did they ever officially can that Brothers in Arms game? That's just
not officially.
Not officially.
No, not officially. But people at Ubisoft and Gearbox both were not thrilled when I would bring that up. So
Gearbox ain't got fucking time to work on that shit right now.
Yeah, it's up there with the Heat game. I played Medal of Honor Warfighter. They showed multiplayer. They've got it's a fire team concept where you buddy up with another player at all times, and so it's kind of like 2-man squads going around. Some interesting ideas there. It's I don't want to blow your fucking minds here. It's a first-person shooter.
Yeah,
with multiplayer.
No, I saw the stage demo.
Yeah, seems okay.
Okay. Alex Navarro. Oh God, losing it.
I am similar to Justin that I'm very much looking forward to being able to talk about Last of Us and beyond. But of the stuff I have seen today, SimCity, 1,000 times.
I really wanted to make the effort, but just the timing on it was off, and I couldn't get in there today.
It's a crazy. I mean, for even just being a short demo, it's a crazy informative demo that they show, and the multiplayer stuff actually seems really awesome. Like the way that it's sort of it's asynchronous, but at the same time, the things you do in your city affect the region you're in, where your friends have their own cities elsewhere. So if you build a totally industrial city, your pollution will eventually start to affect other aspects of the world, and it's you can combine to work on these projects together.
Really bad news because I have shitty friends.
Yeah.
I'm gonna do
everyone's
that.
gonna figure out how to troll. They're gonna troll the fuck out of each other with their SimCity.
But no police stations, all coal power plants.
Yeah,
that's the city I'm building.
But it looks
so New Detroit then.
Yeah. Well, yeah, that's my favorite thing was that like wherever there's crime, there's graffiti. So the implication is that just like there are graffiti artists running around, and they are all horrible criminals. I guess.
Well, they're doing graffiti, of course. They're criminals. That is a crime. In fact,
are they carrying skateboards too?
Possibly.
That's a crime also.
They showed a bank robbery. That was my favorite part. Is like a criminal from the bad town came to one of the good towns and robbed a bank, and the cops all showed up, and there was like a gun battle between Sims.
So did that money end up going back into the economy of the other city?
Yeah.
Really?
No, I don't know.
Damn it.
But it looks absolutely phenomenal, and Brad and I were talking about it earlier. The fucking Spore engine, like the character building stuff, is being used for like building modification in that game, and it's amazing.
Yeah,
it looks
I mean,
awesome.
I saw the building mod stuff.
Yeah,
and thought it looked super cool. I didn't realize
it's based on
the
the Spore
engine. Say
engine.
that it was the Spore character.
Yep,
that makes sense because you're like attaching smokestacks and whatever else. Yeah,
but everything about that game seems like really smart and really well.
So
out.
like if you're doing like a functional upgrade for a building, it's not just like I hit the button and now it has this other model. It's a more of just like you are literally adding parts to it.
Yeah, and there was a definite kind of a carrot on a stick mechanic to it, because like they were showing the foundry, and it was like if you export 10,000 alloy, you can add this extra smokestack, which will let you do this. And by having that on there, you can export 10,000 of this and add this other thing. It was
okay. So
like you can constantly be upgrading that stuff and just kind of slap it onto the side wherever you want.
But you have some sort of control over the aesthetic look of these upgraded things?
I assumed that was the Spore aspect of it, was that it was free form and you could just like stick the smokestack here or there or wherever.
Put it on the side.
You can move it. It seemed like that, yeah.
Great. Brad, while you have the mic, what'd you think of Dead Space?
I only got to play through about half the demo. I got booted off halfway through the demo they had playable, so I didn't play the whole thing. It plays like Dead Space, and yet you can also roll and dodge and duck, like kind of gear style. I mean, it's got that stuff, and there's a cover mechanic. I guess, did you see the cover mechanic? Because it was before or it was after I had to get off that thing. But
yeah, I think so.
That stuff, I'm not sure how I feel about it. Yeah. But I was encouraged to hear that if you're playing by yourself, you're not going to see a lot of that second guy.
Yeah, like he factors in the story here and there.
There will be no AI buddy. Right. You know, like no guy will follow you around and shoot at stuff.
Then plasma cutter. That's just
so I
say
asked,
it into a microphone. You told me about it earlier.
I asked straight up. I mean, the interview will go up, but I asked them, "Can you rotate that plasma cutter?" And he kind of paused for a second, and he was like, "If that's what you're looking for, we have that for you." And I took that to mean that there is maybe some weapon upgrade or combination system that they haven't detailed yet. There's probably more to that stuff.
I'm just kind of bummed. I mean, not that like Dead Space was ever like really a survival horror game or anything, but there were the horror beats to that.
I'd argue the first one.
Yeah, the first one was definitely a horror game.
Kind of was, yeah.
But even the second one, for as actiony as it was, still had that claustrophobic feel in a lot of spots. Like it felt like it still had this kind of that quality to it. Nothing about this game seems scary at all. Like, even the monsters, like, the necromorphs were never the scariest part of that game. It was the claustrophobic feel. It was the lighting.
The potential threat of maybe there are necromorphs.
Yes, exactly. Yeah. And it's like, there's some of that. Like, there's, the weird morphy guys busting out of the snow and, like, jumping at you. But it's just like, it feels like every other action game. It's just like a monster closet kind of thing. It just doesn't seem like they're really going for the horror beats with that game at all. And that's really disappointing to me.
The first cool thing that I heard about the way they've got the enemies set up and the fact that they're human enemies is that there are infected humans that have essentially like a branching mutation system. So depending on where you dismember them, they can morph into like 6 different kinds of enemies. So like if you shoot the legs off, they will turn into this one thing. If you shoot the head off, something else will happen.
It's very Thing-like.
Yeah.
Okay.
But between that aspect and like the kind of Arctic research station motif, like we were definitely getting kind of the Thing vibe from it, and maybe that could be.
That makes me like 1,000 times more
Yeah.
interested.
Yeah, I mean,
check
that
it out,
was cool.
The Thing.
Yeah.
I mean, that was cool, but it's just the way the action was like playing out in that scenario. I just like as someone who wants like a little bit of tension and kind of build like. There wasn't any. There was just run and gun the whole time, pretty much.
Brad, anything else that you want to mention here?
I guess that's it for today.
All right.
Yeah.
Rich Gallup, Summer Camp Games.
Summer Camp Studios. We have a lot of them.
I was gonna say all these studios all around the. So there's UK, there's Shanghai.
SummerCampGames.com was taken.
There's
so
Schenectady.
Summer Camp Studios. Yep, we're big in Poughkeepsie.
Budapest. 300 people in Budapest working on FartCat.
Yep, exactly.
Just
That's where
art, just
QA
outsourced
department's
art.
All art. We outsource the art all the time. Outsource managers.
We have over 1 million pictures of cats.
Yep. Lots of them. Excuse me.
We went to Colorado and took over 1,000 pictures of
the world of cats.
Yep. Can my cat be in
World of
FartCat?
cats. Sure. Stella?
Thelma.
Thelma.
You were close. You were damn close.
I made
You really wanted to capture the world of cats.
She's not a morning kitty.
You realize that means your cat can no longer review FartCat.
Oh, the cat's compromised. Dan Reichert.
Oh, wait, I had a thing.
Oh, I'm sorry. I
I
thought it was just going to be plugs.
Yeah, I'm not going to be here tomorrow because I'm flying out tomorrow. So
Oh.
I wanted to thank you guys for the hospitality.
Thank you for coming on and giving us the reveal.
And I have to share one thing I'm very excited about just because it's E3 and you get to share about games you're excited about. I'm excited about Assassin's Creed 3.
Yeah.
Because, and I talked about this on the GameSpot stage a little bit. This is really, could you just, okay, thank you. So, Assassin's Creed 3, the Gallops came to Boston in 1630.
Yep.
There are Gallops in the Revolutionary War.
Yep.
And they're playing in Massachusetts. So the potential to play alongside someone that I can pretend is my fictional super great grandfather, Colonel Ben Adam Gallup, who I know where he's buried in Mystic, Connecticut. The fact that I can do that in basically what is now my backyard is like.
And slit his throat.
Yeah, or I could accidentally. I could fail a mission by killing my great grandfather, and then
Or
ending
win
my
one.
timeline. Yeah.
You could.
I'm really excited about
Templars
Assassin's
are
Creed
everywhere,
3.
man.
They are. We're a connected family. These Gallops. No, we're not.
We'll get when I went and got the demo at the Ubisoft booth.
Yeah.
And they were going through the Boston section that they had set up that demo. They were talking about specifically like the geography of the Boston area has changed dramatically since then.
Oh yeah, totally. They filled in the whole back bay.
Right.
Well, there was a Gallops Wharf. I don't know if that's gonna be there. There's still Gallops Island in the Boston Harbor.
This sounds like an
Boston
E3
royalty,
mystery.
right?
Yeah. Another E3
that
mystery.
needs to be
Yeah,
solved.
E3 mystery. I'm gonna go figure it out tomorrow.
All right, and Dan Reichert.
I think overall underwhelming.
Yeah.
There's the stuff we've seen that's going to be great games. I mean, Assassin's Creed and Borderlands 2. Like we know those are going to be great games, but overall there weren't really many surprises.
What'd you think of Injustice?
Yeah, we talked about this today.
Yeah.
We're both big Mortal Kombat guys, and I think we kind of agree on this. We're not big DC guys or comic guys.
Right,
I'm a Mortal Kombat fan.
Sure.
I've loved Mortal Kombat my whole life.
No, I mean the draw for I think both of you guys on that is that it's from the guys who are doing Mortal Kombat.
Yeah,
so
but it was the silliness of Mortal Kombat, the fatalities,
Yeah.
the characters, and everything. And I like the gameplay a lot of the new Mortal Kombat, but that's not the draw for me. So Injustice was all right, but it wasn't really a standout for me. But the thing that disappointed me was that Nintendo, I was kind of hoping that they would really kind of get their act together and show that they're serious about online. And they showed a lot of stuff like that Miiverse stuff. Where
Right,
it's like,
yeah.
oh, if you die in this pit a billion times, it'll ask you how you feel, and you put in a comment about it, and other people can read it. But how about we just get like friend lists and party invites and voice chat? Let's get that first, and then you can do the little gimmicky stuff. That's fine. Like I'm okay with
They
it.
just
but
said, people like Dark Souls. What if we just turn that into a console?
yeah, I just want to have an actual friend list with no friend codes, which they didn't really address at all.
I thought they said. I think they may have said no friend codes.
Oh, did they for Wii U?
I thought they had said
They're-
that last year. or something,
Yeah,
but-
like they've been alluding to like you're getting like a single login with like some sort of but again that all happened like weirdly in like Iwata's super creepy Sunday Nintendo Direct press conference where he stares at the screen and just their entire rollout of the last couple days have just been incomprehensible.
They had like 6 different events. I mean, they had the thing I did on Sunday, and they had their press conference. They had the software showcase today, the developer roundtable yesterday.
I think it's. I may have mentioned this already earlier, but I think it's a symptom of that press conference being on television. Is they've got to pace it for TV. They have to hit their start time and their stop time. They can't go really any longer than that. They can't start late. They can't shuffle too much stuff up. So it forces them to. Like if they do feel they have all this other stuff they need to announce, it forces them to have to break it out into multiple things. I don't think it was worth it. I think they should have just not had as much Nintendo Land. They could have fit all that stuff in there, but obviously they think it's all important. And
It's like the year, I think, 2008, where they did Wii Music, and that was their thing.
Yeah,
And they thought that was going to be a huge thing. That
Yeah,
was
here we
how
go.
they ended the
We've
press
got
conference.
it nailed.
DJ Ravi drums and
Yeah.
Miyamoto playing a fake flute, and like, just no one
Just
cared.
like,
No one cared.
All right, I want to end this with two pieces of information, courtesy of the internet. Apparently, both Mark Rain and Mike Cap have both Caps. Is it Caps?
It's
okay,
an S.
Okay, Mike Caps have both tweeted about 1313 using UE3, so those dudes would know. And the text behind Iwata in his weird, creepy, wood-paneled Nightmare Zone video, apparently in Japanese says, make something unique or create something unique. So, there you go. E3 mysteries solved!
Leave
Here
luck to Nintendo Land.
At the end of E3 2012 Day 2, our after-hours live broadcast here. We're donezo. We'll see you guys tomorrow for the end of the show, Day 3.
Get on the E3 hype train.
Hawk Talk.
Aw.